The Damnation Game by Clive Barker. Copyright 1985 by Clive Barker. Narrated by David Palmer.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Marty Strauss, a convicted thief, has been conditionally paroled to serve as a bodyguard for billionaire industrialist Joseph Whitehead. He is thrust into the midst of a conflict between Whitehead and Mamoulian, a centuries-old demonesque creature with whom Whitehead had struck a bargain to obtain his wealth and power. Whitehead now spurns his benefactor, whose revenge includes sexual perversions, gore, and the supernatural. Violence, explicit descriptions of sex. 1987. From the book jacket. Fear is a place where you just tell the truth. Clive Barker. Here is the first novel by the man Stephen King named as his own successor. In only 3 years, Clive Barker has made an impressive entrance on the horror scene. Such diverse sources as Newsday, Omni, Publishers Weekly, Us, New York, Saturday Review, Women's Wear Daily, and USA Today are united in their praise for Barker's short story collections, The Books of Blood. Now, with his first major novel, Clive Barker establishes himself as a talent to be reckoned with. The Damnation Game takes place, appropriately, in hell, a hell that could spring only from Clive Barker's singular imagination, amid the gaming clubs and blasted back alleys of contemporary London, on vast country estates, fortresses armed against the invasion of an evil for which there is no human defense, in a night world where men and women make love with ghosts, and corpse assassins walk among the living, stalking their prey even as they decompose. Sprung from prison to serve as bodyguard to a world-renowned reclusive industrialist, Londoner Marty Strauss knows the job isn't going to be easy, but what he finds surpasses his wildest nightmares. Someone is coming to collect the soul of his employer as payment for an old and terrible debt. Someone who can animate the dead and co-opt the spirit of the young girl Marty has come to love. Someone who counts off the years of his existence in centuries and the evils he has done in infinities. Someone who will not rest until all love and goodness have been banished from the world. Radiating with the sensuality and eroticism that are Clive Barker's signature, ranging from unimaginable scenes of violence to touching moments of bittersweet romance, The Damnation Game all but defies description. Original in the highest sense of the word, this book is bound to catapult Clive Barker into the mainstream of contemporary horror novelists. About the author. 35-year-old Liverpudlian and Paul McCartney look-alike Clive Barker, author of The Books of Blood and The Inhuman Condition, has won both the British and World Fantasy Awards. Another book by Clive Barker. In the Flesh. Acknowledgements. My thanks to Mary Roscoe, who worked tirelessly to type this manuscript, and still found time to offer a host of articulate criticisms along the way. Also to David T. Cunningham, who typed up a number of later editions. Amongst the readers whose enthusiasm and insights were invaluable, I must thank Julie Blake, John Gregson, and Vernon Conway. I am also grateful to Douglas Bennett, who engineered an unforgettable prison tour for me, and to Alistair Cameron, who commissioned 2 plays to keep me in spaghetti while I worked on the book. Last, though far from least, my thanks to Nan de Sautois, and also to Barbara Boot at Sphere Books. To J.R.G. Table of Contents. Part 1, Terra Incognita, Side 1. Part 2, Asylum, Side 1. Part 3, Deuce, Side 4. Part 4, The Thief's Tale, Side 7. Part 5, The Deluge, Side 7. nor yet exempt, though ruling them like slaves, from chance and death and mutability. Shelley, Prometheus Unbound. Part 1. Terra Incognita. Hell is the place of those who have denied. They find there what they planted and what dug, a lake of spaces and a wood of nothing, and wander there and drift, and never cease wailing for substance. W. B. Yeats, The Hourglass. 1. The air was electric the day the thief crossed the city, certain that tonight, after so many weeks of frustration, he would finally locate the card-player. It was not an easy journey. 85% of Warsaw had been leveled, either by the months of mortar bombardment that had preceded the Russian liberation of the city, or by the program of demolition the Nazis had undertaken before their retreat. Several sectors were virtually impassable by vehicle. Mountains of rubble, still nurturing the dead like bulbs ready to sprout as the spring weather warmed, clogged the streets. Even in the more accessible districts, the once elegant facades swooned dangerously, their foundations growling. But after almost 3 months of plying his trade here, the thief had become used to navigating this urban wilderness. Indeed, he took pleasure in its desolate splendor, its perspectives tinged lilac by the dust that still settled from the stratosphere, its squares and parkways so unnaturally silent. The sense he had, trespassing here, that this was what the end of the world would be like. By day there were even a few landmarks remaining, forlorn signposts that would be dismantled in time, by which the traveler could chart his route. The gasworks beside the Poniatowski Bridge was still recognizable, as was the zoo on the other side of the river. The clock tower of Central Station showed its head, though the clock had long since disappeared. These and a handful of other pockmarked tributes to Warsaw's civic beauty survived, their trembling presence poignant even to the thief. This wasn't his home. He had no home, nor had for a decade. He was a nomad and a scavenger, and for a short space Warsaw offered sufficient pickings to keep him here. Soon, when he'd recovered energies depleted in his recent wanderings, it would be time to move on. But while the first signs of spring murmured in the air, he lingered here, enjoying the freedom of the city. There were hazards, certainly, but then where were there not for a man of his profession? And the war years had polished his powers of self-preservation to such brilliance that little intimidated him. He was safer here than the true citizens of Warsaw, the few bewildered survivors of the Holocaust who were gradually beginning to filter back into the city, looking for lost homes, lost faces. They scrabbled in the wreckage or stood on street corners listening to the dirge of the river, and waited for the Russians to round them up in the name of Karl Marx. New barricades were being established every day. The military were slowly but systematically reclaiming some order from the confusion, dividing and subdividing the city as they would in time the entire country. The curfews and the checkpoints did little to hobble the thief, however. In the lining of his well-cut coat he kept identification papers of every kind, some forged, most stolen, one of which would be suitable for whatever situation arose. What they lacked in credibility he made up for with repartee and cigarettes, both of which he possessed in abundance. They were all a man needed, in that city in that year, to feel like the lord of creation. And such creation! No need here for either appetite or curiosity to go unsatisfied. The profoundest secrets of body and spirit were available to anyone with the itch to see. Games were made of them. Only the previous week the thief had heard tell of a young man who played the ancient game of cups and ball. Now you see it, now you don't. But substituted with insanity's wit, 3 buckets and a baby's head. That was the least of it. The infant was dead, and the dead don't suffer. There were, however, other pastimes available for hire in the city, delights that used the living as their raw material. For those with the craving and the price of entry, a traffic in human flesh had begun. The occupying army, no longer distracted by battle, had discovered sex again, and there was profit in it. Half a loaf of bread could purchase one of the refugee girls, many so young they scarcely had breasts to knead, to be used and reused in the covering darkness, their complaints unheard, or silenced by a bayonet when they lost their charm. Such casual homicide was overlooked in a city where tens of thousands had died. For a few weeks, between one regime and the next, anything was possible, no act found culpable, no depravity taboo. A boys' brothel had been opened in the Jolie Bouge district. Here, in an underground salon hung with salvaged paintings, one could choose from chicks of 6 or 7 up, all fetchingly slimmed by malnutrition and tight as any connoisseur could wish. It was very popular with the officer class, but too expensive, the thief had heard it muttered, for the non-commissioned ranks. Lenin's tenets of equal choice for all did not stretch, it seemed, to pederasty. Sport of a kind was more cheaply available. Dogfights were a particularly popular attraction that season. Homeless curs, returning to the city to pick at the meat of their masters, were trapped, fed to fighting strength, and then pitted against each other to the death. It was an appalling spectacle, but a love of betting took the thief to the fights again and again. He'd made a tidy profit one night by putting his money on a runty but cunning terrier who'd bested a dog 3 times its size by chewing off its opponent's testicles. And if, after a time, your taste for dogs, or boys, or women palled, there were more esoteric entertainments available. In a crude amphitheater, dug from the debris of the bastion of Holy Mary, the thief had seen an anonymous actor single-handedly perform Goethe's Faust, parts 1 and 2. Though the thief's German was far from perfect, the performance had made a lasting impression. The story was familiar enough for him to follow the action, the pact with Mephisto, the debates, the conjuring tricks, and then, as the promised damnation approached, despair and terrors. Much of the argument was indecipherable, but the actor's possession by his twin roles, one moment tempter, the next tempted, was so impressive the thief left with his belly churning. 2 days later he had gone back to see the play again, or at least to speak to the actor, but there were to be no encores. The performer's enthusiasm for Goethe had been interpreted as pro-Nazi propaganda. The thief found him hanging, joy decayed, from a telegraph pole. He was naked. His bare feet had been eaten at and his eyes taken out by birds. His torso was riddled with bullet holes. The sight pacified the thief. He saw it as proof that the confused feelings the actor had aroused were iniquitous. If this was the state to which his art had brought him, the man had clearly been a scoundrel and a sham. His mouth gaped, but the birds had taken his tongue as well as his eyes. No loss. Besides, there were far more rewarding diversions. The women the thief could take or leave, and the boys were not to his taste. But the gambling he loved, and always had. So it was back to the dogfights to chance his fortunes on a mongrel. If not there, then to some barrack-room dice game, or, in desperation, betting with a bored sentry on the speed of a passing cloud. The method and the circumstance scarcely concerned him. He cared only to gamble. Since his adolescence it had been his one true vice. It was the indulgence he had become a thief to fund. Before the war he'd played in casinos across Europe. Chemin de fer was his game, though he was not averse to roulette. Now he looked back at those years through the veil war had drawn across them, and remembered the contests as he remembered dreams on waking, as something irretrievable, and slipping further away with every breath. That sense of loss changed, however, when he heard about the card-player. Mamoulian, they called him, who it was said never lost a game, and who came and went in this deceitful city like a creature who was not, perhaps, even real. But then, after Mamoulian, everything changed. 2. So much was rumor, and so much of that rumor not even rooted in truth, simply lies told by bored soldiers. The military mind, the thief had discovered, was capable of inventions more baroque than a poet's, and more lethal. So, when he heard tell of a master card-sharp who appeared out of nowhere and challenged every would-be gambler to a game and unfailingly won, he suspected the story to be just that, a story. But something about the way this apocryphal tale lingered confounded expectation. It didn't fade away to be replaced by some yet more ludicrous romance. It appeared repeatedly, in the conversation of the men at the dog-fights, in gossip, in graffiti. What was more, though the names changed, the salient facts were the same from one account to the next. The thief began to suspect there was truth in the story after all. Perhaps there was a brilliant gambler operating somewhere in the city. Not perfectly invulnerable, of course, no one was that. But the man, if he existed, was certainly something special. Talk of him was always conducted with a caution that was like reverence. Soldiers who claimed to have seen him play spoke of his elegance, his almost hypnotic calm. When they talked of Mamoulian, they were peasants speaking of nobility, and the thief, never one to concede the superiority of any man, added a zeal to unseat this king to his reasons for seeking the card-player out. But beyond the general picture he garnered from the grapevine, there were few specifics. He knew that he would have to find and interrogate a man who had actually faced this paragon across a gaming table before he could really begin to separate truth from speculation. It took 2 weeks to find such a man. His name was Konstantin Vasilyev, a second lieutenant, who, it was said, had lost everything he had playing against Mamoulian. The Russian was broad as a bull. The thief felt dwarfed by him. But while some big men nurture spirits expansive enough to fill their anatomies, Vasilyev seemed almost empty. If he had ever possessed such virility, it was now gone. Left in the husk was a frail and fidgety child. It took an hour of coaxing, the best part of a bottle of black-market vodka, and half a packet of cigarettes, to get Vasilyev to answer with more than a monosyllable. But when the disclosures came, they came gushingly, the confessions of a man on the verge of total breakdown. There was self-pity in his talk, and anger, too, but mostly there was the stench of dread. Vasilyev was a man in mortal terror. The thief was mightily impressed, not by the tears or the desperation, but by the fact that Mamoulian, this faceless card-player, had broken the giant sitting across the floor from him. Under the guise of consolation and friendly advice, he proceeded to pump the Russian for every sliver of information he could provide, looking all the time for some significant detail to make flesh and blood of the chimera he was investigating. "You say he wins without fail?" "Always." "So what's his method? How does he cheat?" Vasilyev looked up from his contemplation of the bare boards of the floor. "Cheat?" he said incredulously. "He doesn't cheat. I've played cards all my life with the best and the worst. I've seen every trick a man can pull, and I tell you now, he was clean." "The luckiest player gets defeated once in a while. The laws of chance." A look of innocent amusement crossed Vasilyev's face, and for a moment the thief glimpsed the man who'd occupied this fortress before his fall from sanity. "The laws of chance are nothing to him. Don't you see? He isn't like you or me. How could a man always win without having some power over the cards?" "You believe that?" Vasilyev shrugged and slumped again. "To him," he said, almost contemplative in his utter dismay, "winning is beauty. It is like life itself." The vacant eyes returned to tracing the rough grain of the floorboards as the thief somersaulted the words over in his head. "Winning is beauty. It is like life itself." It was strange talk, and made him uneasy. Before he could work his way into its meaning, however, Vasilyev was leaning closer to him, his breath fearful, his vast hand catching hold of the thief's sleeve as he spoke. "I've put in for a transfer. Did they tell you that? I'll be away from here in a few days, and nobody'll be any the wiser. I'm getting medals when I get home. That's why they're transferring me, because I'm a hero, and heroes get what they ask for. Then I'll be gone, and he'll never find me." "Why would he want to?" The hand on the sleeve fisted. Vasilyev pulled the thief in toward him. "I owe him the shirt off my back," he said. "If I stay, he'll have me killed. He's killed others, him and his comrades." "He's not alone?" said the thief. He had pictured the card-player as being a man without associates, made him, in fact, in his own image. Vasilyev blew his nose into his hand and leaned back in the chair. It creaked under his bulk. "Who knows what's true or false in this place, eh?" he said, eyes swimming. "I mean, if I told you he had dead men with him, would you believe me?" He answered his own question with a shake of his head. "No, you'd think I was mad." Once, the thief thought, this man had been capable of certainty, of action, perhaps even of heroism. Now all that noble stuff had been siphoned off. The champion was reduced to a sniveling rag, blabbering nonsense. He inwardly applauded the brilliance of Mamoulian's victory. He had always hated heroes. "One last question," he began. "You want to know where you can find him?" "Yes." The Russian stared at the ball of his thumb, sighing deeply. This was all so wearisome. "What do you gain if you play him?" he asked, and again returned his own answer. "Only humiliation. Perhaps death." The thief stood up. "Then you don't know where he is?" he said, making to pocket the half-empty packet of cigarettes that lay on the table between them. "Wait." Vasiliev reached for the pack before it slid out of sight. "Wait." The thief placed the cigarettes back on the table, and Vasiliev covered them with one proprietorial hand. He looked up at his interrogator as he spoke. "The last time I heard, he was north of here, up by Muranovsky Square. You know it?" The thief nodded. It was not a region he relished visiting, but he knew it. "And how do I find him once I get there?" he asked. The Russian looked perplexed by the question. "I don't even know what he looks like," the thief said, trying to make Vasiliev understand. "You won't need to find him," Vasiliev replied, understanding all too well. "If he wants you to play, he'll find you." 3. The next night, the first of many such nights, the thief had gone looking for the card-player. Though it was by now April, the weather was still bitter that year. He'd come back to his room in the partially demolished hotel he occupied, numb with cold, frustration, and, though he scarcely admitted it even to himself, fear. The region around Muranovsky Square was a hell within a hell. Many of the bomb craters here led on to the sewers. The stench out of them was unmistakable. Others, used as fire pits to cremate executed citizens, still flared intermittently when a flame found a belly swollen with gas or a pool of human fat. Every step taken in this new-found land was an adventure, even to the thief. Death, its forms multitudinous, waited everywhere, sitting on the edge of a crater, warming its feet in the flames, standing lunatic amongst the refuse, at laughing play in a garden of bone and shrapnel. Fear notwithstanding, he'd returned to the district on several occasions, but the card-player eluded him, and with every failed attempt, with every journey that ended in defeat, the thief became more preoccupied with the pursuit. In his mind, this faceless gambler began to take on something of the force of legend. Just to see the man in the flesh, to verify his physical existence in the same world that he, the thief, occupied, became an article of faith, a means, God help him, by which he could ratify his own existence. After a week and a half of fruitless searching, he went back to find Vasiliev. The Russian was dead. His body, throat slit from ear to ear, had been found the previous day, floating face down in one of the sewers the army was clearing in Vola. He was not alone. There had been 3 other bodies with him, all slaughtered in a similar fashion, all set alight and burning like fire-ships as they drifted down the tunnel on a river of excrement. One of the soldiers who had been in the sewer when the flotilla appeared told the thief that the bodies had seemed to float in the darkness. For a breathless moment it had been like the steady approach of angels. Then, of course, the horror. Extinguishing the burning corpses, their hair, their backs, then turning them over, and the face of Vasiliev, caught in the beam of a flashlight, carrying a look of wonder, like a child in awe of some lethal conjurer. His transfer papers had arrived that same afternoon. In fact, the papers seemed to have been the cause of an administrative error that had closed Vasiliev's tragedy on a comic note. The bodies, once identified, had been buried in Warsaw, except for Second Lieutenant Vasiliev, whose war record demanded less cursory treatment. Plans were afoot to transport the body back to Mother Russia, where he would be buried with state honors in his own town. But somebody, alighting upon the transfer papers, had taken them to apply to Vasiliev dead, not Vasiliev living. Mysteriously, the body disappeared. Nobody would admit responsibility. The corpse had simply been shipped out to some new posting. Vasiliev's death merely served to intensify the thief's curiosity. Mamoulian's arrogance fascinated him. Here was a scavenger, a man who made a living off the weakness of others, who had yet grown so insolent with success that he dared to murder, or have murdered on his behalf, those who crossed him. The thief became jittery with anticipation. In his dreams, when he was able to sleep, he wandered in Muranovsky Square. It was filled with a fog like a living thing, which promised at any moment to divide and reveal the card-player. He was like a man in love. 4. Tonight the ceiling of squalid cloud above Europe had broken. Blue, albeit pale, had spread over his head, wider and wider. Now, toward evening, the sky was absolutely clear above him. In the southwest, vast cumulus, their cauliflower heads tinted ochre and gold, were fattening with thunder, but the thought of their anger only excited him. Tonight the air was electric, and he would find the card-player, he was sure. He had been sure since he woke that morning. As evening began to fall, he went north toward the square, scarcely thinking of where he was going. The route was so familiar to him. He walked through 2 checkpoints without being challenged, the confidence in his step password enough. Tonight he was inevitable. His place here, breathing the scented lilac air, stars glimmering at his zenith, was unassailable. He felt static run in the hairs on the back of his hand, and smiled. He saw a man, something unrecognizable in his arms, screaming at a window, and smiled. Not far away, the Vistula, gross with rain and meltwater, roared toward the sea. He was no less irresistible. The gold went out of the cumulus. The lucid blue darkened toward night. As he was about to come into Muranovsky Square, something flickered in front of him. A twist of wind scooted past him, and the air was suddenly full of white confetti. Impossible, surely, that there was a wedding taking place here. One of the whirling fragments lodged on his eyelash, and he plucked it off. It wasn't confetti at all. It was a petal. He pressed it between thumb and forefinger. Its scented oil spilled from the fractured tissue. In search of the source, he walked on a little way, and, rounding the corner into the square itself, discovered the ghost of a tree, prodigious with blossom, hanging in the air. It seemed unrooted, its snow head lit by starlight, its trunk shadowy. He held his breath, shocked by this beauty, and walked toward it as he might have approached a wild animal, cautious in case it took fright. Something turned his stomach over. It wasn't awe of the blossom, or even the remnants of the joy he'd felt walking here. That was slipping away. A different sensation gripped him here in the square. He was a man so used to atrocities that he had long counted himself unblanchable. So why did he stand now, a few feet away from the tree, his fingernails meticulously kept, pressed into his palms with anxiety, defying the umbrella of flowers to unveil its worst? There was nothing to fear here, just petals in the air, shadow on the ground, and still he breathed shallowly, hoping against hope that his fright was baseless. "Come on," he thought. "If you've got something to show me, I'm waiting." At his silent invitation, 2 things happened. Behind him, a guttural voice asked, "Who are you?" in Polish. Distracted for the merest heartbeat by surprise, his eyes lost focus on the tree, and in that instant a figure dislodged itself from beneath the blossom-waved branches and slouched momentarily into the starlight. In the cheating murk the thief wasn't certain what he saw. A discarded face, looking blankly in his direction, perhaps. Hair seared off. A scabby carcass wide as a bull's. Vasiliev's vast hands. All or nothing of this, and already the figure was retiring into hiding beyond the tree, its wounded head brushing the branches as it went. A drizzle of petals fluttered onto its charcoal shoulders. "Did you hear me?" said the voice at his back. The thief didn't turn. He went on staring at the tree, narrowing his eyes, attempting to separate substance from illusion. But the man, whoever he was, had gone. It could not have been the Russian, of course. Reason proclaimed against it. Vasiliev was dead, found with his face down in the filth of a sewer. His body was probably already on its way to some far-flung outpost of the Russian Empire. He wasn't here. He couldn't be here. But the thief felt an urgent need to pursue the stranger, nevertheless, just to tap his shoulder, to have him turn round, to look into his face and verify that it was not Constantine. Too late already. The questioner behind him had taken fierce hold of his arm and was demanding an answer. The branches of the tree had stopped shaking, the petals had stopped falling. The man was away. Sighing, the thief turned to his interrogator. The figure in front of him was smiling a welcome. It was a woman, despite the rasp of the voice, dressed in oversized trousers, tied with a rope, but otherwise naked. Her head was shaved, her toenails lacquered. All this he took in with senses heightened from the shock of the tree and from the pleasure of her nudity. The sheened globes of her breasts were perfect. He felt his fists opening, the palms tingling to touch them. But perhaps his appraisal of the body was too frank. He glanced back up at her face to see if she was still smiling. She was, but his gaze lingered on her face this time, and he realized that what he'd taken to be a smile was a permanent fixture. Her lips had been sliced off, exposing gums and teeth. There were ghastly scars on her cheeks, the remains of wounds that had severed the tendons and induced a rictus that teased her mouth open. Her look appalled him. "You want?" she began. Want? He thought, his eyes flicking back to the breasts. Her casual nudity aroused him, despite the mutilation of her face. He was disgusted with the idea of taking her. To kiss that lipless mouth was more than orgasm was worth. And yet if she offered, he'd accept, and damn the disgust. "You want?" she began again, in that slurred hybrid of a voice, neither male nor female. It was difficult for her to shape and expel words without the aid of lips. She got the rest of the question out, however. "You want the cards?" He'd missed the point entirely. She had no interest in him, sexual or otherwise. She was simply a messenger. Mamoulian was here. Within spitting distance, probably. Perhaps watching him even now. But the confusion of emotions in him blurred the elation he should have felt at this moment. Instead of triumph, he grappled with the headful of contrary images. Blossom, breasts, darkness. The burned man's face, turning too briefly toward him. Lust, fear. A single star appearing from a flank of cloud. Hardly thinking of what he was saying, he replied, "Yes, I want the cards." She nodded, turned away from him, and started past the tree, its branches still rocking where the man who was not Vasiliev had touched them, and crossed the square. He followed. It was possible to forget this go-between's face while looking at the grace of her barefooted steps. She didn't seem to care what she trod on. Not once did she falter, despite the glass, brick, and shrapnel underfoot. She led him across to the remains of a large house on the opposite side of the square. Its ravaged exterior, once impressive, still stood. There was even a doorway in it, though no door. Through it, the light of a bonfire flickered. Rubble from the interior spilled through the doorway and blocked the lower half, obliging both woman and thief to duck down and scramble up into the house itself. In the gloom, the sleeve of his coat snagged on something. The cloth tore. She didn't turn to see if he was hurt, though he cursed audibly. She simply led on over the mounds of brick and fallen roof timbers, while he stumbled after her, feeling ridiculously clumsy. By the light of the bonfire he could see the size of the interior. This had once been a fine house. There was little time for study, however. The woman was past the fire now, and climbing toward a staircase. He followed, sweating. The fire spat. He glanced around at it, and glimpsed somebody on the far side, keeping out of sight behind the flames. Even as he watched, the firekeeper threw more tinder down, and a constellation of livid specks was thrown up against the sky. The woman was climbing the stairs. He hurried after her, his shadow thrown by the fire, huge on the wall. She was at the top of the stairs when he was halfway up, and now she was slipping through a second doorway and gone. He followed on as quickly as he could, and turned through the doorway after her. The firelight only found its way fitfully into the room he'd stepped into, and he could scarcely make anything out at first. "Close the door," somebody asked. It took him a few beats to realize that the request was being made of him. He half-turned, fumbled for the handle, found that there was none, and pushed the door closed on aching hinges. That done, he looked back into the room. The woman was standing 2 or 3 yards in front of him, her perpetually amused face looking at him, the smile a grey sickle. "Your coat," she said, and stretched out her hands to help him shoulder it off. Once done, she stepped out of his eye-line, and the object of his long search came into view. It was not Mamoulian, however, that took his eye at first. It was the carved wooden altar-piece set against the wall behind him, a Gothic masterwork which blazed even in the gloom, with gold and scarlet and blue. Spoils of war, the thief thought. So that's what the bastard does with his fortune. Now he looked at the figure in front of the triptych. A single wick, immersed in oil, guttered smokily on the table at which he sat. The illumination it threw up onto the card-player's face was bright but unstable. "So, Pilgrim," the man said, "you found me. Finally." "You found me, surely," the thief replied. It had been as Vasiliev had predicted. "You fancy a game or two, I hear. Is that right?" "Why not?" He tried to sound as nonchalant as possible, though his heart was beating a double tattoo in his chest. Coming into the card-player's presence, he felt pitifully unprepared. Sweat glued his hair to his forehead. There was brick dust on his hands and muck under his nails. "I must look," he squirmed, "like the thief I am." By contrast, Mamoulian was a picture of propriety. There was nothing in the sober clothes, the black tie, the grey suit, that suggested a profiteer. He appeared, this legend, like a stockbroker. His face, like his dress, was unrepentantly plain, its taut and finely etched skin waxen by the charmless oil flame. He looked 60 or thereabouts, cheeks slightly hollowed, nose large, aristocratic, brow wide and high. His hair had receded to the back of his skull. What remained was feathery and white. But there was neither frailty nor fatigue in his posture. He sat upright in his chair, and his agile hands fanned and gathered a pack of cards with loving familiarity. Only his eyes belonged to the thief's dream of him. No stockbroker ever had such naked eyes, such glacial, unforgiving eyes. "I hoped you'd come, Pilgrim, sooner or later," he said. His English was without inflection. "Am I late?" the thief asked, half-joking. Mamoulian laid the cards down. He seemed to take the inquiry quite seriously. "We'll see." He paused before saying, "You know, of course, that I play for very high stakes." "I heard. If you wish to withdraw now, before we go any further, I would perfectly understand." The little speech was made without a trace of irony. "Don't you want me to play?" Mamoulian pressed his thin, dry lips together and frowned. "On the contrary," he said, "I very much want you to play." There was a flicker, was there not? Of pathos there? The thief wasn't sure if it was a slip of the tongue or the subtlest of theatrics. "But I am not sympathetic," he went on, "to those who do not pay their debts." "You mean the lieutenant?" the thief chanced. Mamoulian stared at him. "I know no lieutenant," he said flatly. "I know only gamblers like myself. A few are good, most are not. They all come here to test their mettle, as you have." He had picked up the pack again, and it was moving in his hands as if the cards were alive. 52 moths fluttering in the queasy light, each one marked a little differently from the last. They were almost indecently beautiful. their glossy faces the most unflawed thing the thief had set eyes on in months. "I want to play," he said, defying the hypnotic passage of cards. "Then sit down, pilgrim," Mamoulian said, as though the question had never been at issue. Almost soundlessly the woman had set a chair behind him. As he sat down, the thief met Mamoulian's gaze. Was there anything in those joyless eyes that intended him harm? No, nothing. There was nothing there to fear. Murmuring his thanks for the invitation, he unbuttoned the cuffs of his shirt and folded the sleeves back in preparation for play. After a time, the game began. Part 2. Asylum. The devil is by no means the worst that there is. I would rather have dealings with him than with many a human being. He honors his agreements much more promptly than many a swindler on earth. To be true, when payment is due, he comes on the dot, just as 12 strikes, fetches his soul, and goes off home to hell like a good devil. He's just a businessman, as is right and proper. J.N. Nestroy, Höhlenangst. Chapter 1. Providence. 5. After serving 6 years of his sentence at Wandsworth, Marty Strauss was used to waiting. He waited to wash and shave himself every morning. He waited to eat. He waited to defecate. He waited for freedom. So much waiting. It was all part of the punishment, of course, as was the interview he'd been summoned to this dreary afternoon. But while the waiting had come to seem easy, the interviews never had. He loathed the bureaucratic spotlight, the parole file bulging with the discipline reports, the home circumstance reports, the psychiatric evaluations, the way every few months you stood stripped in front of some uncivil servant while he told you what a foul thing you were. It hurt him so much he knew he'd never be healed of it, never forget the hot rooms filled with insinuation and dashed hopes. He'd dream them forever. "Come in, Strauss." The room hadn't changed since he'd last been here, only become staler. The man on the opposite side of the table hadn't changed either. His name was Somervale, and there were any number of prisoners in Wandsworth who nightly said prayers for his pulverization. Today he was not alone behind the plastic-topped table. "Sit down, Strauss." Marty glanced across at Somervale's associate. He was no prison officer. His suit was too tasteful, his fingernails too well manicured. He looked to be in late middle age, solidly built, and his nose was slightly crooked, as if it had once been broken and then imperfectly reset. Somervale offered the introduction. "Strauss, this is Mr. Toy." "Hello," Marty said. The tanned face returned his gaze. It was a look of frank appraisal. "I'm pleased to meet you," Toy said. His scrutiny was more than casual curiosity, though what, thought Marty, was there to see? A man with time on his hands, and on his face. A body grown sluggish with too much bad food and too little exercise, an ineptly trimmed moustache, a pair of eyes glazed with boredom. Marty knew every dull detail of his own appearance. He wasn't worth a second glance any longer, and yet the bright blue eyes stared on, apparently fascinated. "I think we should get down to business," Toy said to Somervale. He put his hands palm down on the tabletop. "How much have you told Mr. Strauss?" Mr. Strauss. The prefix was an almost forgotten courtesy. "I've told him nothing," Somervale replied. "Then we should begin at the beginning," Toy said. He leaned back in his chair, hands still on the table. "As you like," said Somervale, clearly gearing himself up for a substantial speech. "Mr. Toy," he began, but he got no further before his guests broke in. "If I may," said Toy, "perhaps I can best summarize the situation." "Whatever suits," said Somervale. He fumbled in his jacket pocket for a cigarette, barely masking his chagrin. Toy ignored him. The off-center face continued to look across at Marty. "My employer," Toy began, "is a man by the name of Joseph Whitehead. I don't know if that means anything to you." He didn't wait for a reply, but went on. "If you haven't heard of him, you're doubtless familiar with the Whitehead Corporation, which he founded. It's one of the largest pharmaceutical empires in Europe." The name rang a faint bell in Marty's head, and it had some scandalous association, but it was tantalizingly vague, and he had no time to puzzle it through because Toy was in full flight. Although Mr. Whitehead is now in his late 60s, he still keeps control of the corporation. He's a self-made man, you understand, and he's dedicated his life to its creation. He chooses, however, not to be as visible as he once was. A front-page photograph suddenly developed in Strauss's head. A man with his hand up against the glare of a flashbulb. A private moment snatched by some lurking paparazzo for public consumption. He shuns publicity almost completely, and since his wife's death, he has little taste for the social arena. Sharing the unwelcome attention, Strauss remembered a woman whose beauty astonished even by the unflattering light, the wife of whom Toy spoke, perhaps. Instead, he chooses to mastermind his corporation out of the spotlight, concerning himself in his leisure hours with social issues. Among them, overcrowding in prisons, and the deterioration of the prison service generally. The last remark was undoubtedly barbed, and found Somervale with deadly accuracy. He ground out his half-smoked cigarette in the tinfoil ashtray, throwing the other man a sour glance. "When the time came to engage a new personal bodyguard," Toy continued, "it was Mr. Whitehead's decision to seek a suitable candidate amongst men coming up for parole, rather than going through the usual agencies." He can't mean me, Strauss thought. The idea was too fine to tease himself with, and too ludicrous. And yet, if that wasn't it, why was Toy here? Why all the palaver? "He's looking for a man who is nearing the end of his sentence, one who deserves, in both his and my own estimation, to have an opportunity to be reintroduced into society with a job behind him, and some self-esteem to go with it. Your case was drawn to my attention, Martin. I may call you Martin?" "Usually it's Marty." "Fine. Marty it is. Frankly, I don't want to raise your hopes. I'm interviewing several other candidates, in addition to yourself, and of course at the end of the day I may find that none are suitable. At this juncture I simply want to ascertain whether you would be interested in such an option, were it to be made available to you." Marty began to smile, not outwardly, but inside, where Somervale couldn't get at it. "Do you understand what I'm asking?" "Yes, I understand." Mr. Whitehead, needs somebody who will be completely devoted to his well-being, who would indeed be prepared to put his life at risk rather than have harm come to his employer. Now, I realize that's a lot to ask." Marty's brow furrowed. It was a lot, especially after the 6.5-year lesson in self-reliance he'd had at Wandsworth. Toy was swift to sense Marty's hesitation. "That bothers you," he said. Marty shrugged gently. "Yes and no. I mean, I've never been asked to do that before. I don't want to give you some shit about me being really keen to get killed for somebody, because I'm not. I'd be lying through my teeth if I said I was." Toy's nods encouraged Marty to go on. "That's it, really?" he said. "Are you married?" Toy asked. "Separated." "May I ask, are there divorce proceedings in the offing?" Marty grimaced. He loathed talking about this. It was his wound, his to tend and fret over. No fellow prisoner had ever wrung the story out of him, even in those 3-in-the-morning confessionals that he'd endured with his previous cellmate, before Fever, who never talked of anything but food and paper women, had arrived. But he would have to say something now. They surely had the details filed away somehow, anyway. Toy probably knew more about what Charmaine was doing, and with whom, than he did. "Charmaine and me." He tried to summon words for this knot of feelings, but nothing emerged but a blunt statement. "I don't think there's much chance of us getting back together, if that's what you're after." Toy sensed the raw edge in Marty's voice. So did Somervale. For the first time since Toy had entered the arena, the officer began to show some interest in the exchange. He wants to watch me talk my way out of a job, Marty thought. He could see the anticipation written all over Somervale's face. Well, damn him, he wasn't going to have the satisfaction. "It's not a problem," Marty said flatly. "Or if it is, it's mine. I'm still getting used to the fact that she won't be there when I get out. That's all it is, really." Toy was smiling now, an amiable smile. "Really, Marty," he said, "I don't want to pry. I'm only concerned that we understand the full facts of the situation. Were you to be employed by Mr. Whitehead, you would be required to live on his estate with him, and it would be a necessary condition of your employment that you could not leave without the express permission of either Mr. Whitehead or myself. In other words, you would not be stepping into unconditional freedom, far from it. You might wish to consider the estate as a sort of open prison. It's important for me to know of any ties you have that might make such constraints temptingly easy to break." "Yes, I see. Furthermore, if for any reason your relationship with Mr. Whitehead was not satisfactory, if you or he felt that the job was not suitable, then I'm afraid I'd be back here to finish my sentence." "Yes." There was an awkward pause in which Toy sighed quietly. It took him only a moment to recover his equilibrium, then he took off in a new direction. "There's just a few more questions I'd like to ask. You've done some boxing, am I right?" "Some. A while back." Toy looked disappointed. "You gave it up?" "Yes," Marty replied. "I kept on with the weight training for a while." "Do you have any self-defense training of any kind? Judo, karate?" Marty contemplated lying, but what would be the use of that? All Toy had to do was consult the screws at Wandsworth. "No," he said. "Pity." Marty's belly shrank. "I'm healthy, though," he said, "and strong. I can learn." He was aware that an unwelcome tremor had slipped into his voice from somewhere. "We don't want a learner, I'm afraid," Somervale pointed out, barely able to suppress the triumph in his tone. Marty leaned forward across the table, trying to blot out Somervale's leech-like presence. "I can do this job, Mr. Toy," he insisted. "I know I can do this job. Just give me a chance." The tremor was growing. His belly was an acrobat. Better stop now, before he said or did something he regretted. But the words and the feelings just kept on coming. "Give me an opportunity to prove I can do it. That's not much to ask, is it? And if I fuck it up, it's my fault, see? Just a chance, that's all I'm asking." Toy looked up at him with something like condolence in his face. Was it all over, then? Had he made up his mind already? One wrong answer, and the whole thing goes sour. Was he already mentally packing up his briefcase and returning the Strauss M file into Somervale's clammy hands, to be slotted back between one forgotten con and another? Marty bit his tongue, and sat back in the uncomfortable chair, fixing his gaze on his trembling hands. He couldn't bear to look at the bruised elegance of Toy's face, not now that he'd opened himself up so wide. Toy would see in, oh yes, to all the hurt and the wanting, and he couldn't bear that. "At your trial," Toy said. What now? Why was he prolonging the agony? All Marty wanted was to go to his cell, where Fever would be sitting on the bunk and playing with his dolls, where there was a familiar dullness that he could take refuge in. But Toy wasn't finished. He wanted the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. "At your trial you testified that your prime motivation for involvement in the robbery was to pay off substantial gambling debts. Am I correct?" Marty had moved his attention from his hands to his shoes. The laces were undone, and though they were long enough to be double-knotted, he never had the patience to work at complicated knots. He liked a simple bow. When you needed to untie a bow, you pulled, and behold, like magic, it was gone. "Is that right?" Toy asked again. "Yes, that's right," Marty told him. He'd got so far, why not finish the story? "There were 4 of us, and 2 guns. We tried to take a security van. Things got out of hand." He glanced up from his shoes. Toy was watching intently. "The driver was shot in the stomach. He died later. It's all in the file, isn't it? Toy nodded. And about the van? Is that in the file, too? Toy didn't reply. It was empty, Marty said. We had it wrong from the beginning. The fucking thing was empty. And the debts? Huh? Your debts to McNamara. They're still outstanding? The man was really beginning to get on Marty's nerves. What did Toy care if he owed a few grand here and there? This was just sympathetic camouflage, so that he could make a dignified exit. Answer Mr. Toy, Strauss, Somervale said. What's it to you? Interest, said Toy frankly. I see. Sod his interest, Marty thought. He could choke on it. They'd had as much of a confessional as they were going to get. Can I go now? He said. He looked up, not at Toy, but at Somervale, who was smirking behind his cigarette smoke, well satisfied that the interview had been a disaster. I think so, Strauss, he said, as long as Mr. Toy doesn't have any more questions. No, said Toy, the voice dead. No, I'm well satisfied. Marty stood up, still avoiding Toy's eyes. The small room was full of ugly sounds. The chair's heels scraping on the floor, the rasp of Somervale's smoker's cough. Toy was shunting away his notes. It was all over. Somervale said, You can go. I've enjoyed meeting you, Mr. Strauss, Toy said to Marty's back as he reached the door, and Marty turned around without thinking to see the other man smiling at him, his hand extended to be shaken. I've enjoyed meeting you, Mr. Strauss. Marty nodded and shook hands. Thank you for your time, Toy said. Marty closed the door behind him and made his way back to his cell, escorted by Priestley, the landing officer. They said nothing. Marty watched the birds swooping in the roof of the building, alighting on the landing rails for tidbits. They came and they went when it suited them, finding niches to nest in, taking their sovereignty for granted. He envied them nothing, or if he did, now wasn't the time to admit to it. 6. 13 days passed, and there was no further word from either Toy or Somervale. Not that Marty was truly expecting any. The chance had been lost. He'd almost stage-managed its final moments with his refusal to talk about McNamara. That way he had expected to nip any trial by hope in the bud. And that he'd failed. No matter how he tried to forget the interview with Toy, he couldn't. The encounter had thrown him badly off balance, and his instability was as distressing as its cause. He thought he had learned the art of indifference by now, the same way that children learned that hot water scalds, by painful experience. He'd had plenty of that. During the first 12 months of his sentence, he'd fought against everything and everyone he'd encountered. He'd made no friends that year, nor the least impression on the system. All he'd earned for his troubles were bruises and bad times. In the second year, chastened by defeat, he'd gone underground with his private war. He'd taken up weight training and boxing, and concentrated on the challenge of building and maintaining a body that would serve him when the time for retribution came round. But in the middle of the third year, loneliness had intervened, an ache that no amount of self-inflicted punishment, muscles driven to the pain threshold and beyond day after day, could disguise. He made a truce that year with himself and his incarceration. It was an uneasy peace, but things began to improve from then on. He even began to feel at home in the echoing corridors, and in his cell, and in the shrinking enclave of his head, where most pleasurable experience was now a distant memory. The fourth year had brought new terrors. He was 29 that year. 30 loomed, and he remembered all too accurately how his younger self, with time to burn, had dismissed men his age as spent. It was a painful realization, and the old claustrophobia, trapped not behind bars, but behind his life, returned more forcibly than ever, and with it a new foolhardiness. He'd gained his tattoos that year, a scarlet and blue lightning bolt on his upper left arm, and USA on his right forearm. Just before Christmas, Charmaine had written to him to suggest that a divorce might be best, and he'd thought nothing of it. What was the use? Indifference was the best remedy. Once you conceded defeat, life was a feather bed. In the light of that wisdom, the 5th year was a breeze. He had access to dope. He had the clout that came with being an experienced con. He had every damn thing but his freedom, and that he could wait for. And then Toy had come along, and try as hard as he could to forget he'd ever heard the man's name, he found himself turning the half-hour of the interview over and over in his head, examining every exchange in the minutest detail, as though he might turn up a nugget of prophecy. It was a fruitless exercise, of course, but it didn't stop the rehearsals going on, and the process became almost comforting in its way. He told nobody, not even Fever. It was his secret. The room, Toy, Somervale's defeat. On the second Sunday after the meeting with Toy, Charmaine came to visit. The interview was the usual mess, like a transatlantic telephone call, all the timing spoiled by the second delay between question and response. It wasn't the babble of other conversations in the room that soured things. Things were simply sour. No avoiding that fact now. His early attempts at salvage had long since been abandoned. After the cool inquiries about the health of relatives and friends, it was down to the nitty-gritty of dissolution. He'd written to her in the early letters, "You're beautiful, Charmaine. I think of you at night. I dream about you all the time." But then her looks had seemed to lose their edge, and anyway his dreams of her face and body under him had stopped. And though he kept up the pretense in the letters for a while, his loving sentences had begun to sound patently fake, and he'd stopped writing about such intimacies. It felt adolescent to tell her he thought of her face. What would she imagine him doing but sweating in the dark and playing with himself like a 12-year-old? He didn't want her thinking that. Maybe, on reflection, that had been a mistake. Perhaps the deterioration of their marriage had begun there, with him feeling ridiculous and giving up writing love letters. But hadn't she changed too? Her eyes looked at him even now with such naked suspicion. "Flynn sends his regards." "Oh, good. You see him, do you?" "Once in a while." "How's he doing?" She'd taken to looking at the clock rather than at him, which she was glad of. It gave him a chance to study her without feeling intrusive. When she allowed her features to relax, he still found her attractive. But he had, he believed, perfect control over his response to her now. He could look at her, at the translucent lobes of her ears, at the sweep of her neck, and view her quite dispassionately. That, at least, prison had taught him, not to want what he could not have. "Oh, he's fine," she replied. It took him a moment to reorientate himself. Who was she talking about? Oh, yes, Flynn. There was a man who'd never got his fingers dirty. Flynn the Wise, Flynn the Flash. "He sends his best," she said. "You told me," he reminded her. Another pause. The conversation was more crucifying every time she came, not for him so much as for her. She seemed to go through a trauma every time she spat a single word out. "I went to see the solicitors again." "Oh, yes." "It's all going ahead, apparently. They said the papers would be through next month." "What do I do, just sign them?" "Well, he said we needed to talk about the house and all the stuff we've got together." "You have it." "But it's ours, isn't it? I mean, it belongs to both of us. And when you come out, you're going to need somewhere to live, and furniture and everything." "Do you want to sell the house?" Another wretched pause, as though she was trembling on the edge of saying something far more important than the banalities that would surely surface. "I'm sorry, Marty," she said. "What for?" She shook her head, a tiny shake. Her hair shimmered. "Don't know," she said. "This isn't your fault. None of this is your fault." "I can't help—" She stopped and looked up at him, suddenly more alive in the urgency of her fright. Was that what it was? Fright? Then she'd been in a dozen other wooden exchanges they'd endured in one chilling room or another. Her eyes were liquefying, swelling up with tears. "What's wrong?" She stared at him. The tears brimmed. "Char, what's wrong?" "It's all over, Marty. she said, as though this fact had hit her for the first time. Over, finished, fare thee well. He nodded. Yes. I don't want you— She stopped, paused, then tried again. You mustn't blame me. I don't blame you. I've never blamed you. Christ, you've been here, haven't you? All this time. I hate seeing you in this place, you know. But you came. When I needed you, you were there. I thought it would be all right, she said, talking on as though he'd not even spoken. I really did. I thought you'd be coming out soon, and maybe we'd make it work, you know. We still had the house and all. But these last couple of years, everything just started falling apart. He watched her suffering, thinking, I'll never be able to forget this, because I caused it. And I'm the most miserable shit on God's earth, because look what I did. There'd been tears at the beginning, of course, and letters from her full of hurt and half-buried accusations. But this racking distress she was showing now went so much deeper. It wasn't from a 22-year-old, for one thing. It was coming from a grown woman, and it shamed him deeply to think he'd caused it, shamed him in a way he thought he'd put behind him. She blew her nose on a tissue teased from a packet. Everything's a mess, she said. Yes. I just want to sort it out. She gave a cursory glance at her watch, too fast to register the time, and stood up. I'd better go, Marty. Appointment? No, she replied, a transparent lie which she made no real effort to carry off. Might do some shopping later on. Always makes me feel better. You know me. No, he thought. No, I don't know you. If I once did, and I'm not even sure of that, it was a different you. And God, I miss her. He stopped himself. This was not the way to part with her. He knew that from past encounters. The trick was to be cold, to finish on a note of formality, so that he could go back to his cell and forget her until the next time. I wanted you to understand, she said, but I don't think I explained it very well. It's just such a bloody mess. She didn't say goodbye. Tears were beginning again, and he was certain that she was frightened, under the talk of solicitors, that she would recant at the last moment, out of weakness or love, or both. And by walking out without turning around, she was keeping the possibility at bay. Defeated, he went back to the cell. Fever was asleep. He'd stuck a vulva torn from one of his magazines onto his forehead with spit, a favorite routine of his. It gaped, a third eye, above his closed lids, staring and staring, without hope of sleep. 7. Strauss? Priestley was at the open door, staring into the cell. Beside him on the wall some wit had scrawled, If you feel horny, kick the door. A cunt will appear. It was a familiar joke. He'd seen the same gag, or similar, on a number of cell walls. But now, looking at Priestley's thick face, the association of ideas, the enemy and a woman's sex, struck him as obscene. Strauss. Yes, sir. Mr. Somerville wants to see you. About 3:15. I'll come and collect you. Be ready at 10 past. Yes, sir. Priestley turned to go. Can you tell me what it's about, sir? How the fuck should I know? Somerville was waiting in the interview room at 3:15. Marty's file was on the table in front of him, its drawstrings still knotted. Beside it a buff envelope unmarked. Somerville himself was standing by the reinforced glass window smoking. Come in, he said. There was no invitation to sit down, nor did he turn from the window. Marty closed the door behind him and waited. Somerville exhaled smoke through his nostrils noisily. What do you suppose, Strauss? He said. I beg your pardon, sir. I said, what do you suppose, eh? Imagine. Marty followed none of this so far, and wondered if the confusion was his or Somerville's. After an age, Somerville said, My wife died. Marty wondered what he was expected to say. As it was, Somerville didn't give him time to formulate a response. He followed the first 3 words with 5 more. They're letting you out, Strauss. He placed the bald facts side by side, as if they belonged together, as if the entire world was in collusion against him. "Am I going with Mr. Toy?" Marty asked. "He and the board believe you are a suitable candidate for the job at Whitehead's estate," Somerville said. "Imagine." He made a low sound in his throat which could have been laughter. "You'll be under close scrutiny, of course. Not by me, but by whoever follows me. And if you once step out of line—" "I understand." "I wonder if you do." Somerville drew on his cigarette, still not turning around. "I wonder if you understand just what kind of freedom you've chosen." Marty wasn't about to let this kind of talk spoil his escalating euphoria. Somerville was defeated. Let him talk. "Joseph Whitehead may be one of the richest men in Europe, but he's also one of the most eccentric, I hear. God knows what you're letting yourself in for, but I tell you, I think you may find life in here a good deal more palatable." Somerville's words evaporated. His sour grapes fell on deaf ears. Either through exhaustion, or because he sensed that he'd lost his audience, he gave up his disparaging monologue almost as soon as it began, and turned from the window to finish this distasteful business as expeditiously as he could. Marty was shocked to see the change in the man. In the weeks since they'd last met, Somerville had aged years. He looked as though he'd survived the intervening time on cigarettes and grief. His skin was like stale bread. "Mr. Toy will pick you up from the gates next Friday afternoon. That's February 13th. Are you superstitious?" "No." Somerville handed the envelope across to Marty. "All the details are in there. In the next couple of days you'll have a medical, and somebody will be here to go through your position vis-à-vis the parole board. Rules are being bent on your behalf, Strauss. God knows why. There's a dozen more worthy candidates in your wing alone." Marty opened the envelope, quickly scanned the tightly typed pages, and pocketed them. "You won't be seeing me again," Somerville was saying, "for which I'm sure you're suitably grateful." Marty let not a flicker of response cross his face. His feigned indifference seemed to ignite a pocket of unused loathing in Somerville's fatigued frame. His bad teeth showed as he said, "If I were you, I'd thank God, Strauss. I'd thank God from the bottom of my heart." "What for?" "Sir?" "But then I don't suppose you've got much room for God, have you?" The words contained pain and contempt in equal measure. Marty couldn't help thinking of Somerville alone in a double bed, a husband without a wife, and without the faith to believe in seeing her again, and capable of tears. And another thought came fast upon the first, that Somerville's stone heart, which had been broken at one terrible stroke, was not so dissimilar from his own. Both hard men, both keeping the world at bay while they waged private wars in their guts, both ending up with the very weapons they'd forged to defeat their enemies turned on themselves. It was a vile realization, and had Marty not been buoyant with the news of his release, he might not have dared think it. But there it was. He and Somerville, like two lizards lying in the same stinking mud, suddenly seemed very like twins. "What are you thinking, Strauss?" Somerville asked. Marty shrugged. "Nothing," he said. "Liar," said the other. Picking up the file, he walked out of the interview room, leaving the door open behind him. Marty telephoned Charmaine the following day and told her what had happened. She seemed pleased, which was gratifying. When he came off the phone he was shaking, but he felt good. He lived the last few days at Wandsworth with stolen eyes, or that's how it seemed. Everything about prison life that he had become so used to, the casual cruelty, the endless jeering, the power games, the sex games, all seemed new to him again, as they had been 6 years before. They were wasted years, of course. Nothing could bring them back. Nothing could fill them up with useful experience. The thought depressed him. He had so little to go out into the world with. 2 tattoos, a body that had seen better days, memories of anger and despair, and the journey ahead he was going to be traveling light. 8. The night before he left Wandsworth he had a dream. His night life had not been much to shout about during the years of his sentence. Wet dreams about Charmaine had soon stopped, as had his more exotic flights of fancy, as though his subconscious, sympathetic to confinement, wanted to avoid taunting him with dreams of freedom. Once in a while he'd wake in the middle of the night with his head swimming in glories, but most of his dreams were as pointless and as repetitive as his waking life. But this was a different experience altogether. He dreamed a cathedral of sorts, an unfinished, perhaps unfinishable, masterpiece of towers and spires and soaring buttresses, too vast to exist in the physical world. Gravity denied it. But here in his head, an awesome reality. It was night as he walked toward it, the gravel crunching underfoot, the air smelling of honeysuckle, and from inside he could hear singing. Ecstatic voices, a boys' choir, he thought, rising and falling wordlessly. There were no people visible in the silken darkness around him, no fellow tourists to gape at this wonder, just him and the voices. And then, miraculously, he flew. He was weightless, and the wind had him, and he was ascending the steep side of the cathedral with breath-snatching velocity. He flew, it seemed, not like a bird, but paradoxically like some airborne fish, like a dolphin. Yes, that's what he was, his arms close by his side sometimes ploughing the blue air as he rose, a smooth, naked thing that skimmed the slates and looped the spires, fingertips grazing the dew on the stonework, flicking raindrops off the gutter pipes. If he'd ever dreamed anything so sweet, he couldn't remember it. The intensity of his joy was almost too much, and it startled him awake. He was back wide-eyed in the forced heat of the cell, with Fever on the bunk below masturbating. The bunk rocked rhythmically, speed increasing, and Fever climaxed with a stifled grunt. Marty tried to block reality and concentrate on recapturing his dream. He closed his eyes again, willing the image back to him, saying, "Come on, to the dark. For one shattering moment the dream returned, only this time it wasn't triumph, it was terror, and he was pitching out of the sky from 100 miles high, and the cathedral was rushing toward him, its spires sharpening themselves on the wind in preparation for his arrival. He shook himself awake, canceling the plunge before it could be finished, and lay the rest of the night staring at the ceiling until a wretched gloom, the first light of dawn, spilled through the window to announce the day. 9. No profligate sky greeted his release, just a commonplace Friday afternoon, with business as usual on Trinity Road. Toy had been waiting for him in the reception wing when Marty was brought down from his landing. He had longer yet to wait while the officers went through a dozen bureaucratic rituals, belongings to be checked and returned, release papers to be signed and countersigned. It took almost an hour of such formalities before they unlocked the doors and let them both out into the open air. With little more than a handshake of welcome, Toy led him across the forecourt of the prison to where a dark-red Daimler was parked, the driver's seat occupied. "Come on, Marty," he said, opening the door. "Too cold to linger." It was cold. The wind was vicious, but the chill couldn't freeze his joy. He was a free man, for God's sake, free within carefully prescribed limits, perhaps, but it was a beginning. He was at least putting behind him all the paraphernalia of prison, the bucket in the corner of the cell, the keys, the numbers. Now he had to be the equal of the choices and opportunities that would lead from here. Toy had already taken refuge in the back of the car. "Marty," he summoned again, his suede-gloved hand beckoning, "we should hurry, or we'll get snarled up getting out of the city." "Yes, I'm here." Marty got in. The interior of the car smelled of polish, stale cigar smoke, and leather, luxuriant scents. "Should I put the case in the boot?" Marty said. The driver turned from the wheel. "You got room back there," he said. A West Indian, dressed not in chauffeur's livery, but in a battered leather flying jacket, looked Marty up and down. He offered no welcoming smile. "Luther," said Toy, "this is Marty." "Put the case over the front seat," the driver replied. He leaned across and opened the front passenger door. Marty got out and slid his case and plastic bag of belongings onto the front seat beside a litter of newspapers and a thumbed copy of Playboy, then got into the back with Toy and slammed the door. "No need to slam," said Luther, but Marty scarcely heard the remark. Not many cons get picked up from the gates of Wandsworth in a Daimler. He was thinking, maybe this time I've fallen on my feet. The car purred away from the gates and made a left onto Trinity Road. "Luther's been with the estate for 2 years, Toy said. 3, the other man corrected him. Is it? Toy replied. 3, then. He drives me around, takes Mr. Whitehead when he goes down to London. Don't do that no more. Marty caught the driver's eye in the mirror. "You been in that shithouse long?" the man asked, pouncing without a flicker of hesitation. "Long enough," Marty replied. He wasn't going to try to hide anything. There was no sense in that. He waited for the next inevitable question. "What were you in for?" But it didn't come. Luther turned his attention back to the business of the road, apparently satisfied. Marty was happy to let the conversation drop. All he wanted to do was watch this brave new world go by, and drink it all in. The people, the shop fronts, the advertisements. He had a hunger for all the details, no matter how trivial. He glued his eyes to the window. There was so much to see, and yet he had the distinct impression that it was all artificial, as though the people in the street and the other cars were actors, all cast to type and playing their parts immaculately. His mind, struggling to accommodate the welter of information, on every side a new vista, at every corner a different parade passing, simply rejected their reality. It was all stage-managed, his brain told him, all a fiction. Because, look, these people behaved as though they'd lived without him, as though the world had gone on while he'd been locked away, and some childlike part of him, the part that, hiding its eyes, believes itself hidden, could not conceive of a life for anyone without him to see it. His common sense told him otherwise, of course. Whatever his confused senses might suspect, the world was older and more weary, probably, since he and it had last met. He would have to renew his acquaintance with it, learn how its nature had changed, learn again its etiquette, its touchiness, its potential for pleasure. They crossed the river via the Wandsworth Bridge and drove through Earl's Court and Shepherd's Bush onto Westway. It was the middle of a Friday afternoon, and the traffic was heavy, commuters eager to be home for the weekend. He stared blatantly at the faces of the drivers in the cars they overtook, guessing occupations, or trying to catch the eyes of the women. Mile by mile, the strangeness he'd felt initially began to wear off, and by the time they'd reached the M40, he was starting to tire of the spectacle. Toy had nodded off in his corner of the back seat, his hands in his lap. Luther was occupied with leapfrogging down the highway. Only one event slowed their progress. 20 miles short of Oxford, blue lights flashed on the road up ahead, and the sound of a siren speeding toward them from behind announced an accident. The procession of cars slowed like a line of mourners pausing to glance into a coffin. A car had slewed across the eastbound lanes, crossed the divide, and met head-on a van coming in the opposite direction. All of the westbound lanes were blocked, either by wreckage or by police cars, and the travelers were obliged to use the shoulder to skirt the scattered wreckage. "What's happened, can you see?" Luther asked, his attention too occupied by navigating past the signaling policeman for him to see for himself. Marty described the scene as best he could. A man with blood streaming down his face as if somebody had cracked a blood-yolked egg on his head was standing in the middle of the chaos, hypnotized by shock. Behind him a group, police and rescued passengers alike, gathered around the concertinaed front section of the car to speak to somebody trapped in the driver's seat. The figure was slumped, motionless. As they crept past, one of these comforters, her coat soaked either with her own blood or that of the driver, turned away from the vehicle and began to applaud. At least that was how Marty interpreted the slapping together of her hands as applause. It was as if she were suffering the same delusion he'd tasted so recently, that this was all some meticulous but distasteful illusion, and at any moment it would all come to a welcome end. He wanted to lean out of the car window and tell her that she was wrong, that this was the real world, long-legged women, crystal sky and all. But she'd know that tomorrow, wouldn't she? Plenty of time for grief then. But for now she clapped, and she was still clapping when the accident slid out of sight behind them. Chapter 2. The Fox. 10. Asylum, Whitehead knew, was a traitorous word. In one breath it meant a sanctuary, a place of refuge, of safety. In another, its meaning twisted on itself. Asylum came to mean a madhouse, a hole for broken minds to bury themselves in. It was, he reminded himself, a semantic trick, no more. Why, then, did the ambiguity run in his head so often? He sat in that too-comfortable chair beside the window where he had sat now for a season of evenings, watching the night begin to skulk across the lawn, and thinking, without much shape to his ruminations, about how one thing became another, about how difficult it was to hold on to anything. Life was a random business. Whitehead had learned that lesson years ago, at the hands of a master, and he had never forgotten it. Whether you were rewarded for your good works or skinned alive, it was all down to chance. No use to cleave to some system of numbers or divinities. They all crumbled in the end. Fortune belonged to the man who was willing to risk everything on a single throw. He'd done that, not once but many times at the beginning of his career, when he was still laying the foundations of his empire. And thanks to that extraordinary sixth sense he possessed, the ability to preempt the roll of the dice, the risks had almost always paid off. Other corporations had their virtuosi, computers that calculated the odds to the 10th place, advisers who kept their ears pressed to the stock markets of Tokyo, London, and New York. But they were all overshadowed by Whitehead's instinct. When it came to knowing the moment, for sensing the collision of time and opportunity that made a good decision into a great one, a commonplace takeover into a coup, nobody was old man Whitehead's superior, and all the smart young men in the corporation's boardrooms knew that. Joe's oracular advice still had to be sought before any significant expansion was undertaken or contract signed. He guessed this authority, which remained absolute, was resented in some circles. No doubt there were those who thought he should let go his hold completely and leave the university men and their computers to get on with business. But Whitehead had won these skills, these unique powers of second-guessing, at some hazard. Foolish, then, that they lie forgotten when they could be used to lay a finger on the wheel. Besides, the old man had an argument the young Turks could never gainsay. His methods worked. He had never been properly schooled. His life before fame was, much to the journalist's dismay, a blank, but he had made the Whitehead Corporation out of nothing. Its fate, for better or worse, was still his passionate concern. There was no room for passion tonight, however, sitting in that chair, a chair to die in, he'd sometimes thought, beside the window. Tonight there was only unease, that old man's complaint. How he loathed age! It was hardly bearable to be so reduced. Not that he was infirm, just that a dozen minor ailments conspired against his comfort, so that seldom a day passed without some irritation, an ulcerous mouth, or a chafing between the buttocks that itched furiously, fixing his attentions in the body when the urge to self-preservation called them elsewhere. The curse of age, he'd decided, was distraction, and he couldn't afford the luxury of negligent thinking. There was danger in contemplating itch and ulcer. As soon as his mind was turned, something would take out his throat. That was what the unease was telling him. Don't look away for a moment. Don't think you're safe, because, old man, I've a message for you. The worst is yet to come. Toy knocked once before entering the study. Bill? Whitehead momentarily forgot the lawn and the advancing darkness as he turned to face his friend. You got here? Of course we got here, Joe. Are we late? No. No problems. Things are fine. Good. Strauss is downstairs. In the diminishing light, Whitehead crossed to the table and poured himself a sparing glass of vodka. He had been holding off from drinking until now, a shot to celebrate Toy's safe arrival. You want one? It was a ritual question with a ritual response. No, thanks. You're going back to town, then? When you've seen Strauss. It's too late for the theater. Why don't you stay, Bill? Go back tomorrow morning when it's light. I've got business, Toy said, allowing himself the gentlest of smiles on the final word. This was another ritual, one of many between the two men. Toy's business in London, which the old man knew had nothing to do with the corporation, went unquestioned. It always had. "And what's your impression?" "Of Strauss? Much as I thought at the interview. I think he'll be fine. And if he isn't, there's plenty more where he came from. I need someone who isn't going to scare easily. Things could get very unpleasant." Toy offered a noncommittal grunt and hoped that the talk on this matter wouldn't go any further. He was tired after a day of waiting and traveling, and he wanted to look forward to the evening. This was no time to talk over that business again. Whitehead had put down his drained glass on the tray and gone back to the window. It was darkening in the room quite rapidly now, and when the old man stood with his back to Toy, he was welded by shadow into something monolithic. After 30 years in Whitehead's employ, 3 decades with scarcely a cross word spoken between them, Toy was still as much in awe of Whitehead as of some potentate with the power of life and death over him. He still took a pause to find his equilibrium before entering into Whitehead's presence. He still found traces of the stammer he'd had when they'd met returning on occasion. It was a legitimate response, he felt. The man was power, more power than he could ever hope, or indeed would ever want, to possess, and it sat with deceptive lightness on Joe Whitehead's substantial shoulders. In all their years of association, in conference or boardroom, he had never seen Whitehead want for the appropriate gesture or remark. He was simply the most confident man Toy had ever met, certain to his marrow of his own supreme worth, his skills honed to such an edge that a man could be undone by a word, gutted for life, his self-esteem drained and his career tattered. Toy had seen it done countless times, and often to men he considered his betters, which begged the question, he asked it even now, staring at Whitehead's back, why did the great man pass the time of day with him? Perhaps it was simply history. Was that it? History and sentiment? "I'm thinking of filling in the outdoor pool." Toy thanked God Whitehead had changed the subject. No talk of the past, for tonight at least. "I don't swim out there any longer, even in the summer." "Put some fishes in." Whitehead turned his head slightly to see if there was a smile on Toy's face. He never signaled a joke in the tone of his voice, and it was easy, Whitehead knew, to offend the man's sensibilities if one laughed when no joke was intended, or the other way around. Toy wasn't smiling. "Fishes?" said Whitehead. "Ornamental carp, perhaps. Aren't they called koi? Exquisite things." Toy liked the pool. At night it was lit from below, and the surface moved in mesmerizing eddies, the turquoise enchanting. If there was a chill in the air, the heated water gave off a wispy breath that melted away 6 inches from the surface. In fact, though he'd hated swimming, the pool was a favorite place of his. He wasn't certain if Whitehead knew this. He probably did. Papa knew most things, he'd found, whether they'd been voiced or not. "You like the pool," Whitehead stated. There, proof. "Yes, I do." "Then we'll keep it." "Well, not just—" Whitehead raised his hand to ward off further debate, pleased to be giving this gift. "We'll keep it," he said, "and you can fill it with koi." He sat back down in the chair. "Shall I put the lawn lights on?" Toy asked. "No," said Whitehead. The dying light from the window cast his head in bronze, a latter-day Medici perhaps, with his weary-lidded pit-set eyes, the white beard and moustache cropped nickingly close to his skin, the whole construction seemingly too weighty for the column supporting it. Aware that his eyes were boring into the old man's back, and that Joe would surely sense it, Toy sloughed off the lethargy of the room and pressed himself back into action. "Well, shall I fetch Strauss, Joe? Do you want to see him or not?" The words took an age to cross the room in the thickening darkness. For several heartbeats Toy wasn't even certain that Whitehead had heard him. Then the oracle spoke. Not a prophecy, but a question. "Will we survive, Bill?" The words were spoken so quietly they only just carried, hooked on motes of dust and wafted from his lips. Toy's heart sank. It was the old theme again, the same paranoid song. I hear more and more rumors, Bill. They can't all be groundless. He was still looking out the window. Rooks circled above the wood 1/2 a mile or so across the lawn. Was he watching them? Toy doubted it. He'd seen Whitehead like this often of late, sunk down into himself, scanning the past with his mind's eye. It wasn't a vision Toy had access to, but he could guess at Joe's present fears. He'd been there, after all, in the early days, and he knew, too, that however much he loved the old man, there were some burdens he would never be capable or willing to share. He wasn't strong enough. He was at heart still the boxer Whitehead had employed as a bodyguard 3 decades before. Now, of course, he wore a 400-pound suit, and his nails were as immaculately kept as his manners. But his mind was the same as ever, superstitious and fragile. The dreams the great dreamed were not for him, nor were their nightmares. Again Whitehead posed the haunted question. Will we survive? This time Toy felt obliged to reply. Everything's fine, Joe. You know it is. Profits up in most sectors. But evasion wasn't what the old man wanted, and Toy knew it. He let the words falter, leaving a silence, after the faltering, more wretched than ever. Toy's stare, now fixed on Whitehead again, was unblinking, and at the corners of his eyes the murk that had taken over the room began to flicker and crawl. He dropped his lids. They almost grated across his eyeballs. Patterns danced in his head, wheels, stars, and windows, and when he opened his eyes again, the night finally had a stranglehold on the interior. The bronze head remained unmoved, but it spoke, and the words seemed to come from Whitehead's bowels, dirtied with fear. "I'm afraid, Willie," he said. "All my life I've never been as frightened as I am now." He spoke slowly, without the least emphasis, as if he despised the melodrama of his words, and was refusing to magnify it further. "All these years, living without fear, I'd forgotten what it was like, how crippling it is, how it drains your willpower. I just sit here, day in, day out, locked up in this place, with the alarms, the fences, the dogs. I watch the lawn and the trees." He was watching. "And sooner or later, the light begins to fade." He paused. A long, deep hush, except for the distant crows. "I can bear the night itself. It's not pleasant, but it's unambiguous. It's twilight I can't deal with. That's when the bad sweats come over me. When the light's going, and nothing's quite real any more, quite solid, just forms, things that once had shapes." It had been a winter of such evenings, colorless drizzles that eroded distance and killed sound, weeks on end of uncertain light, when troubled dawn became troubled dusk, with no day intervening. There had been too few hard-frosted days like today, just one discouraging month upon another. "I sit here every evening now," the old man was saying. "It's a test I set myself, just to sit and watch everything eroded, defying it all." Toy could taste the profundity of Papa's despair. He hadn't been like this ever before, not even after Evangeline's death. It was almost completely dark outside and in. Without the lawn lights on, the grounds were pitch, but Whitehead still sat facing the black window, watching. "It's all there, of course," he said. "What is?" "The trees, the lawn. When dawn comes tomorrow, they'll be waiting." "Yes, of course. You know, as a child I thought somebody came and took the world away in the night, and then came back and unrolled it all again the following morning." He stirred in his seat. His hand moved to his head. Impossible to see what he was doing. "The things we believe as children, they never leave us, do they? They're just waiting for time to roll around, and us to start believing in them all over again. It's the same old patch, Bill. You know? I mean, we think we move on, we get stronger, we get wiser, but all the time we're standing on the same patch." He sighed and looked around at Toy. Light from the hallway fawned through the door, which Toy had left slightly ajar. By it, even across the room, Whitehead's eyes and cheeks glittered with tears. "You'd better put on the light, Bill," he said. "Yes, and bring up Strauss." There was no sign of his distress apparent in his voice, but then Joe was an expert at disguising his feelings. Toy knew that of old. He could close down the hoods of his eyes and seal up his mouth, and not even a mind-reader could work out what he was thinking. It was a skill he'd used to devastating effect in the boardroom. Nobody ever knew which way the old fox would jump. He'd learned the technique playing cards, presumably. That, and how to wait. 11. They had driven through the electric gates of Whitehead's estate and into another world. Lawns laid out immaculately on either side of the sepia gravel driveway. A distant aspect of woodland off to the right, which disappeared behind a line of cypresses as they bore around toward the house itself. It was late afternoon by the time they arrived, but the mellowing light only enhanced the charm of the place, its formality offset by a rising mist that blurred the scalpel edge of grass and tree. The main building was less spectacular than Marty had anticipated. Just a large Georgian country house, solid but plain, with modern extensions sprawling away from the main structure. They drove past the front door, with its white-pillared porch, to a side entrance, and Toy invited him through into the kitchen. "Put your bags down and help yourself to some coffee," he said. "I'm just going up to see the boss man. Make yourself comfortable." Alone for the first time since leaving Wandsworth, Marty felt uncomfortable. The door was open at his back. There were no locks on the windows, no officers patrolling the corridors beyond the kitchen. It was paradoxical, but he felt unprotected, almost vulnerable. After a few minutes he got up from the table, switched on the fluorescent light — night was falling quickly, and there were no automatic switches here — and poured himself a mug of black coffee from the percolator. It was heavy and slightly bitter. Brewed and rebrewed, he guessed, not like the insipid stuff he was used to. It was 25 minutes before Toy came back in, apologized for the delay, and told him that Mr. Whitehead would see him now. "Leave your bags," he said. "Luther will see to them." Toy led the way from the kitchen, which was part of the extension, into the main house. The corridors were gloomy, but everywhere Marty's eye was amazed. The building was a museum. Paintings covered the walls from floor to ceiling. On the tables and shelves were vases and ceramic figurines whose enamels gleamed. There was no time to linger, however. They wove through the maze of halls, Marty's sense of direction more confounded with every turn, until they reached the study. Toy knocked, opened the door, and ushered Marty in. With little but a badly remembered photograph of Whitehead to build upon, Marty's portrait of his new employer had been chiefly invention, and totally wrong. Where he'd imagined frailty, he found robustness. Where he'd expected the eccentricity of a recluse, he found a furrowed, subtle face that scanned him, even as he entered the study, with efficiency and humor. "Mr. Strauss," said Whitehead. "Welcome." Behind Whitehead the curtains were still open, and through the window the floodlight suddenly came on, illuminating the piercing green of the lawns for a good 200 yards. It was like a conjurer's trick, the sudden appearance of this sward, but Whitehead ignored it. He walked toward Marty. Though he was a large man, and much of his bulk had turned to fat, the weight sat on his frame quite easily. There was no sense of awkwardness. The grace of his gait, the almost oiled smoothness of his arm as he extended it to Marty, the suppleness of the proffered fingers, all suggested a man at peace with his physique. They shook hands. Either Marty was hot or the other man cold. Marty immediately took the error to be his. A man like Whitehead was surely never too hot or too cold. He controlled his temperature with the same ease he controlled his finances. Hadn't Toy dropped into their few exchanges in the car the fact that Whitehead had never been seriously ill in his life? Now Marty was face to face with the paragon, he could believe it. Not a whisper of flatulence would dare this man's bowels. "I'm Joseph Whitehead," he said. "Welcome to the sanctuary." "Thank you." "You'll have a drink? Celebrate." "Yes, please." "What will it be?" Marty's mind suddenly went blank, and he found himself gaping like a stranded fish. It was Toy, God save him, who suggested, Scotch? That'd be fine. The usual for me, said Whitehead. Come and sit down, Mr. Strauss. They sat. The chairs were comfortable, not antiques, like the tables in the corridors, but functional, modern pieces. The entire room shared this style. It was a working environment, not a museum. The few pictures on the dark blue walls looked to Marty's uneducated eye as recent as the furniture. They were large and slapdash. The most prominently placed, and the most representational, was signed Matisse, and pictured a bilious pink woman sprawled on a bilious yellow chaise longue. Your whiskey. Marty accepted the glass Toy was offering. We had Luther buy you a selection of new clothes. They're up in your room, Whitehead was telling Marty. Just a couple of suits, shirts, and so on, to start with. Later on, we'll maybe send you out shopping for yourself. He drained his glass of neat vodka before continuing. Do they still issue suits to prisoners, or did they discontinue that? Smacks of the poorhouse, I suppose. Wouldn't be too tactful in these enlightened times. People might begin to think you were criminals by necessity. Marty wasn't at all sure about this line of chat. Was Whitehead making fun of him? The monologue went on, its tenor quite friendly, while Marty tried to sort out irony from straightforward opinion. It was difficult. He was reminded in the space of a few minutes, listening to Whitehead talk, of how much subtler things were on the outside. By comparison with this man's shifting, richly inflected talk, the cleverest conversationalist in Wandsworth was an amateur. Toy slipped a second large whiskey into Marty's hand, but he scarcely noticed. Whitehead's voice was hypnotic and strangely soothing. Toy has explained your duties to you, has he? Yes, I think so. I want you to make this house your home, Strauss. Become familiar with it. There are one or two places that will be out of bounds to you. Toy will tell you where. Please observe those constraints. The rest of the place is at your disposal. Marty nodded and downed his whiskey. It ran down his gullet like quicksilver. Tomorrow. Whitehead stood up, the thought unfinished, and returned to the window. The grass shone as though freshly painted. We'll take a walk around the place, you and I. Fine. See what's to be seen. Introduce you to Bella and the others. There was more staff? Toy hadn't mentioned them, but inevitably there would be others here, guards, cooks, gardeners. The place probably swarmed with functionaries. Come talk to me tomorrow, eh? Marty drained the rest of his scotch, and Toy gestured that he should stand up. Whitehead seemed suddenly to have lost interest in them both. His assessment was over, at least for today. His thoughts were already elsewhere, his stare directed out of the window at the gleaming lawn. Yes, sir. Tomorrow. But before you come, Whitehead said, glancing around at Marty. Yes, sir. Shave off your moustache. Anybody would think you'd got something to hide. 12. Toy gave Marty a perfunctory tour of the house before taking him upstairs, promising a more thorough walkabout when time wasn't so pressing. Then he delivered Marty to a long, airy room on the top story and at the side of the house. This is yours, he said. Luther had left the suitcase and the plastic bag on the bed. Their tattiness looked out of place in the sleek utility of the room. It had, like the study, contemporary fittings. It's a bit bare at the moment, said Toy. So do whatever you want with it. If you've got photographs— Not really. Well, we ought to get something on the walls. There are some books. He nodded to the far end of the room, where several shelves groaned under a weight of volumes. But the library downstairs is at your disposal. I'll show you the layout sometime next week, when you've settled in. There's a video up here, too, and another downstairs. Again, Joe doesn't really have much interest in it, so help yourself. Sounds good. There's a small dressing room through to the left. As Joe said, you'll find some fresh clothes in there. Your bathroom is through the other door. Shower and so on. And I think that's it. I hope it's adequate. It's fine, Marty said. Toy glanced at his watch and turned to leave. Just before you go— Problem? No problem, Marty said. Jesus, no problem at all. I just want you to know I'm grateful. No need. But I am, Marty insisted. He'd been trying to find a cue for this speech since Trinity Road. "I'm very grateful. I don't know how or why you chose me, but I appreciate it." Toy was mildly discomforted by this show of feeling, but Marty was glad to have it said. "Believe me, Marty, I wouldn't have chosen you if I didn't think you could do the job. You're here now. It's up to you to make the best of it. I'm going to be around, of course, but after this you're more or less your own man." "Yes, I realize that." "I'll leave you, then. See you at the beginning of the week. Pearl's left food out for you in the kitchen, by the way. Good night." "Good night." Toy left him alone. He sat down on the bed and opened his suitcase. The badly packed clothes smelled of prison detergent, and he didn't want to take them out. Instead, he dug down to the bottom of the case until his hands found his razor and shaving foam. Then he undressed, slung his stale clothes on the floor, and went into the bathroom. It was spacious, mirrored, and seductively lit. Freshly laundered towels hung on a heated rack. There was a shower as well as a bath and a bidet. An embarrassment of waterworks. Whatever else happened to him here, he'd be clean. He switched on the mirror light and set the shaving implements down on the glass shelf above the sink. He needn't have bothered with his search. Toy, or perhaps Luther, had laid a complete shaving kit out for him. Razor, pre-shave, foam, cologne. All unopened, pristine, waiting for him. He looked at himself in the mirror. That intimate self-scrutiny which was expected of women, but which men seldom practiced except in locked bathrooms. The anxieties of the day showed on his face. His skin was anemic, and the bags under his eyes full. Like a man searching for some treasure, he plundered his face for clues. Was his past written here, he wondered, in all its grubby detail, etched perhaps too deeply to be erased? He needed some sun, no doubt of that, and decent exercise out in the open air. From tomorrow, he thought, a new regime. He'd run every day, till he was so fit he was unrecognizable. Get himself to a proper dentist, too. His gums bled worryingly often, and in one or two places they were receding from the tooth. He was proud of his teeth. They were even and strong, like his mother's. He tried his smile on the mirror, but it had lost some of its former sparkle. He'd have to exercise that, too. He was in the big wide world again, and maybe in time there'd be women to woo with that smile. His surveillance shifted from face to body. A wedge of fat was sitting on the muscle of his abdomen. He was easily a stone overweight. He'd have to work on that, watch his diet, and keep the exercise up until he was back to the 12 stone 3 he'd been when he first went to Wandsworth. The extra weight apart, he felt quite good about himself. Maybe the warm light flattered him, but prison didn't seem to have changed him radically. He still had all his hair. He wasn't scarred, except for the tattoos and a small crescent to the left of his mouth. He wasn't doped up to the eyeballs. Maybe he was a survivor after all. His hand had crept to his groin as he perused himself, and he'd idly teased himself semi-erect. He hadn't been thinking of Charmaine. If there was any lust in his arousal, it was narcissistic. Many of the cons he'd lived with had found it easy to slake their sexual thirst with their cellmates, but Marty had never been comfortable with the idea, not simply out of distaste for the acts, though he felt that acutely, but because that unnaturalness was forced upon him. It was just another way that prison humiliated a man. Instead, he'd locked his sexuality away, and used his cock for pissing and little else. Now, toying with it like a vain adolescent, he wondered if he could still use the damn thing. He ran the shower lukewarm and stepped in, slicking himself down from head to foot with lemon-scented soap. In a day of pleasures, this was perhaps the best. The water was stimulating, like standing in a spring rain. His body began to wake. Yes, that was it, he thought. I've been dead, and I'm coming back to life. He'd been buried in the asshole of the world, a hole so deep he thought he'd never scramble out of it. But he had, damn it. He was out. He rinsed and then indulged himself with a repeat of the ritual, this time running the water considerably hotter and harder, the bathroom filled with steam, and the slap of the water on the shower tiles. When he stepped out and turned the flow off, his head buzzed with heat, whiskey, and fatigue. He moved to the mirror and cleared an oval in the condensation with the ball of his fist. The water had brought new color to his cheeks. His hair was plastered to his head like a brown blonde skull-cap. He'd let it grow, he thought, as long as Whitehead didn't object, get it styled, perhaps. But there was more pressing business now, the removal of the condemned mustache. He wasn't particularly hirsute. The mustache had taken him several weeks to grow, and he'd had to tolerate the usual run of witless remarks while he was doing it. But if the boss man wanted him barefaced, who was he to argue? Whitehead's opinion on the matter had sounded more like an order than a suggestion. Despite the well-supplied cabinet in the bathroom, everything from aspirin to crab-killing preparations, there were no scissors, and he had to soap the hairs thoroughly to soften them, and then go at them directly with the razor. The blade protested, and so did his skin, but stroke by stroke his upper lip came back into view, the hard-earned mustache hitting the sink in a slop of suds, only to be sucked away down the drain. It took him half an hour to do the job to his satisfaction. He nicked himself in 2 or 3 places, and sealed the cuts as best he could with spit. By the time he'd finished, the steam had cleared from the bathroom, and only patches of mist marred his reflection. He looked at his face in the mirror. His naked upper lip was pink and vulnerable, and the groove at its center curiously over-perfect in its formation. But his sudden nudity wasn't such a bad sight. Content, he sluiced the remains of his mustache from the sides of the sink, wrapped a towel about his middle, and sauntered back into the bedroom. In the centrally heated warmth of the house, he was practically dry. No need for toweling. Weariness and hunger fought in him as he sat on the edge of the bed. There was food downstairs for him, or so Toy had said. Well, maybe he'd just lie back on this virginal sheet, head on the scented pillow, and close his eyes for half an hour, then get up and wander down to eat supper. He slung off the towel and lay on the bed, half pulling the duvet over him, and in the act of doing so fell asleep. There were no dreams, or if there were, he slept too securely to remember them. It was morning in moments. 13. If he had forgotten the geography of the house from his brief tour the previous night, it took only a sense of smell to lead him back to the kitchen. Bacon was frying, fresh coffee was being perked. At the stove stood a red-haired woman. She turned from her work and nodded. "You must be Martin," she said. Her voice carried a faint Irish inflection. "You're up late." He looked at the clock on the wall. It was a few minutes past 7. "You've got a fine morning to start." The back door was open. He crossed the expanse of the kitchen to survey the day. It was fine. Another clear sky. Frost sugared the lawn. In the misted distance he could see what looked like tennis courts, and beyond them a stand of trees. "I'm Pearl, by the way," the woman announced. "I cook for Mr. Whitehead. Hungry, are you?" "I am now I'm down here." "We believe in breakfast here. Something to set you up for the day." She was busy transferring bacon from the frying pan on the stove to the oven. The work surface beside the hob was littered with food, tomatoes, sausages, slices of black pudding. "There's coffee on the side there. Help yourself." The percolator burped and fizzed as he poured himself a mug of coffee, the same dark but fragrant roast he'd tasted the night before. "You'll have to get used to using the kitchen when I'm not here. I don't live in. I just come and go." "Who cooks for Mr. Whitehead when you're away?" "He likes to do it himself on occasion, but you'll have to put in a hand." "I can scarcely boil water." "You'll learn." She turned to look at him, egg in hand. She was older than he'd at first thought, maybe 50. "Don't fret yourself about it," she said. "How hungry?" "Ravenous." "I left a cold spread out last night." "I fell asleep." She broke one egg into the frying pan, and then a second, as she said, "Mr. Whitehead doesn't have fancy tastes, except for his strawberries. He won't be expecting soufflés, don't worry. Most of the stuff's in the freezer next door. All you have to do is unwrap it and put it in the microwave." Marty scanned the kitchen, taking in all the equipment. Food processor, microwave oven, electric carving knife. Behind him, mounted on the wall, was a row of television screens. He hadn't noticed them last night. Before he could inquire about them, however, Pearl was offering further gastronomic details. "He often gets hungry in the middle of the night, or so Nick used to say. He keeps such funny hours, you see." "Who's Nick?" "Your predecessor. He left just before Christmas. I quite liked him, but Bill said he got a little light-fingered." "I see." She shrugged. "Still, you can't tell, can you? I mean, he—" She halted in mid-sentence, quietly cursing her tongue, and covered her embarrassment by coaxing the eggs out of the pan and onto the plate to join the food she'd already assembled there. Marty finished her thought out loud for her. "He didn't look like a thief. Is that what you were going to say?" "I didn't mean it like that," she insisted, transferring the plate from stove to table. "Careful, the plate's hot." Her face had gone the color of her hair. "It's all right," Marty told her. "I liked Nick," she reiterated. "Really, I did. I've broken one of the eggs, I'm sorry." Marty looked down at the full plate. One of the yolks had indeed broken and was pooling around a fried tomato. "Looks fine to me," he said with genuine appetite, and set to eating. Pearl refilled his mug, found a cup for herself, filled that, and sat down with him. "Bill speaks very highly of you," she said. "I wasn't sure he'd taken to me at first." "Oh, yes," she said, "very much. Partly because of your boxing, of course. He used to be a professional boxer himself." "Really? I thought he'd have told you. This is 30 years ago, before he worked for Mr. Whitehead. You want some toast?" "If there's some going." She got up and cut 2 slices of white bread, then slipped them into the toaster. She hesitated a moment before returning to the table. "I really am sorry," she said. "About the egg?" "About mentioning Nick and thieving." "I asked," Marty replied. "Besides, you've every right to be cautious. I'm an ex-con. Not even ex, really. I could go back if I put a foot wrong." He loathed saying this, as if the mere speaking of the words made the possibility more real. "But I'm not going to let Mr. Toy down, or myself. Okay?" She nodded, clearly relieved that nothing had been soured between them, and sat down again to finish her coffee. "You're not like Nick," she said. "I can tell that already." "Was he odd?" Marty said. "Glass eye or something?" "Well, he wasn't—" She seemed to regret this fresh line of conversation before it was begun. "It's no matter," she said, dismissing it. "No, go on." "Well, for what it's worth, I think he had debts." Marty tried not to register anything but the mildest interest. But something must have showed in his eyes, a flicker of panic, perhaps. Pearl frowned. "What sort of debts?" he asked lightly. The toast popped up, claiming Pearl's attention. She crossed to fetch the slices and brought them back to the table. "Excuse fingers," she said. "Thanks." "I don't know how much he owed." "No, I don't mean how big. I meant, where did they come from?" Was he making this sound like an idle inquiry, he wondered, or was she able to see from the way he clutched his fork, or his sudden loss of appetite, that this was a significant question? He had to ask it, however it might seem to her. She thought for a moment before answering. When she did, there was something of the street-corner gossip in her slightly lowered voice. Whatever came next was to be a secret between them. "He used to come down here at all times of the day and make telephone calls. He told me he was calling people in the business. He was a stuntman, you see, or had been. But I soon cottoned on that he was making bets. It's my guess that's where the debts came from. Gambling." Somehow Marty had known the answer before it came. It begged, of course, another question. Was it just coincidence that Whitehead had employed 2 bodyguards, both at some point in their lives gamblers? Both, it now appeared, thieves for their hobby? Toy had never shown much interest in that aspect of Marty's life, but then maybe all the salient facts were in the file that Somervale had always carried. The psychologist's reports, the trial transcripts, everything Toy would ever need to know about the compulsion that had driven Marty to theft. He tried to shrug off the discomfort he felt about all this. What the hell did it matter? It was old news. He was healthy now. "You finished with your plate?" "Yes, thanks." "More coffee?" I'll get it. Pearl took the plate from in front of Marty, scraped the uneaten food onto a second plate. "For the birds," she said, and started to load plates, cutlery, and pans alike into the dishwasher. Marty refilled his mug and watched her at work. She was an attractive woman. Middle age suited her. "How many staff does Whitehead have altogether?" "Mr. Whitehead," she said, gently correcting him. "Staff? Well, there's me. I come and go, like I said. And there's Mr. Toy, of course. He doesn't live here either, right? He stays overnight when they have conferences here." "Is that regular?" "Oh, yes. There's a lot of meetings go on in the house, people in and out all the time. That's why Mr. Whitehead's so security-conscious." "Does he ever go down to London?" "Not now," she said. "He used to jet around quite a bit, off to New York or Hamburg, or some such place. But not now. Now he just stays here all year round and makes the rest of the world come to him. Where was I?" "Staff." "Oh, yes. The place used to swarm with people, security staff, servants, upstairs maids. But then he went through a very suspicious patch, thought one of them might poison him or murder him in his bath. So he sacked them all, just like that. Said he was happier with just a few of us, the ones he trusted. That way he wasn't surrounded by people he didn't know." "He doesn't know me." "Maybe not yet, but he's canny, like nobody I've ever met." The telephone rang. She picked it up. He knew it must be Whitehead on the other end. Pearl looked caught in the act. "Oh, yes. It's my fault. I kept him talking. Right away." The receiver was quickly replaced. "Mr. Whitehead's waiting for you. You'd better hurry. He's with the dogs." 14. The kennels were located behind a group of outhouses, once stables perhaps, 200 yards to the back of the main house. A sprawling collection of breeze-block sheds and wire mesh enclosures. They had been built simply to fulfill their function, with no thought for architectural felicities. They were an eyesore. It was chilly out in the open air, and crossing the crusty grass toward the kennels, Marty had rapidly regretted his shirt-sleeves. But there had been an urgency in Pearl's voice as she sent him on his way, and he didn't want to leave Whitehead. No, he must learn to think of the man as Mr. Whitehead, waiting longer than he already had. As it was, the great man seemed unruffled by his late arrival. "I thought we'd take a look at the dogs this morning. Then maybe we'll make a tour of the grounds, yes?" "Yes, sir." He was dressed in a heavy black coat, the thick fur collar of which cradled his head. "You like dogs?" "You asking me honestly, sir?" "Of course." "Not much." "Was your mother bitten, or were you?" There was a twitch of a smile in the bloodshot eyes. "Neither of us that I can remember, sir." Whitehead grunted. "Well, you're about to meet the tribe, Strauss, whether you like them or not. It's important they get to recognize you. They're trained to tear intruders apart. We don't want them making any mistakes." A figure had emerged from one of the larger sheds, carrying a choke chain. It took 2 glances for Marty to work out whether the newcomer was male or female. The cropped hair, the shabby anorak, and the boots all suggested masculinity. But there was something in the molding of the face that betrayed the illusion. "This is Lillian. She looks after the dogs." The woman nodded a greeting without even glancing at Marty. At her appearance, several dogs, large, shaggy Alsatians, had emerged from the kennels into the concrete run and were sniffing at her through the wire, whining a welcome. She shushed them unsuccessfully. The welcome escalated into barks, and now 1 or 2 were standing on their hind legs, man-height against the mesh, their tails wagging furiously. The din worsened. "Be quiet," she snapped across to them, and almost all were chastened into silence. One male, however, larger than the rest, still stood against the wire, demanding attention, until Lillian drew off her leather glove and put her fingers through the mesh to scratch his deep-furred throat. "Martin here has taken over in Nick's stead," said Whitehead. "He'll be here all the time from now on. I thought he should meet the dogs, and have the dogs meet him." "Makes sense," Lillian replied without enthusiasm. "How many are there?" Marty inquired. "Fully grown?" 9. 5 males, 4 females. This is Saul, she said, speaking of the dog she was still stroking. He's the oldest and the biggest. The male over in the corner is Job. He is one of Saul's sons. He's not too well at the moment. Job had half lain down in the corner of the enclosure and was licking his testicles with some enthusiasm. He seemed to know he had become the center of conversation, because he looked up from his toilet for a moment. In the look he gave them there was everything Marty hated about the species, the threat, the shiftiness, the barely subdued resentment of its masters. "The bitches are over there." There were 2 dogs trotting up and down the length of the enclosure. The lighter one's Dido, and the darker's Zoe. It was odd to hear these brutes called by such names. It seemed wholly inappropriate, and surely they resented the woman's christenings, mocked her probably behind her back. "Come over here," Lillian said, summoning Marty as she might one of her pack. Like them, he came. "Saul," she said to the animal behind the wire, "this is a friend." "Come closer," she told Marty. "He can't smell you from over there." The dog had dropped down onto all 4s. Marty approached the wire cautiously. "Don't be afraid. Go right up to him. Let him get a good sniff of you." "They don't like fear," said Whitehead. "Isn't that right, Lillian?" "That's right. If they smell it on you, they know they've got you. Then they're merciless. You have to stand up to them." Marty approached the dog. It looked up at him testily. He stared back. "Don't try and outstare him," Lillian advised. "It makes the dog aggressive. Just let him get your scent, so he knows you." Saul sniffed at Marty's legs and crotch through the mesh, much to Marty's discomfort. Then, apparently satisfied, he wandered away. "Good enough," said Lillian. "Next time no wire, and in a while you'll be handling him." She was taking some pleasure in Marty's unease, he was sure of it, but he said nothing. Just let her lead the way into the largest of the sheds. "Now you must meet Bella," she said. Inside the kennels, the smell of disinfectant, stale urine, and dogs was overpowering. Lillian's entrance was greeted with another sustained round of barking and wire-pawing. The shed had a walkway down the center, with cages off to the right and left. 2 of these held a single dog, both bitches, one considerably smaller than the other. Lillian rolled off the details as they passed each cage, the dogs' names, and their place on the incestuous family tree. Marty attended to all she was saying, and immediately forgot it again. His mind was otherwise occupied. It wasn't just the intimate presence of the dogs that unnerved him, but the suffocating familiarity of this interior, the walkway, the cells with their concrete floors, their blankets, their bare bulbs. It was like home from home, and now he began to see the dogs in a new light, saw another meaning in Job's baleful glance as he looked up from his ablutions, understood better than Lillian or Whitehead ever could how these prisoners must view him and his species. He stopped to look into one of the cages, not out of any particular interest, but to focus on something other than the anxiety he felt in this claustrophobic hut. "What's this one called?" he asked. The dog in the cage was at the door, another sizable male, though not on the scale of Saul. "That's Lorus," Lillian replied. The dog looked friendlier than the others, and Marty overcame his nerves and went down on his haunches in the narrow corridor, extending a tentative hand toward the cage. "He'll be fine with you," she said. Marty put his fingers to the mesh. Lorus sniffed them inquisitively. His nose was damp and cold. "Good dog," Marty said. "Lorus." The dog began to wag its tail, happy to be named by this sweating stranger. "Good dog." Down here, closer to the blankets and the straw, the smell of excrement and fur was even stronger. But the dog was delighted that Marty had come down to its level, and was attempting to lick his fingers through the wire. Marty felt the fear in him dispelled by the dog's enthusiasm. Far from meaning him harm, it showed unalloyed pleasure. Only now did he become aware of Whitehead's scrutiny. The old man was standing a few feet off to his left, his bulk entirely blocking the narrow passage between the cages, watching intently. Marty stood up self-consciously, leaving the dog to whine and wag below him, and followed Lillian further down the line of cages. The dog-keeper was singing the praises of another member of the tribe. Marty tuned into her conversation. "And this is Bella," she announced. Her voice had softened. There was a dreamy quality in it that he hadn't caught before. When Marty reached the cage into which she was pointing, he saw why. Bella half lay and half sat in the mesh shadows at the end of her cage, arranged like a black-snouted Madonna on a bed of blankets and straw, with blind pups suckling at her teats. Setting eyes on her, Marty's reservations about the dogs evaporated. 6 pups, Lillian announced as proudly as if they were her own, all strong and healthy. More than strong and healthy, they were beautiful, fat balls of contentment, nestling against each other in the luxury of their mother's lap. It seemed inconceivable that creatures so vulnerable could grow into iron-gray lords like Saul, or suspicious rebels like Job. Bella, sensing a newcomer among her congregation, pricked up her ears. Her head was superbly proportioned, tones of sable and gold mingling in her coat to glamorous effect, her brown eyes vigilant but soft in the half-light. She was so finished, so completely herself. The only response to her presence, and one that Marty willingly granted, was awe. Lillian peered through the wire, introducing Marty to this mother of mothers. "This is Mr. Strauss, Bella," she said. "You'll see him now and again. He's a friend." There was no baby-talk condescension in Lillian's voice. She spoke to the dog as to an equal, and despite Marty's initial uncertainty about the woman, he found himself warming to her. Love wasn't an easy thing to come by. He knew that to his cost. Whatever shape it came in, it made sense to respect it. Lillian loved this dog, her grace, her dignity. It was a love he could approve of, if not entirely understand. Bella sniffed the air and seemed satisfied that she had the measure of Marty. Lillian reluctantly turned from the cage to Strauss. "She might even take to you, given time. She's a great seductress, you know, a great seductress." Behind them, Whitehead grunted at this sentimental nonsense. "Shall we look over the grounds?" he suggested impatiently. "I think we're done here." "Come back when you've settled in," Lillian said. Her manner had defrosted noticeably since Marty had shown some appreciation of her charges, "and I'll put them through their paces for you." "Thanks, I will." "I wanted you to see the dogs," Whitehead said as they left the enclosures behind and started at a brisk pace across the lawn to the perimeter fence. That was only part of the reason for the visit, though. Marty knew that damn well. Whitehead had intended the experience as a salutary reminder of what Marty had left behind him. There, but for the grace of Joseph Whitehead, he would go again. Well, the lesson was learned. He'd jump through hoops of fire for the old man rather than go back into the custody of corridors and cells. There wasn't even a Bella there. No sublime and secret mother locked away in the heart of Wandsworth. Just lost men like himself. The day was warming. The sun was up, a pale lemon balloon drifting above the rookery, and the frost was melting from the lawns. For the first time, Marty began to get some sense of the scale of the estate. Distances opened up to either side of them. He could see water, a lake, or a river, perhaps, shining beyond a bank of trees. On the west side of the house there were rows of cypresses, suggesting walkways, fountains, perhaps. To the other side, a banked garden surrounded by a low stone wall. It would take him weeks to get the layout of the place. They had reached the double fence that ran right around the estate, a good 10 feet high. Both fences were topped by sharpened steel struts that curved out toward the would-be intruder. These were in turn crowned with spirals of barbed wire. The whole construction hummed almost imperceptibly with an electric charge. Whitehead regarded it with evident satisfaction. "Impressive, eh?" Marty nodded. Again the sight woke echoes. "It offers a measure of security," Whitehead said. He turned left at the fence and began to walk its length, the conversation, if that it could be called, coming from him in the form of a series of non-sequiturs, as if he were too impatient with the elliptical structure of normal exchanges to bear with it. He simply threw statements, or clusters of remarks, down, and expected Marty to make whatever sense he could of them. "It's not a perfect system. Fences, dogs, cameras. You saw the screens in the kitchen? Yes. I've got the same upstairs. The cameras offer total surveillance day and night. He jerked a thumb up at one of the camera's floodlights mounted beside them. There was one set on every 10th upright. They swiveled back and forth slowly, like the heads of mechanical birds. Luther'll show you how to run through them in sequence. Cost a small fortune to install, and I'm not sure it's more than cosmetic. These people aren't fools. You've had break-ins? Not here. At the London house it used to happen all the time. Of course, that was when I was more visible. The unrepentant tycoon. Evangeline and me in every scandal sheet. The open sewer of Fleet Street. It never fails to appall me. I thought you owned a newspaper. Been reading up on me? Not exactly. I don't believe the biographies, or the gossip columns, or even Who's Who. They lie. I lie. He finished the declension, entertained by his own cynicism. He, she, or it lies. Scribblers, dirt peddlers. Contemptible, the lot of them. Was that what he was keeping out with these lethal fences, dirt peddlers? A fortress against a tide of scandal and shit? If so, it was an elaborate way to go about it. Marty wondered if this wasn't simply monstrous egotism. Was the hemisphere that interested in the private life of Joseph Whitehead? "What are you thinking, Mr. Strauss?" "About the fences," Marty lied, proving Whitehead's earlier point. "No, Strauss," Whitehead corrected him. "You're thinking, what have I got myself into, locked up with a lunatic?" Marty sensed any further denial would sound like guilt. He said nothing. "Isn't that the conventional wisdom where I'm concerned? The failing plutocrat, festering in solitude. Don't they say that about me?" "Something like that," Marty finally replied. "And still you came?" "Yes." "Of course you came. You thought that however offbeat I am, nothing could be as bad as another stretch behind locked doors. Isn't that right? And you wanted out. At any cost. You were desperate." "Of course I wanted out. Anybody would." "I'm glad you admit to that, because your wanting gives me considerable power over you, don't you think? You daren't cheat me. You must cleave to me the way the dogs cleave to Lillian, not because she represents their next meal, but because she's their world. You must make me your world, Mr. Strauss. My preservation, my sanity, my smallest comfort must be uppermost in your mind every waking moment. If it is, I promise you freedoms you never dreamed of experiencing, the kind of freedoms that are only in the gift of very wealthy men. If not, I will put you back in the prison with your record book irredeemably spoiled. Understand me?" "I understand." Whitehead nodded. "Come, then," he said. "Walk beside me." He turned and walked on. The fence swung around behind the back of the woods at this point, and rather than plunging into the undergrowth, Whitehead suggested they truncate their journey by heading toward the pool. "One tree looks much like the next to me," he commented. "You can come here and trudge around to your heart's content later on." They skirted the edge of the woods long enough for Marty to get an impression of their density, however. The trees hadn't been systematically planted. This was no regimented Forestry Commission reserve. They stood close to each other, their limbs intertwined, a mixture of deciduous varieties and pines all fighting for growing space. Only occasionally, where an oak or a lime stood bare-branched this early in the year, did light bless the undergrowth. He promised himself a return here before spring prettified it. Whitehead summoned Marty's thoughts back into focus. "From now on, I expect you to be within summoning distance most of the time. I don't want you with me every moment of the day. Just need you in the vicinity. On occasion, and only with my permission, you'll be permitted to leave on your own. You can drive?" "Yes." "Well, there's no shortage of cars, so we'll sort something out for you. This isn't strictly within the guidelines set out by the parole board. Their recommendation was that you remain, as it were, in custody here for 6 probationary months. But I frankly see no reason to prevent you visiting your loved ones, at least when there are other people around to look after my welfare." "Thank you, I appreciate it." "I'm afraid I can't allow you any time just at the moment. Your presence here is vital." Problems? My life is constantly threatened, Strauss. I, or rather my offices, receive hate mail all the time. The difficulty is in separating the crank who spends his time writing filth to public figures from the genuine assassin. Why should anyone want to assassinate you? I'm one of the wealthiest men outside America. I own companies that employ tens of thousands of people. I own tracts of land so large I could not walk them in the years remaining to me if I began now. I own ships, art, horseflesh. It's easy to make an icon of me, to think that if I and my life were brought down, there'd be peace on earth and goodwill to men. I see. Sweet dreams, he said bitterly. The pace of their march had begun to slow. The great man's breath was rather shorter now than it had been half an hour before. Listening to him talk, it was easy to forget his advanced years. His opinions had all the absolutism of youth. No room here for the mellowness of advancing years, for ambiguity or doubt. "I think it's time we headed back," he said. The monologue had finally lapsed, and Marty had no taste for further talk, no energy either. Whitehead's style, with its unsignaled swerves and bends, had exhausted him. He'd have to get used to the pose of the attentive listener, find a face to use when these lectures began, and put it on. Learn to nod knowingly in the right places, to murmur platitudes at the appropriate breaks in the flow. It would take a while, but he'd get the trick of handling Whitehead in time. "This is my fortress, Mr. Strauss," the old man announced as they approached the house. It didn't look particularly garrisoned. The brick was too warm to be stern. "Its sole function is to keep me from harm." "Like me. Like you, Mr. Strauss." Behind the house, one of the dogs had started barking. The solo rapidly became a chorus. "Feeding time," Whitehead said. 15. It took several weeks living on the estate for Marty to understand fully the rhythm of the Whitehead household. Like the benign dictatorship it was, the shape of each day was defined absolutely by Whitehead's plans and whims. As the old man had told Marty that first day, the house was a shrine to him. His worshippers came daily to touch the hem of his opinion. Some of their faces he recognized, captains of industry, 2 or 3 government ministers, one of whom had recently left office in disgrace. Was he coming here, Marty wondered, asking for forgiveness or retribution? Pundits, guardians of public morality. Many people Marty knew by sight but couldn't name, even more he didn't know at all. He was introduced to none of them. Once or twice a week he might be asked to remain in the room while the meetings were held, but more often than not he was required only to be within hailing distance. Wherever he was invisible as far as most of the guests were concerned, ignored, treated at best as part of the furniture. At first it was irritating. Everyone in the house had a name but him, it seemed. As time passed, however, he grew to be glad of his anonymity. He wasn't required to give an opinion on everything, so he could let his mind drift with no danger of being called into the conversation. It was good, too, to be dislocated from the concerns of these almighty people. Their lives seemed, he thought, fraught and artificial. He saw in many of their faces looks he recognized from his years in Wandsworth, the constant fretting over minor jibes, over their places in the hierarchy. The rules might be more civil in this circle than in Wandsworth, but the struggles, he began to understand, were fundamentally the same. All power games of one kind or another. He was pleased to have no part in them. Besides, his mind had more important issues to mull over. For one thing, there was Charmaine. More out of curiosity than passion, perhaps, he had begun to think about her a good deal. He found himself wondering how her body looked 7 years on. Did she still shave the thin line of hair that ran down from her navel to her pubes? Did her fresh sweat still smell so pungent? He wondered, too, if she still loved love the way she had. She had shown more unreserved appetite for the physical act than any woman he'd known. That was one of the reasons he'd married her. Was it still so? And if it was, with whom did she slake her thirst? He turned these and a dozen other questions about her over and over in his head, and promised himself that at the first opportunity he'd go and see her. The weeks saw his physique improve. The strict regime of exercise he'd set for himself that first night began as a torment, but after a few days of punished and complaining muscles, the exertion began to bear fruit. He got up at 5:30 each morning and took an hour-long run around the grounds. After a week of following the same circuit, he altered the route, which allowed him to explore the estate at the same time as exercising. There was a great deal to see. Spring hadn't arrived in force yet, but there were stirrings. Crocuses were beginning to show themselves, as were the spears of daffodils. On the trees, fat buds were starting to split. Leaves were unfurling. It had taken him almost a week to cover the estate fully, and to work out the relation of one part of it to another. Now he more or less had a grasp of the arrangement. He knew the lake, the dovecote, the swimming pool, the tennis courts, the kennels, the woods, and the gardens. One morning, when the sky was exceptionally clear, he had circuited the entire grounds, hugging the fence all the way around the estate, even when it threaded its way along the back of the woods. He now reckoned he had as thorough a knowledge of the place as anyone, including its owner. It was a joy, not just the exploration and the freedom of running miles without someone looking over your shoulder all the time, but the reacquaintance with a dozen natural spectacles. He loved being up to watch the sunrise, and it was almost as though he was running to meet it, as though dawn was for him and him alone, a promise of light and warmth and light to come. He soon lost the ring of flab around his middle. The divide of his abdominal showed again. The washboard stomach he'd always been so proud of as a younger man, and thought he'd lost forever. Muscles he'd forgotten he had came back into play, at first to make their presence felt and aching, then to simply live a glowing, ruddy life. He was sweating out years of frustration and showering it away, and he was lighter for it. He was aware once more of his body as a system, its parts correspondence, its health dependent on balance and respectful usage. If Whitehead noted any change in his manner or physique, no comment was made. But Toy, on one of his trips up to the house from London, immediately registered the change in him. Marty noted an alteration in Toy, too, but for the worse. It wasn't plausible to comment on how weary he looked. Marty felt their relationship wouldn't yet allow for such familiarity. He just hoped Toy wasn't suffering from something serious. The sudden wasting of his wide face suggested a devouring somewhere in the man's innards. The nimbleness in his step, which Marty put down to Toy's years in the ring, had also gone. There were other mysteries here, besides Toy's decline. For one thing, there was the collection, the works of the great masters that lined the corridors of the sanctuary. They were neglected. Nobody had dusted their surfaces in months, perhaps years, and in addition to the yellowing varnish that dimmed their fineness, they were further spoiled by a layer of grime. Marty had never had much taste for art, but given time to look at these pictures, he found his appetite for it good. Many of them, the portraits and the religious works, he didn't really like. They weren't of people he knew or events he understood. But in a small hallway on the first floor that led to the extension that had been Evangeline's suite, and was now the sauna and solarium, he found two paintings that caught his imagination. They were both landscapes, by the same anonymous hand, and to judge by their poky location, they were not great works, but their curious amalgam of real scenery, trees and winding roads under blue and yellow skies, with totally fanciful details, a dragon with speckled wings devouring a man on that road, a flight of women levitating above the forest, a distant city burning. This marriage of real and unreal was so persuasively painted that Marty found himself going back and back again to these two haunted canvases, finding more fantastical detail hidden in thicket or heat haze each time he went. The paintings weren't the only thing that whetted his curiosity. The upper floor of the main house, where Whitehead had a suite of rooms, was entirely out of bounds to him, and he was more than once tempted to slip up when he knew the old man was otherwise engaged, to nose around the forbidden territory. He suspected Whitehead used the top story as a vantage point from which to spy on his acolytes' comings and goings. That went some way to explaining the other mystery. The sense he had running his circuits that he was being watched. But he resisted the temptation to investigate. It was perhaps more than his job was worth. When he wasn't working, he spent much of his time in the library. There, if he felt curious about the outside world, were current issues of Time magazine, the Washington Post, the Times, and several other journals. Le Monde, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, the New York Times, which Luther brought in. He would flick through them looking for tidbits, sometimes taking them down to the sauna and reading them there. When he tired of newspapers, there were thousands of books to choose from, not, to his delight, all intimidating tomes. There were plenty of those, the assembled classics of world literature, but beside them on the shelves were tattered, well-thumbed paperback editions of science fiction books, their covers lurid, the copy on them paradigms of excess. Marty began to read them, picking those with the most suggestive covers first. There was also the video. Toy had supplied him with a dozen tapes of boxing highlights, which Marty was systematically viewing, rerunning favorite victories to his heart's content. He could sit all evening watching the matches, awed by the economy and the grace of the great fighters. Toy, ever thoughtful, had also supplied a couple of pornographic tapes, handing them across to Marty with a conspiratorial smile and some comment about not eating them all at once. The tapes were copies of storyless loops, anonymous couples and trios who threw off their clothes in the first 30 seconds and got down to the nitty-gritty inside a minute. Nothing sophisticated. But they served a useful purpose, and, as Toy had obviously guessed, good air, exercise, and optimism were doing wonders for Marty's libido. There was going to come a time when self-abuse in front of a video screen was not going to be satisfaction enough. Increasingly, Marty dreamed of Charmaine, unambiguous dreams set in the bedroom of number 26. Frustration gave him courage, and the next time he saw Toy, he asked to be allowed to go and see her. Toy promised to ask the boss about it, but nothing had come of it. In the meanwhile, he had to be content with tapes and their stage-managed gasps and grunts. Systematically, he began to put names to the faces that appeared most regularly at the house, Whitehead's most trusted advisers. Toy, of course, was regularly in evidence. There was also a lawyer called Ottaway, a thin, well-dressed man of 40 or so, whom Marty took a dislike to when he first overheard the man's conversation. Ottaway spoke with that air of the legal fan-dancer, all tease and cover-ups, that Marty had experienced first-hand. It brought back sour memories. There was another, called Kurtzinger, a sober-suited individual with an excruciating taste in ties, and a worse one in colognes, who, though often in Ottaway's company, seemed far more benign. He was one of the few who actually acknowledged Marty's presence in a room, usually with a small sharp nod. On one occasion, celebrating some deal that had just been made, Kurtzinger had slipped a large cigar into the pocket of Marty's jacket. After that, Marty would have forgiven him anything. The third face that seemed to be in regular attendance at Whitehead's side was the most enigmatic of the three, a swarthy troll of a man called Deuce. Here was a Cassius to Toy's Brutus. His immaculate pale grey suits, his meticulously folded handkerchiefs, the precision of his every gesture, all spoke of an obsessive whose rituals of tidiness were designed to counter the excess of his physicality. But there was more. An undercurrent of danger about the man that Marty's years in Wandsworth had taught him to be alive to. In fact, it was there and the others too. Beneath Ottaway's frigid exterior and Kurtzinger's sugar coating, there were men who were not, it was Somervale's phrase, entirely savory. At first Marty dismissed the feeling as lower-class prejudice, a nobody mistrusting the rich and influential on principle. But the more meetings he sat in on, the more heated debates he was peripheral to, the more certain he became that there was in their dealings a scarcely concealed subtext of deceit, even of criminality. Much of their talk he scarcely understood. The subtleties of the stock market were a closed book to him, but the civilized vocabulary could not completely sanitize the essential drift. They were interested in the mechanics of deception, how to manipulate the law and the market alike. Their exchanges were littered with talk of tax avoidance, of selling between subsidiaries to inflate prices artificially, of packaging placebos as panaceas. There was no apology implicit in their stance. On the contrary, the talk of illicit maneuvers, of political allegiances bought and sold, were positively applauded, and among these manipulators Whitehead was the kingpin. In his presence they were reverential. Out of it, as they jockeyed for position closest to his feet, they were ruthless. He could and did silence them with a half-lifted hand. His every word was venerated, as if it fell from the lips of a messiah. The charade amused Marty mightily. But, applying the rule of thumb he had learned in prison, he knew that in order to earn such devotion Whitehead must have sinned more deeply than his admirers. In cunning, he didn't doubt Whitehead's skills. He'd experienced his powers of persuasion already. But as time went by, the other question burned more brightly. Was he also a thief? And if not that, what was his crime? 16. Ease, she came to understand as she watched the runner from her window, is all. If not all, it was the best part of what she delighted in, watching him. She didn't know his name, though she could have inquired. It pleased her more to have him anonymous, an angel dressed in a grey track-suit, his breath of flux of mist at his lips as he ran. She'd heard Pearl talk of the new bodyguard, and presumed this was he. Did it really matter what his name was? Such details could only weigh down her myth-making. It was a bad time for her for many reasons, and on those defeated mornings, sitting at her window, having scarcely slept the night before, the sight of the angel running across the lawn or flickering between the cypress trees was a sign she clung to, a portent of better times to come. The regularity of his appearance was something she came to count on, and when sleep was good and she missed him in the morning, she felt an undeniable sense of loss for the rest of the day, and would make a special point of keeping her rendezvous with him next morning. But she couldn't bring herself to leave the Sunshine Island, to cross so many dangerous reefs to get where he was. Even to signal her existence in the house to him risked too much. She wondered if he was much of a detective. If he was, perhaps he had discovered her presence in the house by some witty means, seen her cigarette stubs in the kitchen sink, or smelled the scent of her in a room she had left scant minutes before. Or perhaps angels, being divinities, needed no such devices. Perhaps he simply knew, without the clues, that she was there, standing behind the sky at a window, or pressed behind a locked door when he went whistling down the corridor. There was no use in reaching for him, though, even if she could have found the courage. What would she have to say to him? Nothing. And when, inevitably, he sighed his irritation with her and turned his back, she would be lost in a no-man's land, isolated from the one place she felt secure, that Sunshine Island that came to her out of a pure white cloud, that place that poppies bled to give her. "You've eaten nothing today," Pearl chided. It was a familiar complaint. "You'll waste away." "Leave me be, will you?" "I'll have to tell him, you know." "No, Pearl." Caris gave Pearl a pleading look. "Don't say anything, please. You know how he gets. I'll hate you if you say anything." Pearl stood at the door with the tray, disapproval on her face. She wasn't about to crumble at the appeal or at the blackmail. "Are you trying to starve yourself again?" she asked unsympathetically. "No, I just don't have much appetite, that's all." Pearl shrugged. "I don't understand you," she said. "Half the time you look suicidal. Today—" Caris smiled radiantly. "It's your life," the woman said. "Before you go, Pearl—" "What?" "Tell me about the runner." Pearl looked bemused. It wasn't like the girl to show any interest in goings-on in the house. She stayed up here behind locked doors and dreamed. But today she was insistent. "The one who races himself every morning. In the tracksuit. Who is he?" Where was the harm in telling her? Curiosity was a sign of health, and she had too little of either. "His name's Marty." Marty. Caris tried the name in her head, and it fitted him fine. The angel's name was Marty. "Marty what?" "I can't remember." Caris stood up. The smile had gone. She had that hard look that she got when she really wanted something, the corners of her mouth pulled down. It was a look she shared with Mr. Whitehead, and it intimidated Pearl. Caris knew that. "You know my memory?" Pearl said apologetically. "I don't remember his surname." "Well, who is he?" "Your father's bodyguard. He's taken over from Nick," Pearl replied. "He's an ex-prisoner, apparently. Robbery with violence." "Really?" "And rather lacking in social graces." "Marty." "Strauss," Pearl said with a note of triumph. "Martin Strauss, that's it." There. He was named, Caris thought. There was a primitive power in naming someone. It gave you a handle on a person. Martin Strauss. "Thank you," she said, genuinely pleased. "Why do you want to know?" "Just wondered who he was. People come and go." "Well, I think he's staying," Pearl said, and left the room. As she closed the door, Caris said, "Does he have a middle name?" But Pearl didn't hear. It was strange to think the runner had been a prisoner, still was a prisoner in a way, racing around and around the grounds, breathing in clear air, breathing out clouds, frowning as he ran. Perhaps he'd understand, more than the old man or Toy or Pearl, what it felt like to be on the Sunshine Island and not know how to get off. Or worse, to know how, but never to dare it, for fear of never getting back to safety. Now that she knew his name and his crimes, the romance of his morning run wasn't spoiled by the information. He still trailed glory, but now she saw the weight in his body when previously she'd seen only the lightness of his step. She decided, after an age of indecision, that watching was not going to be enough. As Marty became fitter, so he demanded more of himself during his morning run. The circuit he made grew bigger, though by now he was covering the larger distance in the same time as he had the shorter. Sometimes, to add spice to the exercise, he'd plunge into the woods, careless of the undergrowth and the low branches, his even stride degenerating into an ad hoc collection of leaps and dashes. On the other side of the woods was the weir, and here, if he was in the mood, he might halt for a few minutes. There were herons here, 3 that he'd seen. It would soon be nesting time, and they would presumably pair off. He wondered what would happen to the 3rd bird then. Would it fly off in search of its own mate, or linger, thinking adulterous thoughts? The weeks ahead would tell. Some days, fascinated by the way Whitehead watched him from the top of the house, he'd slow as he passed by, hoping to catch his face, but the watcher was too careful to be caught. And then one morning she was waiting at the dovecote for him as he made the long curve back toward the house, and he knew at once that he'd been wrong about it being the old man who'd been spying. This was the cautious observer at the upper window. It was barely 6:45 in the morning, and still chilly. She'd been waiting a while, to judge by the flush on her cheeks and nose. Her eyes were shining with cold. He stopped, puffing out steam like a traction engine. "Hello, Marty," she said. "Hello." "You don't know me." "No." She hugged her duffel coat more tightly around her. She was skinny and looked 20 at the most. Her eyes, so dark a brown they looked black at 3 paces, were in him like claws. The ruddy face was wide, and without makeup. She looked, he thought, hungry. He looked, she thought, ravenous. "You're the one from upstairs?" he ventured. "Yes. You didn't mind me spying, did you?" she inquired guilelessly. "Why should I?" She extended a slim, gloveless hand to the stone of the dovecote. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she said. The building had never struck Marty as even interesting before, simply as a landmark by which to pace his run. "It's one of the biggest dovecotes in England," she said. "Did you know that?" "No." "Ever been in?" He shook his head. "It's a bizarre place," she said, and led the way around the barrel-shaped building to the door. She had some difficulty pushing it open. The damp weather had swelled the wood. Marty had to double up to follow her inside. It was even chillier there than out, and he shivered, the sweat on his brow and sternum cooling now he'd stopped running. But it was, as she had promised, bizarre. Just a single round room with a hole in the roof to allow the birds access and egress. The walls were lined with square holes, nesting niches presumably, set in perfect rows, like tenement windows, from floor to roof. All were empty, judging by the absence of excrement or feathers on the floor. The building had not been used in many years. Its forsakenness gave it a melancholy air. Its unique architecture rendered it useless for any function but that for which it had been built. The girl had crossed the impacted earth floor and was counting the nesting niches around from the door. 17, 18. He watched her back. Her hair was unevenly cropped at the nape of her neck. The coat she wore was too big for her. It wasn't even hers, he guessed. Who was she? Pearl's daughter? She'd stopped counting. Now she put her hand into one of the holes, making a little noise of discovery as her fingers located something. It was a hiding place, he realized. She was about to trust him with a secret. She turned and showed him her treasure. "I'd forgotten till I came back in," she said, "what I used to hide here." It was a fossil, or rather the fragment of one, a spiral shell that had lain at the bottom of some Precambrian sea before the world was green. In its flutes, which she was stroking, motes of dust gathered. It crossed Marty's mind, watching the intensity of her involvement with this piece of stone, that the girl was not entirely sane. But the thought vanished when she looked up at him. Her eyes were too clear and too willful. If she had any insanity in her, it was invited, a streak of lunacy she was pleased to entertain. She grinned at him as if she'd known what he was thinking. Cunning and charm were mixed in her face in equal parts. "Are there no doves, then?" he said. "No, there haven't been as long as I've been here." "Not even a few?" "If you just have a few, they die in winter. If you keep a full dovecote, they all keep each other warm. But when there's only a handful, they don't generate enough heat, and they freeze to death." He nodded. It seemed regrettable to leave the building empty. "They should fill it up again." "I don't know," she said. "I like it like this." She slipped the fossil back into her hidey-hole. "Now you know my special place," she said, and the cunning had gone. It was all charm. He was entranced. "I don't know your name." "Caris," she said. Then after a moment added, "It's Welsh." "Oh." He couldn't help staring at her. She suddenly seemed embarrassed, and she went back to the door quickly, ducking out into the open air. It had begun to rain, a soft mid-March drizzle. She put up the hood of her duffel coat. He put up his tracksuit hood. "Maybe you'll show me the rest of the grounds?" he said, not certain that this was the appropriate question, but more certain that he didn't want this conversation to end here without some possibility of them meeting again. She made a noncommittal noise by way of reply. The corners of her mouth were tucked down. "Tomorrow?" he said. This time she didn't answer at all. Instead, she started to walk toward the house. He tagged along, knowing their exchange would falter entirely if he didn't find some way to keep it alive. "It's strange being in the house with no one to talk to," he said. That seemed to strike a chord. "It's Papa's house," she said simply. "We just live in it." Papa. So she was his daughter. Now he recognized the old man's mouth on her, those pinched-down corners that on him seemed so stoical, and on her simply sad. "Don't tell anyone," she said. He presumed she meant about their meeting, but he didn't press her. There were more important questions to ask if she didn't race away. He wanted to signal his interest in her, but he could think of nothing to say. The sudden change in her tempo from gentle, elliptical conversation to this staccato confounded him. "Are you all right?" he asked. She looked around at him, and beneath her hood she seemed almost to be in mourning. "I have to hurry," she said. "I'm wanted." She picked up the pace of her steps, signaling only in the hunch of her shoulders a desire to leave him behind. He obliged and slowed, leaving her to go back to the house without a glance or a wave. Rather than return to the kitchen where he'd have to endure Pearl's banter while he breakfasted, he started back across the field, giving the dovecote a wide berth, until he reached the perimeter fence, and punished himself with another complete circuit. When he ran into the woods, he found himself involuntarily scanning the ground underfoot, looking for fossils. 17. 2 days later, about 11:30 at night, he got a summons from Whitehead. "I'm in the study," he said on the phone. "I'd like a word with you." The study, though it boasted half a dozen lamps, was almost in darkness. Only the crane-necked lamp on the desk burned, and that threw its light onto a heap of papers rather than into the room. Whitehead was sitting in the leather chair beside the window. On the table beside him was a bottle of vodka and an almost empty glass. He didn't turn when Marty knocked and entered, but simply addressed Marty from his vantage point in front of the floodlit lawn. "I think it's time I gave you more leash, Strauss," he said. "You've done a fine job so far. I'm pleased." "Thank you, sir." "Bill Toy will be up here overnight tomorrow, and so will Luther, so this might be an opportunity for you to go down to London." It was 8 weeks, almost to the day, since he'd arrived at the estate, and here at last was a tentative signal that his place was secure. "I've had Luther sort out a vehicle for you. Speak to him about it when he arrives, and there's some money on the desk for you." Marty glanced across at the desktop. There was indeed a pile of notes there. "Go on, take it." Marty's fingers fairly itched, but he kept control of his enthusiasm. "It'll cover petrol and a night in the city." Marty didn't count the notes, simply folded them and pocketed them. "Thank you, sir." "There's an address there, too." "Yes, sir." "Take it. The shop belongs to a man called Halifax. He supplies me with strawberries out of season. Will you pick up my order, please?" "Of course." "That's the only errand I want you to run. As long as you're back by mid-morning Saturday, the rest of the time's your own." "Thank you." Whitehead's hand reached out for the glass of vodka, and Marty thought he was going to turn and look at him. He didn't. This interview was apparently over. "Is that all, sir?" "All? Yes, I think so. Don't you?" It was many months since Whitehead had gone to bed sober. He'd started to use vodka as a soporific when the night terrors began. At first, just a glass or two to dull the edge of his fear, then gradually increasing the dosage as, with time, his body became immune to it. He took no pleasure in drunkenness. He loathed putting his spinning head down on the pillow and hearing his thoughts whine in his ears, but he feared the fear more. Now, as he sat watching the lawn, a fox stepped across the threshold of the floodlights, blanched by the brilliant illumination, and stared at the house. Its stillness lent it perfection. Its eyes, catching the light, gleamed in its pricked head. It waited a moment only. Suddenly it seemed to sense danger, the dog's perhaps, and it turned tail and was gone. Whitehead still watched the spot it had disappeared from long after it had loped away, hoping against hope that it would come back and share his solitude for a space. But it had other business in the night. There was a time when he'd been a fox, thin and sharp, a night wanderer, but things had changed. Providence had been bountiful, dreams had come true, and the fox, always a shape-changer, had grown fat and easy. The world had changed, too. It had become a geography of profit and loss. Distances had shrunk to the length of his command. He had forgotten with time his previous life. But of late he remembered it more and more. It came back in brilliant but reproachful detail, when the events of the day before were a fog. But he knew in his heart of hearts there was no way back to that blessed state. And forward from here? That was a journey into a hopeless place, where no signpost would point him right or left, all directions being equal there, nor would there be hill or tree or habitation to mark the way. Such a place, such a terrible place. But he wouldn't be alone there. In that nowhere he would have a companion. And when, in the fullness of time, he set his eyes on that land and its tenant, he would wish, oh Christ, how he would wish, that he had stayed a fox. Chapter 3. The Last European. 18. Anthony Breer, the razor-eater, returned to his tiny flat in the late afternoon, made himself instant coffee in his favorite cup, then sat at the table in the failing light and started to tie himself a noose. He'd known from early morning that today was the day. No need to go down to the library. If in time they noticed his absence and wrote to him demanding to know where he was, he wouldn't be answering. Besides, the sky had looked as grubby as his sheets at dawn, and being a rational man, he'd thought, why bother to wash the sheets when the world's so dirty? And I'm so dirty, and there's no chance of ever getting any of it clean. The best thing is to put an end to this squalid existence, once and for all. He'd seen hanged people aplenty. Only photographs, of course, in a book he'd stolen from work about war crimes marked, "Not for the open shelves, to be issued only on request." The warning had really got his imagination working. Here was a book people weren't really meant to see. He'd slipped it into his bag unopened, knowing from the very title, Soviet Documents on Nazi Atrocities, that this was a volume almost as sweet in the anticipation as in the reading. But in that he'd been wrong. Mouth-watering as that day had been, knowing that his bag contained this taboo treasure, that delight was nothing compared to the revelations of the book itself. There were pictures of the burned-out ruins of Chekhov's cottage in Istra, and others of the desecration of the Tchaikovsky residence. But mostly, and more importantly, there were photographs of the dead. Some of them heaped in piles, others lying in bloody snow, frozen solid. Children with their skulls broken open, people lying in trenches, shot in the face, others with swastikas carved into their chests and buttocks. But to the razor-eater's greedy eyes, the best photographs were of people being hanged. There was one Breer looked at very often. It pictured a handsome young man being strung up from a makeshift gallows. The photographer had caught him in his last moments, staring directly at the camera, a wan and beatific smile on his face. That was the look Breer wanted them to find on his face, when they broke down the door of this very room and found him suspended up here, pirouetting in the breeze from the hallway. He thought about how they would stare at him, coo at him, shake their heads in wonder at his pale white feet and his courage in doing this tremendous thing. And while he thought, he knotted and unknotted the noose, determined to make as professional a job of it as he possibly could. His only anxiety was the confession. Despite his working with books day in, day out, words weren't his strongest point. They slipped away from him, like beauty from his fat hands. But he wanted to say something about the children, just so they'd know, the people who found him and photographed him, that this wasn't a nobody they were staring at, but a man who'd done the worst things in the world for the best possible reasons. That was vital, that they knew who he was, because maybe in time they'd make sense of him in a way that he'd never been able to. They had methods of interrogation, he knew, even with dead people. They'd lay him in an ice room and examine him minutely, and when they'd studied him from the outside, they'd start looking at his inside. And oh, what things they'd find! They'd saw off the top of his skull and take out his brain, examine it for tumors, slice it thinly like expensive ham, probe at it in 100 ways to find out the why and how of him. But that wouldn't work, would it? He, of all people, should know that. You cut up a thing that's alive and beautiful to find out how it's alive and why it's beautiful, and before you know it, it's neither of those things, and you're standing there with blood on your face and tears in your sight, and only the terrible ache of guilt to show for it. No, they'd get nothing from his brain. They'd have to look further than that. They'd have to unzip him from neck to pubis, snip his ribs and fold them back. Only then could they unravel his guts and rummage in his stomach, and juggle his liver and lights. There, oh yes, there they'd find plenty to feast their eyes on. Maybe that was the best confession, then, he mused as he retied the noose one final time. No use to try to find the right words, because what were words, anyway? Trash, useless for the hot heart of things. No, they'd find all they needed to know if they just looked inside him. Find the story of the lost children. Find the glory of his martyrdom. And they'd know, once and for all, that he was of the tribe of the razor-eaters. He finished the noose, made himself a second cup of coffee, and started work on getting the rope secure. First, he removed the lamp that hung from the middle of the ceiling, Then he tied the noose up there in its place. It was strong. He swung from it a few moments to make certain of it, and though the beams grunted a little, and there was a patter of plaster on his head, it bore his weight. By now it was early evening, and he was tired, the fatigue making him more clumsy than usual. He shunted around the room, tidying it up, his pig-fat body racked with sighs as he bundled up the stained sheets and tucked them out of sight, rinsed his coffee cup, and carefully poured away the milk so that it wouldn't curdle before they came. He turned on the radio as he worked. It would help to cover the sound of the chair being kicked over when the time came. There were others in the house, and he didn't want any last-minute reprieve. The usual banalities from the radio station filled the room, songs of love and loss and love found again. Vicious and painful lies, all of them. There was little strength left in the day once he'd finished preparing the room. He heard feet in the hallway and doors being opened elsewhere in the house as the occupants of the other rooms came home from work. They, like him, lived alone. He knew none of them by name. None of them, seeing him taken out escorted by police, would know his. He undressed completely and washed himself at the sink, his testicles small as walnuts, tight to his body, his belly flab, the fat of his breasts and upper arms, quivering as the cold convulsed him. Once satisfied with his cleanliness, he sat on the mattress edge and cut his toenails. Then he dressed in freshly laundered clothes, the blue shirt, the gray trousers. He wore no shoes or socks. Of the physique that shamed him, his feet were his only pride. It was almost dark by the time he finished, and the night was black and rainy. Time to go, he thought. He positioned the chair carefully, stepped up onto it, and reached for the rope. The noose was, if anything, an inch or two too high, and he had to go on tiptoe to fit it snugly around his neck, but he fitted it securely with a little maneuvering. Once he had the knot pulled tight against his skin, he said his prayers and kicked the chair over. Panic began immediately, and his hands, which he'd always trusted, betrayed him at this vital juncture, springing up from his sides and tearing at the rope as it tightened. The initial drop had not broken his neck, but his spine felt like a vast centipede sewn into his back, writhing now every way it could, causing his legs to spasm. The pain was the least of it. The real anguish came from being out of control, smelling his bowels giving out into his clean trousers without his say-so, his penis stiffening without a lustful thought in his popping head, his heels digging the air looking for purchase, fingers still scrabbling at the rope. All suddenly not his own, all too hot for their own preservation to hold still and die. But their efforts were in vain. He'd planned this too carefully for it to go awry. The rope was tightening still, the cavortings of the centipede weakening. Life, this unwelcome visitor, would leave very soon. There was a lot of noise in his head, almost as though he was underground and hearing all the sounds of the earth. Rushing noises, the roar of great hidden weirs, the bubbling of molten stone. Breer, the great razor-eater, knew the earth very well. He'd buried dead beauties in it all too often, and filled his mouth with soil as penitence for the intrusion, chewing on it as he covered over their pastel bodies. Now the earth noises had blotted out everything, his gasps, the music from the radio, and the traffic outside the window. Sight was going too. Lace darkness crept over the room, its patterns pulsing. He knew he was turning. There was the bed, now the wardrobe, now the sink. But the forms he fitfully saw were decaying. His body had given up the good fight. His tongue flapped, perhaps, or maybe he imagined the motion, just as surely as he imagined the sound of somebody calling his name. Quite abruptly, sight went out completely, and death was on him. No flood of regrets attended the ending, no lightning regurgitation of a life history encrusted with guilt, just a dark and a deeper dark, and now a dark so deep night was luminous by comparison with it, and it was over easily. No, not over. Not quite over. A cluster of unwelcome sensations swarmed over him, intruding on the privacy of his death. A breeze warmed his face, assaulting his nerve endings. An ungracious breath choked him, pressing into his flaccid lungs without the least invitation. He fought the resuscitation, but his savior was insistent. The room began to reassemble itself around him. First light, then form. Now color, albeit drained and grimy. The noises, fiery rivers and liquid stone alike, were gone. He was hearing himself cough and smelling his own vomit. Despair mocked him. Could he not even kill himself successfully? Somebody said his name. He shook his head, but the voice came again, and this time his upturned eyes found a face. And, oh, it was not over. Far from it. He had not been delivered into heaven or hell. Neither would dare boast the face he was now staring up into. "I thought I'd lost you, Anthony," said the last European. 19. He had righted the chair Breer had used to stand on for his suicide attempt, and was sitting on it, looking as unsullied as ever. Breer tried to say something, but his tongue felt too fat for his mouth, and when he felt it, his fingers came back bloody. "You bit your tongue in your enthusiasm," said the European. "You won't be able to eat or speak too well for a while. But it'll heal, Anthony. Everything heals given time." Breer had no energy to get up off the floor. All he could do was lie there, the noose still tight around his neck, staring up at the severed rope that still depended from the light fixture. The European had obviously just cut him down and let him fall. His body had begun to shake. His teeth were chattering like a mad monkey's. "You're in shock," said the European. "You lie there. I'll make some tea, shall I? Sweet tea is just the thing." It took some effort, but Breer managed to haul himself off the floor and onto the bed. His trousers were soiled front and back. He felt disgusting. But the European didn't mind. He forgave all, Breer knew that. No other man Breer had ever met was quite so capable of forgiveness. It humbled him to be in the company and the care of such easy humanity. Here was a man who knew the secret heart of his corruption, and never once spoke a word of censure. Propped up on the bed, feeling the signs of life reappearing in his racked body, Breer watched the European making the tea. They were very different people. Breer had always felt awed by this man. Yet hadn't the European told him once, "I am the last of my tribe, Anthony, just as you are the last of yours. We are in so many ways the same." Breer hadn't understood the significance of the remark when he'd first heard it, but he'd come to understand in time. "I am the last true European. You are the last of the razor-eaters. We should try to help each other." And the European had gone on to do just that, keeping Breer from capture on 2 or 3 occasions, celebrating his trespasses, teaching him that to be a razor-eater was a worthy estate. In return for this education, he'd asked scarcely anything, a few minor services, no more. But Breer wasn't so trusting that he didn't suspect a time would come when the last European— "Please call me Mr. Mamoulian," he used to say, but Breer had never really got his tongue around that comical name— when this strange companion would ask for help in his turn. It wouldn't be an odd job or two he'd ask either. It would be something terrible. Breer knew that, and feared it. In dying he had hoped to escape the debt ever being called in. The longer he had been away from Mr. Mamoulian, and it was 6 years since they'd last met, the more the memory of the man had come to frighten Breer. The European's image had not faded with time, quite the contrary. His eyes, his hands, the caress of his voice had stayed crystal clear when yesterday's events had become a blur. It was as if Mamoulian had never quite gone, as though he'd left a sliver of himself in Breer's head to polish up his picture when time dirtied it, to keep a watch on his servant's every deed. No surprise, then, that the man had come in when he had, interrupting the death scene before it could be played out. No surprise either that he was talking to Breer now as though they'd never been parted, as though he was the loving husband to Breer's devoted wife, and the years had never intervened. Breer watched Mamoulian move from sink to table as he prepared the tea, locating the pot, setting out the cups, performing each domestic act with hypnotic economy. The debt would have to be paid, he knew that now. There would be no darkness until it was paid. At the thought, Breer began to sob quietly. "Don't cry," said Mamoulian, not turning from the sink. "I wanted to die," Breer murmured. The words came out as though through a mouthful of pebbles. "You can't perish yet, Anthony. You owe me a little time. Surely you must see that." "I wanted to die," was all Breer could repeat in response. He was trying not to hate the European, because the man would know. He'd feel it for certain, and maybe lose his temper. But it was so difficult. Resentment bubbled up through the sobbing. "Has life been treating you badly?" the European asked. Breer sniffed. He didn't want a father-confessor. He wanted the dark. Couldn't Mamoulian understand that he was past explanations, past healing? He was shit on the shoe of a Mongol, the most worthless, irredeemable thing in creation, the image of himself as a razor-eater, as the last representative of a once terrible tribe, had kept his self-esteem intact for a few perilous years, but the fantasy had long since lost its power to sanctify his vileness. There was no possibility of working the same trick twice, and it was a trick, just a trick. Breer knew that, and hated Mamoulian all the more for his manipulations. "I want to be dead," was all he could think. Did he say the words out loud? He hadn't heard himself speak, but Mamoulian answered him as though he had. "Of course you do. I understand, I really do. You think it's all an illusion. Tribes and dreams of salvation. But take it from me, it isn't. There's purpose in the world yet, for both of us." Breer drew the back of his hand across his swollen eyes and tried to control his sobs. His teeth no longer chattered. That was something. "Have the years been so cruel?" the European inquired. "Yes," Breer said sullenly. The other nodded, looking across at the razor-eater with compassion in his eyes, or at least an adequate impersonation of same. "At least they didn't lock you away," he said. "You've been careful." "You taught me how," Breer conceded. "I showed you only what you already knew, but were too confused by other people to see. If you've forgotten, I can show you again." Breer looked down at the cup of sweet milkless tea the European had set on the bedside table. "Or do you no longer trust me?" "Things have changed," Breer mumbled with his thick mouth. Now it was Mamoulian's turn to sigh. He sat on the chair again and sipped at his own tea before replying. "Yes, I'm afraid you're right. There's less and less place for us here. But does that mean we should throw up our hands and die?" Looking at the sober, aristocratic face, at the haunted hollows of his eyes, Breer began to remember why he'd trusted this man. The fear he'd felt was dwindling, the anger, too. There was a calm in the air, and it was seeping into Breer's system. "Drink your tea, Anthony." "Thank you." "Then I think you should change your trousers." Breer blushed. He couldn't help himself. "Your body responded quite naturally. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Semen and shit make the world go round." The European laughed softly into his teacup, and Breer, not feeling the joke to be at his expense, joined in. "I never forgot you," Mamoulian said. "I told you I'd come back for you, and I meant what I said." Breer nursed his cup in hands that still trembled, and met Mamoulian's gaze. The look was as unfathomable as he'd remembered, but he felt warm toward the man. As the European said, he hadn't forgotten. He hadn't gone away, never to return. Maybe he had his own reasons for being here now. Maybe he'd come to squeeze payment out of a long-standing debtor. But that was better, wasn't it, than being forgotten entirely? "Why come back now?" he asked, putting down his cup. "I have business," Mamoulian replied. "And you need my help?" "That's right." Breer nodded. The tears had stopped entirely. The tea had done him good. He felt strong enough to ask an insolent question or two. "What about me?" came the reply. The European frowned at the inquiry. The lamp beside the bed flickered as though the bulb was at crisis point and about to go out. "What about you?" he asked. Breer was aware that he was on tricky ground, but he was determined not to be weak. If Mamoulian wanted help, then he should be prepared to deliver something in exchange. "What's in it for me?" he asked. "You can be with me again," the European said. Breer grunted. The offer was less than tempting. "Is that not enough?" Mamoulian wanted to know. The lamplight was more fitful by the moment, and Breer had suddenly lost his taste for impertinence. "Answer me, Anthony," the European insisted. "If you've got an objection, voice it." The flickering was worsening, and Breer knew he'd made an error, pressing Mamoulian for a covenant. Why hadn't he remembered that the European loathed bargains and bargainers alike? Instinctively he fingered the noose groove around his neck. It was deep and permanent. "I'm sorry," he said rather lamely. Just before the lamp bulb gave out completely, he saw Mamoulian shake his head, a tiny shake, like a tick. Then the room was drowned in darkness. "Are you with me, Anthony?" the last European murmured. The voice, normally so even, was twisted out of true. "Yes," Breer replied. His lazy eyes weren't becoming accustomed to the dark with their usual speed. He squinted, trying to sort out the European's form in the surrounding gloom. He needn't have troubled himself. Scant seconds later, something across the room from him seemed to ignite, and suddenly, awesomely, the European was providing his own illumination. Now, with this lurid lantern show to set his sanity reeling, tea and apologies were forgotten. The dark, life itself, were forgotten, and there was only time, in a room turned inside out with terrors and petals, to stare and stare, and maybe, if one had a sense of the ridiculous, to say a little prayer. 20. Alone in Breer's sordid one-room flat, the last European sat himself down and played solitaire with his favorite pack of cards. The razor-eater had dressed himself up and gone out to taste the night. If he concentrated, Mamoulian could find the parasite with his mind, and taste vicariously whatever experiences the other man was enjoying. But he had no appetite for such games. Besides, he knew all too well what the razor-eater would be doing, and it frankly revolted him. All pursuits of the flesh, whether conventional or perverse, appalled him, and as he grew older the disgust deepened. On some days he could barely stand to look at the human animal without the roving gloss of its eye or the pinkness of its tongue awakening nausea in him. But Breer would be useful in the struggle to come, and his bizarre desires gave him an insight, albeit crude, into Mamoulian's tragedy, an insight that made him a more compliant attendant than the usual companions the European had tolerated in his long, long life. Most of the men and women in whom Mamoulian had placed his trust had betrayed him. The pattern had repeated itself so often down the decades that he was sure he would one day become hardened to the pain such betrayals caused. But he never achieved such precious indifference. The cruelty of other people, their callous usage of him, never failed to wound him, and though he had extended his charitable hand to all manner of crippled psyches, such ingratitude was unforgivable. Perhaps, he mused, when this endgame was all over and done with, when he'd collected his debts in blood, dread, and night, then maybe he'd lose the terrible itch that tormented him day and night, that drove him on without hope of peace, to new ambitions and new betrayals. Maybe when all this was over, he would be able to lie down and die. The pack in his hand was pornographic. He played with it only when he was feeling strong, and only then alone. Handling the images of extreme sensuality was a test he set himself, one that, if he failed, he would fail in private. Today the filth on the cards was, after all, just human depravity. He could turn the designs over and not be distressed by them. He even appreciated their wit, the way each of the suits detailed a different area of sexual activity, the spots incorporated into each intricately rendered picture. Hearts represented male-female congress, though by no means limited to the missionary position. Spades were oralist, depicting simple fellatio and its more elaborate variations. Clubs were analist, the spot cards portraying homosexual and heterosexual buggery. The court cards, anal sex with animals. Diamonds, the most exquisitely drawn of the suits, were sadomasochistic, and here the artist's imagination had known no bounds. On these cards men and women suffered all manner of humiliation, their racked bodies bearing diamond-shaped wounds to designate each card. But the grossest image in the pack was that of the Joker. He was a coprophiliac, and sat down before a plateful of steaming excrement, his eyes vast with greed, while a scabby monkey, its bald face horribly human, bared its puckered backside to the viewer. Mamoulian picked up the card and studied the picture. The leering face of the shit-eating fool brought the bitterest of smiles to his bloodless lips. This was surely the definitive human portrait. The other pictures on the cards, with their pretensions to love and physical pleasure, only hid this terrible truth away for a while. Sooner or later, however ripe the body, however glorious the face, whatever wealth or power or faith could promise, a man was escorted to a table groaning under the weight of his own excrement, and obliged, even though his instincts might revolt, to eat. That was what he was here for, to make a man eat shit. He dropped the card onto the table, and spat a barking laugh from his throat. There would be such torment soon, such terrible scenes. No pit is deep enough, he promised the room. The cards and cups, the whole dirty world. No pit is deep enough. Chapter 4. Skeleton Dance. 21. The man in the underground train was naming constellations. Andromeda? Ursa the Bear? Cygnus the Swan? His monologue was for the most part ignored, though when a couple of young men told him to shut his trap, he replied, barely altering the rhythm of his naming, with a smile, and a "you'll die for that" slipped between one star and the next. The reply silenced the heckler, and the lunatic went back to his sky-watching. Toy took it as a good sign. He was much preoccupied by signs these days, though he'd never really thought of himself as a superstitious man. Perhaps it was his mother's Catholicism, which he'd rejected at an early age, at last finding an outlet. In place of the myths of virgin birth and transubstantiation, he was finding significance in small coincidences, avoiding standing ladders and performing half-remembered rituals with spilled salt. All this was quite recent, only the last year or two, and it had started with the woman he was even now going to meet, Yvonne. It wasn't that she was a God-fearing woman, she wasn't, but the consolation she'd brought into his life brought with it the danger of its disappearance. That was what made him cautious with ladders and respectful to salt, the fear of losing her. With Yvonne in his life, he had new reason to keep the fates friendly. He had met her 6 years ago. She'd been a secretary then, working with the UK branch of a German chemical corporation, a sprightly, good-looking woman in her middle 30s, whose formality, he'd guessed, disguised humor and warmth in abundance. He'd been attracted to her from the beginning, but his natural hesitancy in such matters, and the considerable difference in their ages, kept him from making any overtures. Eventually, it was Yvonne who broke the ice between them, commenting on small things about his appearance, a recent haircut, a new tie, and so making her interest in him perfectly plain. Once the signal had been given, Toy had proposed dinner, and she'd accepted. It had been the beginning of the most rewarding months of Toy's life. He was not an overly emotional man. The very lack of extremes in his nature had made him a useful part of Whitehead's entourage, and he had nurtured his reserve as the saleable commodity it was, until by the time he met Yvonne, he'd almost come to believe his own publicity. She it was who first called him a cold fish. She who taught him, difficult lesson that it was, the importance of showing weakness, if not to the world at large, at least to intimates. It had taken him time. He was 53 when they met, and this new way of thinking went against the grain. But she persisted, and slowly the melt began. Once it did, he wondered how he had ever lived the life he had for the previous 20 years, a life of servitude to a man whose compassion was negligible and ego monstrous. He saw through Yvonne's eyes the cruelty in Whitehead, the arrogance, the myth-making, and though he showed, he hoped, no change in his superficial attitudes to his employer, beneath the conciliation and the humility There increasingly simmered a resentment that approached hatred. Only now, after 6 years, could Toy contemplate his own contradictory feelings about the old man, and even now he found himself forgetting the worst, at least when he was out of Yvonne's sphere of influence. It was so difficult when he was in the house, subject to Whitehead's whim, to keep the perspective she'd given him, to see the sacred monster for what he was, monstrous, but far from sacred. After 12 months, Toy had moved Yvonne into the house Whitehead had purchased for him in Pimlico, a retreat from the world of the Whitehead Corporation that the old man never inquired about, a place where he and Yvonne could talk, or be silent, together, where he could indulge his passion for Schubert, and she could write letters to her family, which was spread across half the globe. That night, when he got back, he told her about the man on the train, the constellation namer. She found the whole story pointless, couldn't see the romance of it at all. "I just thought it was strange," he said. "I suppose it is," she replied, unimpressed, and went back to her dinner preparations. A few words on, she stopped. "What's wrong, Billy?" "Why should something be wrong?" "Everything's fine?" "Yes." "Really?" She was always quick to ferret out his secrets. He gave up before she really began on him. It wasn't worth the effort of deception. He stroked the ridge of his broken nose, a familiar trick when he was nervous. Then he said, "It's all going to come down. Everything." His voice trembled and fell away. When it was clear he wasn't going to elaborate, she put down the dinner plates and crossed to his chair. He looked up, almost startled, when she touched his ear. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, more gently than before. He took hold of her hand. "There might come a time, not so far away, when I'd ask you to leave with me," he said. "Leave?" "Just up and go." "Where?" "I haven't thought that through yet. We just go." He halted and looked at her fingers, which were now dovetailed with his. "Would you come with me?" he asked at last. "Of course." "Ask no questions?" "What is this, Billy?" "I said ask no questions." "Just go?" "Just go." She looked long and hard at him. He was washed out, poor love. Too much of that wretched old fart in Oxford. How she hated Whitehead, though she'd never met him. "Yes, of course I'd go," she replied. He nodded. She thought he might cry. "When?" she said. "I don't know." He tried to smile, but it looked misbegotten. "Perhaps it won't even be necessary. But I think it's all going to come down, and when it does, I don't want us to be there." "You make it sound like the end of the world." He didn't reply. She didn't feel able to chisel at him for answers. He was too delicate. "Just one question," she ventured. "It's important to me." "One." "Did you do something, Billy? I mean something illegal? Is that what it is?" His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed his grief. There was so much more she had to teach him yet, about allowing those feelings out. He wanted to. She could see so much bubbling away behind his eyes. But there for now it would stay. She knew better than to press him. He'd only withdraw, and he needed her undemanding presence more than she needed answers. "It's all right," she said. "There's no need to tell me if you don't want to." His hand was gripping hers so tightly she thought they'd never unknot them. "Oh, Billy, nothing's that terrible," she murmured. Again he made no reply. 22. The old haunts were much the same as Marty had remembered them, but he felt like a ghost there. Along the rubbish-strewn back alleys, where he'd fought and run as a boy, there were new combatants, and, he suspected, far more serious games. They were glue-sniffers, these grubby 10-year-olds. According to the pages of the Sunday tabloids, they would grow up disenfranchised into needle-freaks and pill-pushers. They cared for nothing and nobody, least of all themselves. He'd been an adolescent criminal, of course. Theft was a rite of passage here. But it had usually been that lazy, almost passive form of thieving, sidling up to something and walking or driving away with it. If the theft looked too problematic, forget it. Plenty of other shiny things to be fingered. It wasn't crime in the way he'd come to understand the word later. It was the magpie instinct at work, taking whatever opportunity offered, never intending much harm by it, or working up a sweat if things didn't quite fall your way. But these kids, there was a group of them lounging on the corner of Knox Street. They looked like a more lethal breed altogether. Though they'd grown up in the same lustreless environment, he and they, with its few wretched attempts at tree planting, its barbed wire and glass-topped walls, its relentless concrete, though they shared all that, he knew they'd have nothing to say to one another. Their desperation and their lassitude intimidated him. He felt nothing was beyond them, not a place to grow up in this street, or any of them along the row. In a way he was glad his mother had died before the worst of the changes disfigured the neighborhood. He got to number 26. It had been repainted. On one of her visits, Charmaine had told him Terry, one of her brothers-in-law, had done it for her a couple of years back. But Marty had forgotten, and the change of color, after so many years of imagining it green and white, was a slap in the face. It was a bad job, purely cosmetic, and the paint on the windowsills was lifting and peeling already. Through the window the lace curtains that he'd always loathed so much had been replaced with a blind, which was down. On the window ledge inside, a collection of porcelain figures, wedding presents, gathered dust, trapped in the forsaken space between blind and glass. He still had his keys, but he couldn't bring himself to use them. Besides, she'd probably changed the lock. Instead, he pressed the bell. It didn't ring in the house, and he knew it was audible from the street, so it clearly no longer worked. He rapped his knuckles on the door. For half a minute there was no sound from inside. Then eventually he heard dragging footsteps. She'd be wearing open-backed sandals, he guessed, and they made her walk ragged. And Charmaine opened the door. Her face was not made up, and its nakedness made even plainer response to his standing there. She was unpleasantly surprised. "Marty," was all she managed to say. No welcoming smile, no tears. "I came on the off chance," he said, attempting nonchalance. But it was obvious that he'd made a tactical error from the moment she sighted him. "I thought you weren't allowed out," she said, then corrected herself. "I mean, you know, I thought you weren't allowed off the estate. I asked for special dispensation," he said. "Can I come in, or do we talk on the doorstep?" Oh, yes, of course." He stepped inside, and she closed the door behind him. There was an uncomfortable moment in the narrow hallway. Their proximity seemed to demand an embrace, yet he felt unable, and she unwilling, to make the gesture. She compromised with a patently artificial smile, followed by a light kiss on the cheek. "I'm sorry," she said, apologizing for nothing in particular. She led him down the hallway to the kitchen. "I just didn't expect you, that's all. Come on in. The place is in chaos, I'm afraid." The house smelled stale, as though it needed a good airing. Washing, drying on the radiators, made the atmosphere muggy like the sauna back at the sanctuary. "Take a seat," she said, lifting a bag of unsorted groceries off one of the kitchen chairs. "I'll just finish here." There was a second load of dirty washing on the kitchen table, hygienic as ever, which she began to load into the washing machine, her chatter nervous, her eyes never meeting his, as she concentrated on the matter in hand. The towels, the underwear, the blouses. He recognized none of the clothes, and found himself ferreting through the soiled items, looking for something he had seen her in before. If not 6 years before, then in visits to the prison. But it was all new stuff. "I just didn't expect you," she was saying, closing the machine and loading powder into it. "I was sure you'd call first. And look at me. I look like a wet rag. God, it would be today. I've got so much to do." She finished with the machine, pushed the sleeves of her sweater back up, said, "Coffee?" and turned to the kettle to make some without waiting for an answer. "You look well, Marty, you really do." How did she know? She'd scarcely taken 2 glances at him in her whirlwind of activity. Whereas he couldn't take his eyes off her. He sat watching her at the sink, wringing out a cloth to swab down the counter, and nothing had changed in 6 years. Not really. Just a few lines on their faces. He had a feeling in him that was like panic, something to be held down for fear it would make a fool of him. She made him coffee, talked about the way the neighborhood had changed. about Terry and the saga of choosing the paint for the front of the house, about how much it cost on the subway from Mile End to Wandsworth, about how well he looked. "You really do, Marty. I'm not just saying that." She talked about everything but something. It wasn't Charmaine talking, and that hurt. Hurt her, too, he knew. She was marking time with him, that was all it was, filling the minutes with vacuous chat until he gave up in despair and left. "Look," she said, "I really must change." "Going out?" "Yes." "Oh." "If you'd said, Marty, I would have cleared a space. Why didn't you ring me?" "Maybe we could go out for a meal sometime," he suggested. "Maybe." She was viciously noncommittal. "Things are a bit hectic just at the moment." "I'd like a chance to talk. You know, properly." She was getting edgy. He knew the signs well, and she was aware of his scrutiny. She picked up the coffee mugs and took them to the sink. "I really must dash," she said. "Make yourself some more coffee if you want. Stuff's in the— well, you know where it is. There's a lot of things of yours here, you know. Motorcycle magazines and stuff. I'll sort them out for you. Excuse me, I have to change." She hurried, positively raced, he thought, into the hallway, and went upstairs. He heard her moving about heavily. She was never light-footed. Water was running in the bathroom, the toilet flushed. He wandered through from the kitchen into the back room. It smelled of old cigarettes, and the ashtray balanced on the arm of the new sofa was brimming. He stood in the doorway and stared at the objects in the room, rather as he had at the dirty washing, searching for something familiar. There was very little. The clock on the wall was a wedding present, and still in the same place. The stereo in the corner was new, a flashy model that Terry had probably acquired for her. Judging by the dust on the lid, it was seldom used, and the collection of records haphazardly stacked alongside was as small as ever. Among those records was there still a copy of Buddy Holly singing True Love Ways? They'd played that so often it must have been worn thin. They'd danced to it together in this very room. Not danced exactly, but used the music as an excuse to hold each other, as if excuses were needed. It was one of those love songs that made him feel romantic and unhappy simultaneously, as though every phrase of it was charged with loss of the very love it celebrated. Those were the best kind of love songs, and the truest. Unable to bear the room any longer, he went upstairs. She was still in the bathroom. There was no lock on the door. She'd been locked in a bathroom as a small child, and had such a terror of the same thing happening again, she'd always insisted there be no locks on any of the internal doors in the house. You had to whistle on the toilet if you wanted to stop people walking in on you. He pushed the door open. She was dressed only in her panties, arm raised, shaving her armpit. She caught his eye in the mirror, then went back to what she was doing. "I didn't want any more coffee," he said lamely. "Got used to the expensive stuff, have you?" she said. Her body was a few feet from him, and he felt the pull of it. He knew every mole on her back, knew the places a touch would make her laugh. Such familiarity was a kind of ownership, he felt. She owned him for the same reasons, if she would just exercise her right. He crossed to her and put his fingertips on her lower back, and ran them up her spine. Charmaine. She looked at him in the mirror again. The first unswerving look she'd granted him since he'd arrived at the house, and he knew that any hope of physicality between them was a lost cause. "I'm not available, Marty," she said plainly. "We're still married." "I don't want you to stay. I'm sorry." That's how she'd begun this meeting, with "I'm sorry." Now she wanted to finish it in the same way. No genuine apology intended, just a polite brush-off. "I've thought about this so often," he said. "So have I," she replied. "But I stopped thinking about it 5 years ago. It won't do any good. You know that as well as I do." His fingers were now on her shoulder. He was sure there was a charge in their contact, a buzz of excitement exchanged between her flesh and his. Her nipples had hardened. Perhaps the draft from the landing. Perhaps his touch. "I'd like you to go," she said very quietly, looking down into the sink. There was a tremor in her voice that could easily become tears. He wanted tears from her, shameful as it was. If she wept, he'd kiss her to console her, and his consolation would harden as she softened, and they'd finish up in bed. He knew it. That was why she was fighting so hard to show nothing, knowing the scenario as well as he did, and determined not to leave herself open to his affection. "Please," she said again, with indisputable finality. His hand dropped from her shoulder. There was no spark between them. It was all in his mind, all ancient history. "Maybe some other time." He muttered the cliché as if it were poisoned. "Yes," she said, pleased to sound a note of conciliation, however lame. "Ring me first, though." "I'll let myself out." 23. He wandered around for an hour, dodging hordes of schoolchildren returning home, picking fights and noses as they went. There were signs of spring even here. Nature could scarcely be bountiful in such restraining circumstances, but it did its best. In tiny front gardens and in window boxes, flowers blossomed. The few saplings that had survived vandalism showed sweet green leaves. If they survived a few more seasons of frost and malice, they might grow large enough for birds to nest in. Nothing exotic. Brawling starlings at best, probably. But they'd offer shade in high summer, and places for the moon to sit if you looked out your bedroom window one night. He found himself full of such inappropriate thoughts. Moon and starlings, like an adolescent first in love. Coming back here had been a mistake. It had been a self-inflicted cruelty that had hurt Charmaine, too. Useless to go back and apologize. That would only make matters messier. He'd ring her, as she'd suggested, and ask her out to one farewell dinner. Then he'd tell her, whether it was true or not, that he was ready for them to part permanently, and he hoped he'd see her once in a while, and they'd say goodbye in a civilized fashion, without enmity, and she'd go back to whatever life she was making for herself, and he'd go to his, to Whitehead, to Caris. Yes, to Caris. And suddenly tears were on him like a fury, tearing him to pieces, and he was standing in the middle of some street he didn't recognize, blinded by them. Schoolchildren buffeted him as they ran past, some turning, some seeing his anguish and yelling obscenities at him as they went. This is ridiculous, he told himself, but no amount of name-calling would halt the flow. So he wandered, hand to face, into an alley, and stayed there till the bout passed. Part of him felt quite removed from this burst of emotion. It looked down, this untouched part, on his sobbing self, and shook its head in contempt for his weakness and confusion. He hated to see men cry. It embarrassed him. But there was no gainsaying it. He was lost. That was all there was to it, lost and afraid. That was worth crying for. When the flow stopped, he felt better, but shaky. He wiped his face and stayed in the backwater of the alley until he'd regained his composure. It was 4:40. He'd already been to Holborn and picked up the strawberries. That was his first duty when he drove into town. Now, with that done and Charmaine seen, the rest of the night sprawled in front of him, waiting to be pleasured. But he'd lost a lot of his enthusiasm for a night of adventure. In a while the pubs would open, and he could get a couple of whiskies inside him. That would help rid him of the twitches in his stomach. Maybe it would also whet his appetite again, but he doubted it. To occupy the time before opening, he wandered down to the shopping precinct. It had been opened 2 years before he was put inside, a soulless warren of white tiles, plastic palms, and flashy upmarket shops. Now, almost a decade after it was built, it looked about ready for demolition. It was scarred with graffiti, its tunnels and stairways filthy. Many of its shops closed up, others so bereft of charm or custom, surely the only option open to the owners was to fire them one of these nights, collect the insurance, and run for the hills. He found a small newsstand manned by a forlorn Pakistani, bought a packet of cigarettes, and retraced his steps to the Eclipse. It was just past opening time, and the pub was almost deserted. A couple of skinheads were playing darts, and the lounge bar somebody was celebrating. An off-key chorus of "Happy Birthday, Dear Maureen" drifted through. The television had been turned up for the early evening news, but he couldn't catch much of it over the noise of the celebrants, and wasn't that interested anyway. Collecting a whiskey from the bar, he went to sit down and began to smoke his way through the pack of cigarettes he'd bought. He felt drained. The liquor, instead of putting some spark into him, only made his limbs more leaden. His thoughts drifted. Free association of ideas brought images into peculiar communion. Caris and him and Buddy Holly. That song True Love Ways playing in the dovecote, while he danced with the girl in the chilly air. When he shook the pictures from his head, there were new customers at the bar, a group of young men making enough noise, braying laughter mostly, to blank out both the sound of the television and the birthday party. One of them was clearly the hub of the entertainment, a lanky, rubber-jointed individual, with a smile wide enough to play Chopin on. It took Marty several seconds to register that he knew this clown. It was Flynn. Of all the people he'd thought he might run into on this turf, Flynn was just about the last. Marty half stood as Flynn's glance, an almost magical coincidence, roved the room and fell on him. Marty froze, like an actor who'd forgotten his next move, unable to advance or retreat. He wasn't sure he was ready for a dose of Flynn. Then the comedian's face lit up with recognition, and it was too late for retreat. "Jesus fucking Christ," said Flynn. The grin faded, to be replaced momentarily with a look of total bewilderment before returning, more radiant than ever. "Look who's here, will you?" And now he was coming toward Marty, arms outspread in welcome, the loudest shirt man had ever created, revealed beneath the well-cut jacket. "Fucking hell! Marty! Marty!" They half embraced, half shook hands. It was a difficult reunion, but Flynn blustered over the cracks with a salesman's efficiency. "What do you know? Of all people! Of all people!" "Hello, Flynn." Marty felt like a dowdy cousin in front of this instant joy machine, all quips and color. Flynn's smile was immovably in place now, and he was escorting Marty across to the bar, introducing the circle of his audience. Marty caught half of the names and could put faces to none of them. Then it was a double brandy for everyone to celebrate Marty's homecoming. "Didn't know you were out so soon," Flynn said, toasting his victim. "Here's to time off for good behavior." The rest of the party made no attempt to interrupt the master's flow, and took instead to talking among themselves, leaving Marty at Flynn's mercy. He'd changed very little. The style of the clothes, of course, that was different. He was dressed as ever, as last year's fashions demanded. He was losing hair, too, receding at quite a rate. But apart from that, he was the same wise-cracking faker he'd always been, laying out a sparkling collection of fabrications for Marty to inspect. His involvement with the music business, his contacts in L.A., his plans to open a recording studio in the neighborhood. "Done a lot of thinking about you," he said. "Wondered how you were getting on. Meant to visit, but I didn't think you'd thank me for it." He was right. "Besides, I'm never here, you know. So tell me, old son, what are you doing back?" "I came to see Charmaine." "Oh." He seemed almost to have forgotten who she was. "She okay?" "So-so. You sound as if you're doing well." "I've had my hassles, you know, but then who hasn't? I'm all right, though, you know." He lowered his voice to the barely audible. "The big money's in dope these days. Not grass, the hard stuff. I handle cocaine mostly. Occasionally the big H. I don't like to touch it, but I've got expensive tastes." He pulled a "what a world this is" face, turned to the bar to order more drinks, then talked on, a seamless train of self-inflation and off-color remarks. After some initial resistance, Marty found himself succumbing to him. His tide of invention was as irresistible as ever. Only occasionally did he pause to ask a question of his audience, which was fine by Marty. He had little he wanted to tell. It had always been that way. Flynn, the rude boy, fast and smooth; Marty, the quiet one, the one with all the doubts. Like alter egos. Simply being with Flynn again, Marty could feel himself flung into sharper relief. The evening passed very quickly. People joined Flynn, drank with him, and wandered off again, having been entertained by the court jester for a while. There were some individuals Marty knew among the traffic of drinkers, and a few uncomfortable encounters, but it was all easier than he'd expected, smoothed on its way by Flynn's bonhomie. About 10:15 he ducked out for a quarter of an hour, just got to sort out a little business, and came back with a wad of money in his inside pocket, which he immediately began to spend. "What you need," he told Marty when they were both awash with drink, "what you need is a good woman. No?" He giggled. No. What you need is a bad woman." Marty nodded. His head felt unstable on his neck. "You got it in one," he said. "Let's go find us a lady, eh? Shall we do that?" "Suits me." "I mean, you need company, man, and so do I. And I do a bit of that on the side, you know. I've got a few ladies available. I'll see you all right." Marty was too drunk to argue. Besides, the thought of a woman, bought or seduced, what the hell did it matter, was the best idea he'd heard in a long while. Flynn went away, made a telephone call, and came back, leering. "No trouble," he said. "No trouble at all. One more drink, then we'll hit the road." Lamb-like, Marty followed his lead. They had one more drink together, then staggered out of the eclipse and around the corner to Flynn's car, a Volvo that had seen better days. They drove for 5 minutes to a house on the estate. The door was opened by a good-looking black woman. "Ursula, this is my friend Marty. Marty, say hello to Ursula." "Hello, Ursula." "Where's the glasses, sonny? Daddy bought a bottle." They drank some more together and then went upstairs. It was only then that Marty realized Flynn wasn't going to leave. This was intended to be ménage à trois, like the old days. His initial disquiet vanished when the girl began to undress for them. The drink had taken the edge off his inhibitions, and he sat on the bed encouraging her in her strip, dimly aware that Flynn was probably as much entertained by his evident craving as he was by the girl. Let him watch, Marty thought. It's his party. In the small, badly lit bedroom, Ursula's body looked sculpted from black butter. In between her full breasts a small gold cross lay, glistening. Her skin glistened, too. Each pore was marked with a pinprick of sweat. Flynn had started to undress as well, and Marty followed suit, stumbling as he pulled off his jeans, unwilling to relinquish the sight of the girl as she sat up on the bed and put her hands to her groin. What followed was a swift re-education in the craft of sex. Like a swimmer who returns to water after years of absence, he soon remembered the strokes. In the next 2 hours he gathered fistfuls of memories to take back with him. Looking around from Ursula's amused face to see Flynn kneeling at the bottom of the bed sucking her toes, Ursula cooing like a black dove over his erection before devouring it to the root, Flynn licking his hands and grinning, and licking and grinning. And finally the two of them sharing Ursula, Flynn buried in her backside, making true what, as an 11-year-old, he had claimed you did with women. Afterward they dozed together. Sometime in the middle of the night Marty stirred to see Flynn dressing and shrinking away. Home, presumably. Wherever home was these days and nights. 24. He woke just before dawn, disoriented for several seconds until he heard Ursula's steady exhalations at his side. He said good-bye to her as she dozed, and found a cab to take him back to his car. He was back at the sanctuary by 8:30. Exhaustion would hit him eventually, and a hangover too, but he knew his body clock well. There'd be a few hours' grace before the debt had to be paid. Pearl was in the kitchen tidying up after breakfast. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and he sat down to drink 3 cups of black coffee, one after the other. His mouth tasted foul, and Ursula's perfume, which had smelled ambrosial the previous night, was oversweet this morning. It lingered on his hands and in his hair. "Good night?" Pearl asked. He nodded without answering. "You'd better get a good breakfast inside you. I won't be able to get you any lunch today." "Why not?" "Too busy with the dinner party." "What dinner party?" "Bill will tell you. He wants to see you. He's in the library." Toy looked weary, but not as ill as he had when last they'd met. Maybe he'd seen a doctor in the interim, or taken a holiday. "You wanted to speak to me?" "Yes, Marty, yes. You enjoy your night on the town?" "Very much. Thank you for making it possible." "It wasn't my doing. It was Joe. You're well liked, Marty. Lillian tells me even the dogs have taken to you." Toy crossed to the table, opened the cigarette box, and selected a cigarette. Marty had not seen him smoke before. "You won't be seeing Mr. Whitehead today. There's going to be a little get-together tonight." "Yes, Pearl told me." "It's nothing special. Mr. Whitehead has dinners for a select few every now and then. The point is, he likes them to be private gatherings, so you won't be required." This pleased Marty. At least he could go lie down, catch up on some sleep. "Obviously, we'd like you to be in the house, should you be needed for any reason, but I think it's unlikely." "Thank you, sir." "I think you can call me Bill in private, Marty. I don't see any need for formality any longer." "Okay. I mean—" He stopped to light the cigarette. "We're all servants here, aren't we? In one way or another." By the time he'd showered, thought about a run, and discounted the idea as masochistic, then lain down to doze, the first signs of the inevitable hangover were on the way. There was no cure that he knew of. The only option was to sleep it off. He didn't wake until the middle of the afternoon, and only then roused by hunger. There was no sound in the house. Downstairs the kitchen was empty, only the buzz of a fly at the window, the first Marty had seen this season, interrupted the glacial calm. Pearl had obviously finished whatever preparations were required for this evening's dinner party and gone, perhaps to come back later. He went to the refrigerator and rifled it for something to quieten his growling belly. The sandwich he constructed looked like an unmade bed with sheets of ham tumbling out from its bread blankets, but it did the job. He put on the coffee percolator and went in search of company. It was as though everyone had gone from the face of the earth. Wandering through the deserted house, the pit of the afternoon swallowed him. The stillness and the remains of his headache conspired to make him jittery. He found himself glancing behind him like a man on an ill-lit street. Upstairs was even quieter than down. His footsteps on the carpeted landing were so hushed he might not have had weight at all. Even so, he found himself creeping. Halfway along the landing, Whitehead's landing, came the cut-off point beyond which he had been instructed not to go. The old man's private suite was this end of the house, as was Karis' bedroom. Which room was it most likely to be? He tried to recreate the outside of the house, to locate the room by a process of elimination, but he lacked the imaginative skill to correlate the exterior with the closed doors of the corridor ahead. Not all were closed. The third along on his right was slightly ajar, and from inside, now his ears were attuned to the lowest level of audibility, he could hear the sound of movement. Surely it was her. He crossed the invisible threshold into forbidden territory, not thinking of what the punishment for trespass might be, too eager to see her face, maybe to speak to her. He reached the door and peered through. Karis was there. She was semi-recumbent on the bed, staring into middle distance. Marty was just about to step in to speak to her when somebody else moved in the room, hidden from him by the door. He didn't have to wait for the voice to know that it was Whitehead. "Why do you treat me so badly?" he was asking her, his voice hushed. "You know how it hurts me when you're like this." She said nothing. If she even heard him, she made no sign of it. "I don't ask so much of you, do I?" he appealed. Her eyes flickered in his direction. "Well, do I?" Eventually she deigned to reply. When she did, her voice was so quiet Marty could barely catch the words. "Aren't you ashamed?" she asked him. "There are worse things, Karis, than having somebody need you. Believe me." "I know," she replied, taking her eyes off him. There was such pain, and such submission in the face of that pain, in those 2 words, "I know." It made Marty suddenly sick with longing for her, to touch her, to try to heal the anonymous hurt. Whitehead crossed the room and came to sit beside her on the edge of the bed. Marty stepped back from the door, fearful of being spotted, but Whitehead's attention was concentrated on the enigma in front of him. "What do you know?" he asked her. The former gentility had suddenly evaporated. "Are you keeping something from me?" "Just dreams," she replied. "More and more." "Of what?" "You know, the same." "Your mother?" Carus nodded almost invisibly. "And others," she said. "Who?" "They never show themselves." The old man sighed and looked away from her. "And in the dreams?" he asked. "What happens?" "She tries to speak to me. She tries to tell me something." Whitehead didn't inquire further. He seemed to be out of questions. His shoulders had slumped. Carus looked at him, sensing his defeat. "Where is she, Papa?" she asked him, leaning forward for the first time and putting an arm around his neck. It was a blatantly manipulative gesture. She offered this intimacy only to get what she wanted from him. How much had she offered, or he taken, in their time together? Her face came close to his. The late afternoon light enchanted it. "Tell me, Papa," she asked again. "Where do you think she is?" And this time Marty grasped the taunt that lay beneath the apparently innocent question. What it signified he didn't know. What this whole scene, with its talk of coldness and shame, meant was far from clear. He was glad in a way not to know. But this question, that she asked him so mock-lovingly, had been asked, and he had to wait a moment longer until the old man had answered it. "Where is she, Papa?" "In dreams," he replied, his face averted from her. "Just in dreams." She dropped her arm from his shoulder. "Never lie to me," she charged him icily. "It's all I can tell you," he replied. His tone was almost pitiable. "If you know more than I do—" He turned and looked at her, his voice urgent. "Do you know something?" "Oh, Papa," she murmured reproachfully. "More conspiracies?" How many feints and counterfeints were there in this exchange? Marty puzzled. "You don't suspect me now, surely?" Whitehead frowned. "No, never you, darling," he said. "Never you." He raised his hand to her face and leaned forward to put his dry lips to hers. Before they touched, Marty left the door and slipped away. There were some things he couldn't bring himself to watch. 25. Cars began to arrive at the house in the early evening. There were voices Marty recognized in the hallway. It would be the usual crowd, he guessed, among them the fan-dancer and his comrades, Ottaway, Kurtzinger, and Waskin. He heard women's voices, too. They'd brought their wives or their mistresses. He wondered what kind of women there were. Once beautiful, now sour and lovelorn. Bored with their husbands, no doubt, who thought more of money-making than of them. He caught whiffs of their laughter, and later of their perfume in the hallway. He'd always had a good sense of smell. Saul would be proud of him. About 8:15 he went into the kitchen and heated up the plate of ravioli Pearl had left for him, then retired into the library to watch a few boxing videos. The events of the afternoon still niggled him. Try as he might, he couldn't remove Carus from his head, and his emotional state, over which he had so little control, irritated him. Why couldn't he be like Flynn, who bought a woman for the night, then walked away the next morning? Why did his feelings always become blurred, so that he couldn't sort one from the other? On the television set the match was getting bloodier, but he scarcely registered the punishment or the victory. His mind was conjuring Carus' sealed face as she lay on the bed, probing it, looking for explanations. Leaving the fight commentator to babble on, he went through to the kitchen to fetch another couple of beers from the refrigerator. At this end of the house there was not even a hint of noise from the party-goers. Besides, Such a civilized gathering would be hushed, wouldn't it? Just the clink of cut glass and talk of rich men's pleasures. Well, fuck them all, he thought. Whitehead and Karras and all of them. It wasn't his world, and he wanted no part of it, or them, or her. He could get all the women he wanted any time. Just pick up the phone and call Flynn. No trouble. Let them play their damn fool games. He wasn't interested. He drained the first can of beer standing in the kitchen, then got out 2 more cans and took them through to the lounge. He was going to get really blind tonight. Oh, yes. He was going to get so drunk nothing would matter. Especially not her. Because he didn't care. He didn't care. The tape had finished, and the screen had gone blank. It buzzed with a squirming pattern of dots. White noise. Wasn't that what they called it? It was a portrait of chaos, that hissing, those writhing dots, the universe humming to itself. Empty airwaves were never really empty. He turned the set off. He didn't want to watch any more matches. His head buzzed like the box. White noise in there, too. He slumped down in the chair and downed the second can of beer and 2 throatfuls. The image of Karras with Whitehead swam into focus again. Go away, he told it aloud. But it lingered. Did he want her? Was that it? Would this unease be pacified if he took her to the Dovecote one of these afternoons and humped her till she begged him never to stop? The wretched thought only disgusted him. He couldn't diffuse these ambiguities with pornography. As he opened the 3rd beer, he found his hands were sweating. A clammy sweat he associated with sickness, like the first signs of flu. He wiped his palms on his jeans and put the beer down. There was more than infatuation fueling his nervousness. Something was wrong. He got up and went to the lounge window. He was staring into the pitch darkness beyond the glass when it struck him what the wrongness might be. The lights on the lawn and perimeter fence had not been put on tonight. He would have to do it. For the first time since he'd arrived at the house, it was real night outside. A night more black than any he'd experienced in many years. In Wandsworth there was always light. Floods on the walls burned from twilight to dawn. But here, without street lamps, there was just night outside. Night and white noise. 26. Though Marty had imagined otherwise, Karras wasn't at the dinner party. There were very few freedoms left to her. Refusing her father's invitations to dinner was one of them. She had endured an afternoon of his sudden tears, his just as sudden accusations. She was weary of his kisses and his doubts, so tonight she'd given herself a larger fix than usual, greedy for forgetfulness. Now all she wanted to do was lie down and bask in not being. Even as she lay her head on the pillow, something, or someone, touched her. She came around, startled. The bedroom was empty. The lamps were on and the curtains drawn. There was nobody there. It was a trick of the senses, no more. Yet she could still feel the nerve endings at the nape of her neck tingle where the touch had seemed to come, responding anemone-like to the intrusion. She put her fingers there and massaged the place. The jolt had snatched lethargy away for a while. There was no chance of putting her head back down until her heart had stopped hammering. Sitting up, she wondered where her runner was. Probably at the dinner party with the rest of Papa's court. They'd like that, to have him among them to condescend to. She didn't think of him as an angel any longer. After all, he had a name now, and a history. Toy had told her everything he knew. He'd long lost his divinity. He was who he was, Martin Francis Strauss, a man with green-gray eyes, with a scar on his cheek and hands that were eloquent, like an actor's hands, except that she didn't think he'd be very good at professional deceit. His eyes betrayed him too easily. Then the touch came again, and this time she distinctly felt fingers catching her nape, as though the bone of her spine had been pinched so lightly between somebody's forefinger and thumb. It was absurd illusion, but too persuasive to be dismissed. She sat down at her dressing-table and felt tremors moving out through her body, from her jittering stomach. Was this just the result of a bad fix? She'd never had any problems before. The H that Luther bought from his Stratford suppliers was always of the highest quality. Papa could afford it. "Go back and lie down," she told herself. "Even if you can't sleep, lie down." But the bed, as she stood and turned to walk back to it, receded from her, all the contents of the room withdrawing into a corner, as though they were painted on linen and had been plucked away from her by some hidden hand. Then the fingers seemed to be back on her neck again, more insistent this time, as if working their way into her. She reached around and rubbed the back of her neck vigorously, cursing Luther loudly for bringing her bad stuff. He was probably buying cut heroin instead of the pure, and pocketing the difference. Her anger cleansed her head for a few moments, or so it seemed, for nothing else happened. She walked steadily across to the bed, orientating herself by putting her hand on the flower-patterned wall as she went. Things began to right themselves. The room found its proper perspective again. Sighing with relief, she lay down without pulling back the covers and closed her eyes. Something danced on the inside of her lids. Shapes formed, dispersed, and reformed. None of them made the least sense. They were splashes and sprawls, a lunatic's graffiti. She watched them with her mind's eye, mesmerized by their fluent transformations, scarcely aware in her fascination that the invisible fingers had found her neck again and were insinuating themselves into her substance with all the subtle efficiency of a good masseur. And then sleep. She didn't hear the dogs begin to bark. Marty did. At first just a solitary barking somewhere off to the southeast of the house, but the alarm call was almost immediately taken up by a volley of other voices. He got up boozily from in front of the dead television and went back to the window. The wind had got up. It had probably blown some dead branch down, which had disturbed the dogs. He'd noticed several dead elms that needed felling in the corner of the estate. Probably one of those was the culprit. Still, he'd better look. He went through to the kitchen and turned on the video screens, flicking from camera to camera along the perimeter fence. There was nothing to see. As he flipped to the cameras just east of the woods, however, the pictures disappeared. White noise replaced the sight of floodlit grass. 3 cameras were out of action in all. "Shit," he said. If a tree were down, and that became a likelier option than ever if the cameras weren't working, he'd have a cleaning-up job on his hands. It was odd that the alarms hadn't started, though. Any fall that had incapacitated 3 cameras must have breached the fences systems. Yet no bells rang, no sirens wailed. He took his anorak off the hook beside the back door, picked up a flashlight, and went outside. The fence lights glimmered at the periphery of his vision. Scanning them quickly, he could see none that were out. He set off toward the racket of dogs. It was a balmy night, despite the wind, the first confident warmth of spring. He was glad to be going on a walkabout, even if it was a fool's errand. It might not even be a tree at all, simply an electrical fault. Nothing was infallible. The house fell away behind him, the lit windows diminished. Now, all around him, darkness. He was isolated for 200 yards between the lights of the fence and those of the house, a strip of no-man's land over which he stumbled, flashlight inefficiency lighting the turf a few strides ahead of him. In the woods the wind found an occasional voice. Otherwise there was silence. Eventually he reached the fence where he approximated the noise of the dogs to have come from. All the lights in either direction were working. There was no visible sign of disturbance. Despite the reassuring correctness of the scene, something about it, about the night and the balmy wind, felt odd. Maybe the dark wasn't so benign after all, the warmth in the air not entirely natural for the season. A tic had begun in his stomach, and his bladder was heavy with beer. It was vexing that there were no dogs to be seen or heard. Either he'd made an error of judgment in approximating their position, or they'd moved from the spot pursuing. Or, the absurd thought came, pursued. The lamps in the uprights of the fence rocked their hooded heads in a fresh gust of wind. The scene danced giddily in the pitching light. He decided he could go no further without relieving his aching bladder. He turned off the flashlight, pocketed it, and unzipped, back to the fence and the light. It was a great relief to piss into the grass. The physical satisfaction made him whoop. Halfway through, the lights behind him flickered. At first he thought it was simply a trick of the wind, but no, they were actually dimming. Even as they faded, along the perimeter to his right, the dogs began again, anger and panic in their voices. He couldn't stop pissing once he'd started, and for valuable seconds he cursed his lack of bladder control. When he was done, he zipped up and started to run in the direction of the din. As he went, the lights came back on again, faltering, their circuits buzzing as they did so, but they were set too infrequently along the line of the fence to offer much reassurance. Between them, patches of darkness sprawled, so that for one pace out of every 10 all was clarity, for the other 9, night. Despite the fear clutching at his gut, he ran all out, the fence flickering past him. Light, darkness, light, darkness. Ahead, a tableau resolved itself. An intruder was standing on the far side of a light pool thrown down by one of the lamps. The dogs were everywhere, at his heels, at his chest, snapping and tearing at him. The man was still standing upright, legs apart, while they milled around him. Marty now realized how close he was to witnessing a massacre. The dogs were berserk, tearing at the intruder with all the fury they could muster. Curiously, despite the venom in their attack, their tails were between their legs, and their low growls as they circled, looking for another opening, were unmistakably fearful. Job, he saw, was not even attempting to pounce. He slunk around, his eyes closed to slits, watching the heroics of the rest. Marty started calling them off by name, using the strong, simple commands Lillian had taught him. Stand. Saul, stand. Dido. The dogs were immaculately tutored. He'd seen them put through these exercises a dozen times. Now, despite the intensity of their anger, they relinquished their victim when they heard the command. Reluctantly they fell back, ears flattened, teeth exposed, eyes clamped on the man. Marty started to walk steadily toward the intruder, who was left standing in a ring of watchful dogs, reeling and bloody. He carried no visible weapon. Indeed, he looked more like a derelict than a would-be assassin. His plain, dark jacket was torn in a dozen places by the attack, and where his skin was exposed, blood shone. "Keep them off me," he said, his voice wounded. There were bites all over his body. In some places, particularly his legs, pieces of his flesh had been ripped away. The middle finger of his left hand had been bitten through at the second joint, and was depending by a thread of sinew. Blood splashed on the grass. It amazed Marty that the man was even standing upright. The dogs still circled him, ready to renew the assault, if and when the order were granted. One or two of them glanced at Marty impatiently. They were itching to finish their wounded victim off, but the derelict wouldn't grant them a sign of his fear. He only had eyes for Marty, and those eyes were pinpricks and livid white. "Don't move," Marty said, "if you want to remain alive. If you try to run, they'll bring you down. Do you understand? I haven't got that much control over them." The other said nothing, simply stared. His agony, Marty knew, must be acute. He wasn't even a young man. His uneven growth of stubble showed more gray than black. The skull behind the lax and waxen flesh was severe, the features set on it used and weary, tragic even. His suffering was only apparent in the greasy sheen of his skin, and the fixedness of his facial muscles. His stare had the stillness of a hurricane's eye, and its menace. "How did you get in?" Marty asked. "Get them away," the man said. He spoke as if he expected to be obeyed. "Come back to the house with me." The other shook his head, unwilling even to debate the possibility. "Get them away," he said again. Marty conceded to the other's authority, though not certain why. He called the dogs to him by name. They came to heel with rebuking looks, unhappy to surrender their prize. "Now come back to the house," Marty said. "No need. You'll bleed to death, for God's sake." "I loathe dogs," the man said, still not taking his eyes off Marty. "We both do." Marty hadn't time to think clearly about what the man was saying. He just wanted to stop the situation from escalating again. Blood loss had surely weakened the man. If he fell down, Marty wasn't certain he could prevent the dogs from going in for the kill. They were around his legs, glancing up at him irritably. Their breath was hot on him. "If you don't come on your own accord, I'll take you," No. The intruder raised his injured hand to chest height and glanced down at it. I don't need your kindness, thank you, he said. He bit down on the sinew of the mutilated finger as a seamstress might through a thread. The discarded joints fell to the grass. Then he clenched his seeping hand into a fist and thrust it into his ravaged jacket. Marty said, Christ almighty! Suddenly the lights along the fence were flickering again. Only this time they went out altogether. In the sudden pitch, Saul whined. Marty knew the dog's voice, and shared his apprehension. "What's happening, boy?" he asked the dog, wishing to God it could reply. And then the dark broke. Something lit the scene that was neither electricity nor starlight. The intruder was the source. He'd begun to burn with a faint luminescence. Light was dripping from his fingertips and oozing from the bloody holes in his coat. It enveloped his head in a flickering gray halo that consumed neither flesh nor bone, the light licking out of mouth and eyes and nostrils. Now it began to take on shapes, or seemed to. It was all seams. Phantoms sprang from the flux of light. Marty glimpsed dogs, then a woman, then a face. All, and yet perhaps none of these. A flurry of apparitions that transformed before they congealed. And in the center of these momentary phenomena, the intruder's eyes stared on at Marty, clear and cold. Then, without a comprehensible cue, the entertainment took on a different tone altogether. A look of anguish slid across the fabricator's face. A drool of bloody darkness spilled from his eyes, extinguishing whatever played in the vapor, leaving only bright worms of fire to trace his skull. Then they too went out, and just as suddenly as the illusions had appeared, they were gone, and there was just a torn man standing beside the humming fence. The lights were coming back on again, their illumination so flat it drained any last vestige of magic. Marty looked at the bland flesh, the empty eyes, the sheer drabness of the figure in front of him, and believed none of it. "Tell Joseph," said the intruder. It had all been trickery of some kind. "Tell him what?" "That I was here." But if it was just trickery, why didn't he step forward and apprehend the man? "Who are you?" he asked. "Just tell him." Marty nodded. He had no courage left in him. "Then go home." "Home?" "Away from here," the intruder said. "Out of harm's way." He turned from Marty and the dogs, and as he did so the lights faltered and failed for several dozen yards in either direction. When they came back on again, the magician had gone. 27. "Is that all he said?" As ever, Whitehead had his back to Marty as he spoke, and it was impossible to gauge his response to the account of the night's events. Marty had offered a carefully doctored description of what had actually happened. He'd told Whitehead about his hearing the dogs, and about the chase and the brief conversation he'd had with the intruder. What he'd left out was the part that he couldn't explain, the images the man had seemingly conjured from his body. That he made no attempt to describe, or even report. He'd simply told the old man that the lights along the fence had failed, and that under the cover of darkness the intruder had made off. It made a lame finale to the encounter, but he had no powers to improve on his story. His mind, still juggling the visions of the previous night, was too uncertain of objective truth to contemplate a more elaborate lie. He hadn't slept for over 24 hours now. He'd spent the bulk of the night checking the perimeter, scouring the fence for the place the intruder had breached. There was no break in the wire, however. Either the man had slipped into the grounds when the gates were opened for one of the guests' cars, which was plausible, or else he had scaled the fence, disregarding an electric charge that would have struck most men dead. Having seen the tricks the man was capable of, Marty was not about to discount this second scenario. After all, this same man had rendered the alarms inoperative, and somehow drained the lights of power along the stretch of fence. How he'd achieved these feats was anybody's guess. Certainly scant minutes after the man's disappearance, the entire system was fully operational again. The alarms working and the cameras functioning all around the boundary. Once he'd checked the fences thoroughly, He'd gone back into the house and sat in the kitchen to reconstruct every detail of what he'd just experienced. About 4 in the morning he'd heard the dinner party break up, laughter, the slamming of cardboards. He'd made no move to report the break-in then and there. There was, he reasoned, no use in souring Whitehead's evening. He just sat and listened to the noise of people at the other end of the house. Their voices were incoherent smears, as if he were underground and they above. And while he listened, drained after his adrenaline high, memories of the man at the fence flickered in front of him. He told none of this to Whitehead, just the plainest outline of events, and those few words, "Tell him that I was here." It was enough. "Was he badly hurt?" Whitehead said, not turning from the window. "He lost a finger, as I said, and he was bleeding pretty badly." "In pain, would you say?" Marty hesitated before replying. Pain was not the word he wanted to employ, not pain as he understood it. But if he used some other word, like anguish, something that hinted at the gulfs behind the glacial eyes, he risked trespass into areas he was not prepared to go, especially not with Whitehead. He was certain that if he once let the old man sense any ambivalence, the knives would be out. So he replied, "Yes, he was in pain." "And you say he bit the finger off?" "Yes. Maybe you'd look for it later." "I have. I think one of the dogs must have taken it." Did Whitehead chuckle to himself? It sounded so. "Don't you believe me?" Marty said, taking the laughter to be at his expense. "Of course I believe you. It was only a matter of time before he came." "You know who he is?" "Yes." "Then you can have him arrested." The private amusement had stopped. The words that followed were colorless. "This is no conventional trespasser, Strauss, as I'm sure you're aware. The man is a professional assassin of the first rank. He came here with the express purpose of killing me, with your intervention, and out of the dogs he was prevented. But he will try again." "All the more reason to have him found, sir." "No police force in Europe could locate him." "If he's a known assassin," Marty said, pressing the point. His refusal to let this bone go until he had the marrow from it had begun to irritate the old man. He growled his reply. "He's known to me. Perhaps to a few others who have encountered him down the years, but that's all." Whitehead crossed from the window to his desk, unlocked it, and brought out something wrapped in cloth. He laid it on the polished desktop and unwrapped it. It was a gun. "You'll carry this with you at all times in future," he told Marty. "Pick it up, it won't bite." Marty took the gun from the desk. It was cold and heavy. "Have no hesitation, Strauss. This man is lethal." Marty passed the gun from hand to hand. It felt ugly. "Problem?" Whitehead inquired. Marty chewed on his words before speaking them. "It's only— Well, I'm on parole, sir. I'm supposed to be obeying the letter of the law. Now you give me a gun and tell me to shoot on sight. I mean, I'm sure you're right about him being an assassin, but I don't think he was even armed." Whitehead's expression, hitherto impartial, changed as Marty spoke. His teeth showed yellow as he snapped his reply. "You're my property, Strauss. You concern yourself with me, or you get to hell out of here tomorrow morning. Me!" He jabbed a finger at his own chest. "Not yourself. Forget yourself." Marty swallowed a throatful of possible retorts. None were polite. "You want to go back to Wandsworth?" the old man said. All signs of anger had disappeared. The yellow teeth were sheathed. "Do you?" "No, of course not." "You can go if you want, just say the word." "I said no, sir." "Then you listen," the old man said. "The man you met last night means me harm. He came here to kill me. If he comes again, and he will, I want you to return the compliment. Then we'll see, won't we, boy?" The teeth showed again, a fox's smile. "Oh, yes, we'll see." Caris woke feeling seedy. At first she remembered nothing of the previous night, but she gradually began to recall the bad trip that she had undergone. The room like a living thing, the phantom fingertips that had plucked oh so gently at the hairs on the nape of her neck. She couldn't remember what had happened when the fingers had delved too deep. Had she lain down, was that it? Yes, now she remembered, she had lain down. It was only then, when her head hit the pillow, and sleep claimed her, that the bad times had really begun. Not dreams, at least not like she'd had before. There'd been no theatrics, no symbols, no fugitive memories weaving between the horrors. There had been nothing at all, and that had been, still was, the terror. She had been delivered into a void. Void. It was just a dead word when she spoke it aloud. It didn't begin to describe the place she'd discovered. Its emptiness more immaculate, the terrors it awoke more atrocious, the hopes of salvation in its deeps more fragile than in any place she had ever guessed at. It was a legendary nowhere, beside which every other dark was blindingly bright, every other despair she had endured, a mere flirtation with the pit, not the pit itself. Its architect had been there, too. She remembered something of his mild physiognomy, which had convinced her not a jot. See how extraordinary this emptiness is, he had boasted, how pure, how absolute. A world of marvels can't compare, can never hope to compare, with such sublime nothingness. And when she awoke, the boasts remained. It was as if the vision were true, while the reality she now occupied was a fiction. As if color and shape and substance were pretty distractions designed to paste over the fact of this emptiness he had shown her. Now she waited, scarcely aware of time passing, occasionally stroking the sheet or feeling the weave of the carpet under her bare feet, waiting in despair for the moment it all peeled back, and the void appeared again to devour her. Well, she thought, I'll go to the Sunshine Island. If ever she deserved to play there a while, she deserved it now, having suffered so much. But something soured the thought. Wasn't the island a fiction, too? If she went there now, wasn't she weaker next time the architect came, void in hand? Her heart started to beat very loudly in her ears. Who was there to help her? Nobody who understood. Just Pearl, with her accusing eyes and her sly contempt, and Whitehead, content to feed her as long as it kept her compliant, and Marty, her runner, sweet in his way, but so naively pragmatic she could never begin to explain the complexities of the dimensions she lived in. He was a one-world man. He would look at her bewildered, trying to understand, and failing. No, she had no guides, no signposts. It would be better if she went back the way she knew, back to the island. It was a chemical lie, and it killed with time. But life killed in time, didn't it? And if dying was all there was, didn't it make sense to go to it happy, rather than fester in a dirty hole of a world where the void whispered at every corner? So when Pearl came upstairs with her she took it, thanked her politely, and went to the island, dancing. 28. Fear could make the world go round, if its wheels were efficiently oiled. Marty had seen the system in practice at Wandsworth, a hierarchy built upon fear. It was violent, unstable, and unjust, but perfectly workable. Seeing Whitehead, the calm, still center of his universe, so changed by fear, so sweaty, so full of panic, had come as an unwelcome shock. Marty had no personal feelings for the old man, or none that he was aware of, but he'd seen Whitehead's species of integrity at work, and had profited by it. Now, he felt, the stability he had come to enjoy was threatened with extinction. Already the old man was clearly withholding information, perhaps pivotal to Marty's understanding of the situation, about the intruder and his motives. In place of Whitehead's previous plain talking, there was innuendo and threats. That was his prerogative, of course, but it left Marty with a guessing game on his hands. One point was unarguable. Whatever Whitehead claimed, the man at the fence had been no conventional hired killer. Several inexplicable things had happened at the fence. The lights had waxed and waned as if on cue. The cameras had mysteriously failed when the man had appeared. The dogs had registered this riddle, too. Why else had they shown such a confusion of anger and apprehension? And there remained the illusions, those air-burning pictures. No sleight of hand, however elaborate, could explain them satisfactorily. If Whitehead knew this assassin as well as he claimed, then he must know the man's skills, too. He was simply too afraid to talk about them. Marty spent the day asking the discreetest of questions around the house, but it rapidly became apparent that Whitehead had said nothing of the events to Pearl, Lillian, or Luther. This was odd. Surely now was the very time to make everyone more vigilant. The only person to suggest he had any knowledge of the night's events was Bill Toy, but when Marty raised the subject he was evasive. "I realize you've been put in a difficult situation, Marty, but so are we all at the moment. I just feel I could do the job better if you knew the facts." "Yes." "Well, I think you have to concede that Joe knows best." He made a rueful face. "We should all have that tattooed on our hands, don't you think? Joe knows best. I wish I could tell more. I wish I knew more. I think it's probably easiest for all concerned if you let the matter drop." "He gave me a gun, Bill." "I know. And he told me to use it." Toy nodded. He looked pained by all of this, even regretful. "These are bad times, Marty. We're all having to do a lot of things we don't want to, believe me." Marty did believe him. He trusted Toy sufficiently to know that if there'd been anything he could say on the subject, it would have been said. It was entirely possible that Toy didn't even know who had broken the seal on the sanctuary. If it was some private confrontation between Whitehead and the stranger, then maybe a full explanation could only come from the old man himself, and that would clearly not be forthcoming. Marty had one final interviewee, Caris. He hadn't seen her since he'd trespassed on the upper landing the day before. What he'd seen between Caris and her father had unsettled him, and there was, he knew, a childish urge in him to punish her by withholding his company. Now he felt obliged to seek her out, however uncomfortable the meeting might prove. He found her that afternoon loitering in the vicinity of the Dovecote. She was wrapped up in a fur coat that looked as if it had been bought at a thrift shop. It was several sizes too big for her and moth-eaten. As it was, she seemed overdressed. The weather was warm, even if the wind was gusty, and the clouds that passed across a Wedgwood blue sky carried little threat. Too small, too white. They were April clouds, containing at worst a light shower. "Caris?" She fixed him with eyes so ringed with tiredness, his first thought was that they were bruised. In her hand she had a bundle, rather than a bunch, of flowers, many still buds. "Smell?" she said, proffering them. He sniffed at them. They were practically scentless. They just smelled of eagerness and earth. "Can't smell much." "Good," she said. "I thought I was losing my senses." She let the bundle drop to the ground, impatient with them. "You don't mind if I interrupt, do you?" She shook her head. "Interrupt all you like," she replied. The strangeness of her manner struck him more forcibly than ever. She always spoke as though she had some private joke on her mind. He longed to join in the game, to learn her secret language, but she seemed so sealed up, an anchorite behind a wall of sly smiles. "I suppose you heard the dogs last night," he said. "I don't remember," she replied, frowning. "Maybe." "Did anybody say anything to you about it?" "Why should they?" "I don't know. I just thought—" She put him out of his discomfort with a fierce little nod of her head. "Yes, if you want to know. Pearl told me there's been an intruder. And you scared him off, is that right? You and the dogs?" "Me and the dogs." "And which of you bit off his finger?" Had Pearl told her about the finger, too, or was it the old man who'd vouchsafed that vicious detail? Had they been together today in her room? He cancelled the scene before it flared up in his head. "Did Pearl tell you that?" he said. "I haven't seen the old man," she replied, "if that's what you're driving at." His thought encapsulated. It was eerie. She even used his phraseology. The old man, she called him, not Papa. "Shall we walk down to the lake?" she suggested, not really seeming to care one way or the other. "Sure." "You were right about the dovecote, you know," she said. "It's ugly when it's empty like this. I never thought of it like that before." The image of the deserted dovecote genuinely seemed to unnerve her. She shivered, even in the thick coat. "Did you run today?" she asked. "No, I was too tired." "Was it that bad?" "Was what that bad?" "Last night." He didn't know how to begin to answer. Yes, of course it had been bad, but even if he trusted her enough to describe the illusion he'd seen, and he was by no means sure he did, his vocabulary was woefully inadequate. Karis paused as they came in sight of the lake. Small white flowers starred the grass beneath their feet. Marty didn't know their names. She studied them as she said, "Is it just another prison, Marty?" "What?" "Being here." She had her father's skill with non sequiturs. He hadn't anticipated the question at all, and it threw him. Nobody had really asked him how he'd felt since arriving, certainly not beyond a superficial inquiry as to his comfort. Perhaps, consequentially, he hadn't really bothered to ask himself. His answer, when it came haltingly. "Yes, I suppose it's still a prison. I hadn't really thought. I mean, I can't just up and leave any time I want to, can I? But it doesn't compare with Wandsworth." Again his vocabulary failed him. This is just another world. He wanted to say he loved the trees, the size of the sky, the white florets they stepped through as they walked, but he knew such utterances would sound leaden out of his mouth. He hadn't got the knack of that kind of talk. Not like Flynn, who could babble instant poetry as though it were a second tongue. Irish blood, he used to claim, to explain this loquacity. All Marty could say was, "I can run here." She murmured something he failed to catch, perhaps just assent. Whatever, his answer seemed to satisfy her, and he could feel the anger he'd started out with, the resentment at her clever talk and her secret life with Papa, dissolving. "Do you play tennis?" she asked, again out of nowhere. "No, I never have." "Like to learn?" she suggested, half looking around at him and grinning. "I could teach you, when the weather gets warmer." She looked too frail for any strenuous exercise. Living on the edge all the time seemed to weary her, though on the edge of what he didn't know. "You teach me, I'll play," he said, happy with the bargain. "That's a deal?" she asked. "A deal." And her eyes, he thought, are so dark. Ambiguous eyes that dodge and skim sometimes, and sometimes, when you least expect it, look at you with such directness you're sure she's stripping your soul. "And he isn't handsome," she thought. "He's too used to be that. And he runs to keep himself fit because if he stopped he'd get flabby. He's probably a narcissist. I bet he stands in front of the mirror every night and looks at himself and wishes he was still a pretty boy instead of being solid and somber." She caught a thought from him, her mind reaching up, easily up, above her head. This was the way she pictured it, at least, and snatching it out of the air. She did it all the time, to Pearl, to her father, often forgetting that other people lacked the skill to pry with such casualness. The thought she had snatched was, "I would have to learn to be gentle." That, or something like it. He was afraid she'd bruise, for Christ's sake. That was why he was all dammed up when he was with her, so circuitous in his dealings. "I'm not going to break," she said, and a patch of skin at his neck blushed. "I'm sorry," he answered. She wasn't sure if he was conceding his error or simply hadn't understood her observation. "There's no need to handle me with kid gloves. I don't want that from you. I get it all the time." He threw her a disconsolate glance. Why didn't he believe what she told him? She waited, hoping for some clue, but none was offered, however tentative. They'd come to the weir that fed the lake. It was high and fast. People had drowned in it, she'd been told, as recently as a couple of decades ago, just before Papa had bought the estate. She started to explain all this, and about a coach and horses that had been driven into the lake during a storm, telling him without listening to herself, working out how to get past his courtesy and his machismo, to the part of him that might be of use to her. "And the coach is still there?" he asked, staring into the threshing water. "Presumably," she said. The story had lost its charm already. "Why don't you trust me?" she asked him straight out. He didn't reply, but he was clearly struggling with something. The frown of puzzlement he displayed deepened to dismay. Damn, she thought, I've really spoiled things somehow. But it was done. She'd asked him outright, and she was ready to take the bad news, whatever it was. Almost without planning the theft, she stole another thought from him, and it was shockingly clear, like living it. Through his eyes she saw the door of her bedroom, and her lying on the bed beyond it, glassy-eyed, with Papa sitting close by. When was this, she wondered? Yesterday? The day before? Had he heard them talking about it? Was that what woke such distaste in him? He'd played the detective, and he hadn't liked what he'd discovered. "I'm not very good with people," he said, answering her question about trust. "I never have been." How he squirmed rather than tell the truth. He was being obscenely polite with her. She wanted to wring his neck. "You spied on us," she said with brutal plainness. "That's all it is, isn't it? You saw Papa and me together." She tried to frame the remark as if it were a wild guess. It didn't quite convince as such, and she knew it. But what the hell? It was said now, and he would have to invent his own reasons as to how she'd reached that conclusion. "What did you overhear?" she demanded, but got no response. It wasn't anger that tongue-tied him, but shame for his peeping. The blushing had infected his face from ear to ear. "He treats you like he owns you," he murmured, not taking his eyes off the roiling water. "He does, in a way." "Why?" "I'm all he's got. He's alone." "Yes." "And afraid." "Does he ever let you leave the sanctuary?" "I've got no desire to go," she said. "I've got all I want here." He wanted to ask her what she did for bed companions, but he'd embarrassed himself enough as it was. She found the thought anyway, and fast upon the thought the image of Whitehead leaning forward to kiss her. Perhaps it was more than a fatherly kiss. Though she tried not to think of that possibility too often, she could not avoid its presence. Marty was more acute than she'd given him credit for. He'd caught that subtext, subtle as it was. "I don't trust him," he said. He took his gaze off the water to look around at her. His bewilderment was perfectly apparent. "I know how to handle him," she replied. "I've made a bargain with him. He understands bargains. He gets me to stay with him, and I get what I want." "Which is?" Now she looked away. The spume off the whipping water was a grubby brown. "A little sunshine," she finally replied. "I thought that came free," Marty said, puzzled. "Not the way I like it," she answered. What did he want from her? Apologies? If so, he'd be disappointed. "I should get back to the house," he said. Suddenly she said, "Don't hate me, Marty." "I don't," he came back. "There's a lot of us the same." "The same?" "Belonging to him." Another ugly truth. She was positively brimful of them today. "You could get the hell out of here if you really wanted to, couldn't you?" he said peevishly. She nodded. "I suppose I could. But where?" The question made no sense to him. There was an entire world outside the fences, and she surely didn't lack the finances to explore it. Not Joseph Whitehead's daughter. Did she really find the prospect so stale? They made such a strange pair. He with his experience so unnaturally abbreviated, years of his life wasted, and now anxious to make up for lost time. She so apathetic, fatigued by the very thought of escape from her self-defined prison. "You could go anywhere," he said. "That's as good as nowhere," she replied flatly. It was a destination that remained much on her mind. She glanced across at him, hoping some light would have dawned, but he didn't show a glimmer of comprehension. "Never mind," she said. "Are you coming?" "No, I think I'll stay here for a while." Don't throw yourself in. Can't swim, eh? She replied testily. He frowned, not understanding. Doesn't matter. I never took you for a hero. He left her standing inches from the edge of the bank, watching the water. What he'd told her was true. He wasn't good with people. But with women he was even worse. He should have taken the cloth, the way his mother had always wanted him to. That would have solved the problem, except that he had no grasp of religion either, and never had. Maybe that was part of the problem between him and the girl. They neither of them believed a damn thing. There was nothing to say, there were no issues to debate. He glanced around. Karis had walked a short way along the bank from the spot where he'd left her. The sun glared off the skin of the water and burned into her outline. It was almost as if she wasn't real at all. Part 3. Deuce. Deuce. First definition, noun. The two at dice or cards. Tennis, state of score. 40 all, games all, at which either party must gain 2 consecutive points or games to win. Deuce, second definition, noun. Plague, mischief, the devil. Chapter 5. Superstition. 29. Less than a week after the talk at the weir, the first hairline cracks began to appear in the pillars of the Whitehead Empire. They rapidly widened. Spontaneous selling began on the world's stock markets, a sudden failure of faith in the empire's credibility. Crippling losses in share values soon mounted. The selling fever, once contracted, appeared well-nigh incurable. In the space of a day there were more visitors to the estate than Marty had ever seen before. Among them, of course, the familiar faces, but this time there were dozens of others, financial analysts, he presumed. Japanese and European visitors mingled with the English, until the place rang with more accents than the United Nations. The kitchen, much to Pearl's irritation, became an impromptu meeting place for those not immediately required at the great man's hand. They gathered around the large table, demanding coffee in endless supply, to debate the strategies they had congregated here to formulate. Much of their debating, as ever, was lost on Marty, but it was clear from the snippets he overheard that the corporation was facing no explicable emergency. There were falls of staggering proportions happening everywhere. Talk of government intervention to prevent imminent collapse in Germany and Sweden. Talk, too, of the sabotage that had instigated this catastrophe. It seemed to be the conventional wisdom among these prophets that only an elaborate plan, one that had been in preparation for several years, could have damaged the fortunes of the corporation so fundamentally. There were murmurs of secret government interference, of a conspiracy of the competition. The paranoia in the house knew no bounds. There was something about the way these men fretted and fought, hands carving up the air in their efforts to contradict the previous speaker's remarks, that struck Marty as absurd. After all, they never saw the billions they lost and gained, or the people whose lives they so casually rearranged. It was all an abstraction, numbers in their heads. Marty couldn't see the use of it. To have power over notional fortunes was just a dream of power, not power itself. On the third day, with everyone drained of gambits, and praying now for a resurrection that showed no sign of coming, Marty encountered Bill Toy, engaged in a heated debate with Dwoskin. To his surprise, Toy, seeing Marty passing by, called him across, cutting the conversation short. Dwoskin hurried away scowling, leaving Toy and Marty to talk. "Well, stranger," said Toy, "and how are you doing?" "I'm okay," Marty said. Toy looked as if he hadn't slept in a long while. "And you?" "I'll survive." "Any idea of what's going on?" Toy offered a wry smile. "Not really," he said. "I've never been a money man. Hate the breed. Weasels. Everyone's saying it's a disaster." "Oh, yes," he said with equanimity. "I think it probably is." Marty's face fell. He'd been hoping for some words of reassurance. Toy caught his discomfort and its origins. "Nothing terrible's going to happen," he said, "as long as we stay level-headed. You'll still be in a job, if that's what you're worried about." It did cross my mind. Don't let it. Toy put his hand on Marty's shoulder. If I thought things looked that bad, I'd tell you. I know, I just get jittery. Who doesn't? Toy tightened his grip on Marty. What say the two of us go on the town when the worst of this is over? I'd like to. Ever been to the Academy Casino? Never had the money. I'll take you. We'll lose some of Joe's fortune for him, eh? Sounds good to me. The anxiety still lingered on Marty's face. Look, said Toy, it's not your fight. You understand me? Whatever happens from now on, it won't be your fault. We've made some mistakes along the way, and now we've got to pay for them. Mistakes? Sometimes people don't forgive, Marty. All this? Marty spread a hand to take in the whole circus. Because people don't forgive? Take it from me. It's the best reason in the world. It struck Marty that Toy had become an outsider of late, that he wasn't the pivotal figure in the old man's world-view that he had been. Did that explain the sour look that had crept across his weary face? Do you know who's responsible? Marty asked. What do boxers know? Toy said, with an unmistakable trace of irony, and Marty was suddenly certain the man knew everything. The panicked days stretched into a week without any sign of let-up. The faces of the advisers changed, but the smart suits and the smart talk remained the same. Despite the influx of new people, Whitehead had become increasingly laxer with his security arrangements. Marty was required to be with the old man less and less. The crisis seemed to have put all thoughts of assassination out of Papa's head. The period was not without its surprises. On the first Sunday, Kurtzinger took Marty aside and undertook a labored seduction speech that began with boxing, moved laterally to the pleasures of inter-male physicality, and ended up with a straight cash offer. Just half an hour. Nothing elaborate? Marty had guessed what was in the air several minutes before Kurtzinger came clean, and had prepared a suitably polite refusal. They parted amicably enough. Such diversions aside, it was a listless time. The rhythm of the house had been broken, and it was impossible to establish a fresh one. The only way Marty could preserve his sanity was by keeping out of the house as much as he could. He ran a great deal that week, often chasing his tail around and around the perimeter of the estate until an exhaustion fugue set in, and he could go back to his room, threading his way through the well-dressed dummies who loitered in every corridor. Upstairs, behind a door that he happily locked, to keep them out, not to keep himself in, he would shower and sleep for long hours, the deep, dreamless sleep he enjoyed. Karis had no such liberty. Since the night the dogs had found Mamoulian, she had taken it into her head, on occasion, to play the spy. Why this was, she wasn't certain. She'd never been much interested in goings-on at the sanctuary. Indeed, she'd actively avoided contact with Luther and Kurtzinger and all the rest of her father's cohorts. Now, however, strange imperatives stirred her without warning, to go into the library, or into the kitchen, or the garden, and simply watch. She got no pleasure out of this activity. Much that she heard she found impossible to understand. Much more was simply the vacuous gossip of financial fishwives. Nevertheless, she would sit for hours until some vague appetite was satisfied, and then she'd move on, perhaps to listen in on another debate. Some of the conversationalists knew who she was. To those who didn't, she offered the plainest of introductions. Once her credentials had been established, nobody questioned her presence. She also went to see Lillian and the dogs at that dispiriting compound behind the house. It wasn't because she liked the animals. She simply felt impelled to see them, for the sake of seeing, to look at the locks and the cages, and at the pups playing around their mother. In her mind she charted the position of the kennels relative to the fence and to the house, pacing it out in case she needed to find them in the dark. Why she would ever need that facility escaped her. In these trips she was careful not to be seen by Martin or Toy, or, worst of all, her father. It was a game she was playing, though its precise purpose was a mystery. Maybe she was making a map of the place. Was that why she walked from one end of the house to the other several times, checking and rechecking its geography, working out the length of the corridors, memorizing the way the rooms let on to each other? Whatever the reason, this foolish business answered some unspoken need in her, and when it was done, and only then, would that need pronounce itself satisfied, and let her be for a while. By the end of the week she knew the house as she never had before. She'd been in every room except that one room of her father's, which was forbidden even to her. She had checked all the entrances and exits, stairways and passages, with the thoroughness of a thief. Strange days, strange nights. Was this insanity, she began to wonder? On the second Sunday, 11 days into the crisis, Marty was summoned to the library. Whitehead was there, looking somewhat tired, perhaps, but not substantially cowed by the enormous pressure he was under. He was dressed for the outdoors, the fur-collared coat he'd worn the first day on that symbolic visit to the kennels. "I haven't left the house in several days, Marty," he announced, "and my head's getting stale. I think we should take a walk, you and I." "I'll fetch a jacket." "Yes, and the gun." They headed out the back way, avoiding the newly arrived delegations who still thronged the stairs and hallway, waiting for access to the Holy of Holies. It was a balmy day, the 19th of April. The shadows of light-headed clouds passed across the lawn in dissolute troops. "We'll go to the woods," the old man said, leading off. Marty walked a respectful couple of yards behind, acutely aware that Whitehead had come out here to clear his mind, not to talk. The woods were buzzing with activity, new growth poking through the rot of last year's fall, daredevil birds plummeting and rising between the trees, courtship voices on every other branch. They walked for several minutes, following no particular path, without Whitehead so much as looking up from his boots. Out of sight of the house and his disciples, he wore the burden of siege more nakedly. Head bowed, he trudged between the trees, indifferent to bird-song and leaf-burst alike. Marty was enjoying himself. Whenever he'd crossed this territory before, it had been at a run. Now his pace was forcibly slowed, and details of the woods became apparent. The confusion of flowers underfoot, the fungi sprouting in the damp places between the roots, all delighted him. He picked up a selection of pebbles as he went. One bore the fossilized imprint of a fern. He thought of Caris and of the dovecote, and an unexpected longing for her lapped at the edges of his consciousness. Having no reason to prevent its access, he let it come. Once admitted, the weight of his feeling for her shocked him. He felt conspired against, as though in the last few days his emotions had worked in some secret place in him, transforming mild interest in Caris into something deeper. He had little chance to sort the phenomena out, however. When he glanced up from the stone fern, Whitehead had got a good way ahead of him. Putting thoughts of Caris aside, he picked up his pace. Passages of sun and shadow moved through the trees, as the light clouds that had sat on the wind earlier gave way to heavier formations. The wind had begun to chill. There was an occasional speckle of rain in it. Whitehead had pulled his collar up. His hands were plunged into his pockets. When Marty reached him, he was greeted with a question. "Do you believe in God, Martin?" The inquiry came out of nowhere. Unprepared for it, Marty could only answer, "I don't know," which was, as answers to that question went, honest enough. But Whitehead wanted more. His eyes glittered. "I don't pray, if that's what you mean," Marty offered. "Not even before your trial? A quick word with the Almighty?" There was no humor, malicious or otherwise, in this interrogation. Again Marty answered as honestly as he could. "I don't remember exactly. I suppose I must have said something then. Yes." He paused. Above them the clouds passed over the sun. "Much good it did me." "And in prison?" "No, I never prayed." He was sure of that. "Never once." "But there were God-fearing men in Wandsworth, surely?" Marty remembered Heseltine, with whom he'd shared a cell for a few weeks at the beginning of his stretch. An old hand at prison, Tiny had spent more years behind bars than out. Every night he'd murmur a bastardized version of the Lord's Prayer into his pillow before he went to sleep. "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." not understanding the words or their significance, simply saying the prayer by rote, as he had every night of his life, most probably, until the sense was corrupted beyond salvation. Thine by the kingdom, thine by the glory, forever and forever. Amen. Was that what Whitehead meant? Was there respect for a maker, thanks for creation, or even some anticipation of judgment in Heseltine's prayer? No, was Marty's reply. Not really God-fearing. I mean, what's the use? There was more where that thought came from, and Whitehead waited for it with a vulture's patience, but the words sat on Marty's tongue, refusing to be spoken. The old man prompted them. Why no use, Marty? Because it's all down to accident, isn't it? I mean, everything's chance. Whitehead nodded almost imperceptibly. There was a long silence between them until the old man said, Do you know why I chose you, Martin? Not really. Toy never said anything to you? He told me he thought I could do the job. Well, a lot of people advised against me taking you. They thought you were unsuitable for a number of reasons we needn't go into. Even Toy wasn't certain. He liked you, but he wasn't certain. But you employed me anyway. Indeed we did. Marty was beginning to find the cat-and-mouse game insufferable. He said, Now you're going to tell me why, right? You're a gambler, Whitehead replied. Marty felt he'd known the answer long before it was spoken. You wouldn't have been in trouble at all if you hadn't been obliged to pay off large gaming debts, am I right? More or less. You spent every penny you earned, or so your friends testified at the trial, frittered it away. Not always. I had some big wins, really big wins. The look Whitehead gave Marty was scalpel-sharp. After all you've been through, all your disease has made you suffer, you still talk about your big wins. I remember the best times, like anyone would, Marty replied defensively. Flukes. No, I was good, damn it. Flukes, Martin. You said so yourself a moment ago. You said it was all chance. How can you be good at anything that's accidental? That doesn't make sense, does it? The man was right, at least superficially. But it wasn't as simple as he made it out to be, was it? It was all chance. He couldn't argue with that basic condition. But a sliver of Marty believed something else. What it was he believed he couldn't describe. Isn't that what you said? Whitehead pressed. That it was accident. It's not always like that. Some of us have chance on our side. Is that what you're saying? Some of us have our fingers— Whitehead's forefinger described a spinning circle. On the wheel. The circling finger stopped. In his mind's eye, Marty completed the image. The ball jumped from hole to hole and found a niche, a number. Some winner yelped his triumph. Not always, he said. Just sometimes. Describe it. Describe how it feels. Why not? Where was the harm? Sometimes it was just easy, you know, like taking sweets from a baby. I'd go to a club, and the chips would tingle, and I'd know. Jesus, I'd know. I couldn't fail to win. Whitehead smiled. But you did fail, he reminded Marty with courteous brutality. You often failed. You failed till you owed everything you had, and more besides. I was stupid. I played even when the chips didn't tingle, when I knew I was on a losing streak. Why? Marty glowered. What do you want, a signed confession? He snapped. I was greedy, what do you think? And I loved playing. Even when I didn't have a chance of winning, I still wanted to play. For the game's sake. I suppose so, yes, for the game. A look, impossibly complex, crossed Whitehead's face. There was regret in it, and a terrible aching loss, and more. Incomprehension. Whitehead the master, Whitehead the lord of all he surveyed, suddenly showed, all too briefly, another, more accessible face, that of a man confused to the point of despair. I wanted someone with your weaknesses, he explained now, and suddenly he was the one doing the confessing. Because sooner or later I believed a day like today would come, and I'd have to ask you to take a risk with me. What sort of risk? Nothing so simple as a wheel or a game of cards. I wish it were. Then maybe I could explain to you, instead of asking for an act of faith. But it's so complicated, and I'm tired. Bill said something. Whitehead broke in. Toy's left the estate. You won't be seeing him again. When did he go? Earlier in the week. Relations between us have been deteriorating for a while. He caught Marty's dismay. Don't fret about it. Your position here is as secure as it ever was, but you must trust me absolutely. Sir, no affirmations of loyalty. They're wasted on me, not because I don't believe you're sincere, but I'm surrounded by people who tell me whatever they think I want to hear. That's how they keep their wives in furs and their sons in cocaine. His gloved fingers clawed at his bearded cheek as he spoke. So few honest people. Toy was one. Evangeline, my wife, was another. But so very few. I just have to trust to instinct. I have to blot out all the talk and follow what my head tells me. And it trusts you, Martin. Marty said nothing, just listened as Whitehead's voice became quieter, his eyes so intense now, a glance from them might have ignited tinder. If you stay with me, if you keep me safe, there's nothing you can't be or have. Understand me? Nothing. This was not the first time the old man had offered this seduction, but circumstances had clearly changed since Marty first arrived at the sanctuary. There was more at risk now. What's the worst that can happen? He asked. The mazed face had slackened. Only the incendiary eyes still showed life. The worst? Whitehead said. Who knows the worst? The burning eyes seemed about to be extinguished by tears. He fought them. I have seen such things, and passed by them on the other side. Never thought, not once. A pattering announced rain. Its soft percussion accompanied Whitehead as he stumbled to speak. All his verbal skills had deserted him suddenly. He was bereft. But something, a vast something, demanded to be said. Never thought it would ever happen to me. He bit back more words and shook his head at his own absurdity. Will you help me? He asked in place of further explanation. Of course. Well, he replied, we'll see, eh? Without warning, he suddenly stepped past Marty and returned the way they'd come. The jaunt was apparently over. For several minutes they walked as they had, Whitehead taking the lead, with Marty trailing a discreet 2 yards behind. Just before they came in sight of the house, Whitehead spoke again. This time he didn't break the rhythm of his step, but threw the inquiry over his shoulder, just 4 words. And the devil, Marty? What, sir? The devil. Did you ever pray to him? It was a joke, a little leaden maybe, but the old man's way of making light of his confessional. Well, did you? Once or twice, Marty answered, skirting a smile. As the words left his lips, Whitehead froze dead in his tracks, a hand outstretched behind him to check Marty. Shh! 20 yards ahead, arrested as it crossed their path, was a fox. It hadn't seen its observers yet, but it could only be a matter of moments before their scent reached its nostrils. "Which way?" Whitehead hissed. "What?" "Which way will it run?" £1,000. Straight bet." "I haven't got," Marty began. "Against a week's pay." Marty began to smile. What was a week's pay? He couldn't spend it anyway. £1,000 says it runs to the right," said Whitehead. Marty hesitated. "Quickly, man." "Done." Even on the word, the animal caught their scent. Its ears pricked, its head turned, and it saw them. For an instant it was too stupefied by surprise to move. Then it ran. For several yards it took off away from them along the path, not veering to one side or the other, its heels kicking up dead leaves as it went. Then, without warning, it sliced away into the cover of the trees to the left. There was no ambiguity about the victory. "Well done," said Whitehead, pulling off his glove and extending his hand to Marty. When he shook it, Marty felt it tingle like the chips had on a winning night. By the time they got back, the rain was beginning to come on more heavily. A welcome hush had descended on the house. Apparently Pearl, unable to bear the barbarians in her kitchen any longer, had thrown a fit and left. Though she'd gone, the offending party seemed well chastened. Their babble was reduced to a murmur, and few of them made any approach to Whitehead as he entered. Those few that did were quickly slapped down. "Are you still here, Monroe?" he said to one devotee. To another, who made the error of thrusting a sheaf of papers at him, he quietly suggested the man choke on them. They reached the study with the minimum of interruptions. Whitehead unlocked the wall safe. "You would prefer cash, I'm sure?" Marty studied the carpet. Though he'd won the bet fairly, he was embarrassed by the payoff. "Cash is fine," he murmured. Whitehead counted out a wad of 20-pound notes and handed them across. "Enjoy," he said. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," Whitehead said. "It was a straight bet. I lost." An awkward silence fell while Marty pocketed the money. "Our talk," the old man said, "is in the strictest confidence, you understand?" "Of course, I wouldn't—" Whitehead raised his hand to ward off his protestations. "The strictest confidence. My enemies have agents." Marty nodded as though he understood. In a way, of course, he did. Perhaps Whitehead suspected Luther or Pearl, maybe even Toy, who was so abruptly persona non grata. "These people are responsible for the present fall in my fortunes. It's all meticulously engineered." He shrugged, eyes like slits. God, Marty thought, I'd never want to be on the wrong side of this man. "I don't fret about these things. If they want to plan my ruin, let them. But I wouldn't like to think that my most intimate feelings were available to them. Do you see? They won't be." "No." He pursed his lips, a cold kiss of satisfaction. "You've seen something of Karis, I gather. Pearl says you spend time together, is that right?" "Yes." Whitehead came back with a tone of detachment that was patently fake. "She seems stable much of the time, but essentially that's a performance. I'm afraid she's not well and hasn't been for several years. Of course, she's seen the best psychiatrists money can buy, but I'm afraid it's done no good. Her mother went the same way in the end." "Are you telling me not to see her?" Whitehead looked genuinely surprised. "No, not at all. The companionship may be good for her. But please bear in mind she's a highly disturbed girl. Don't take her pronouncements too seriously. Half the time she doesn't know what she's saying. Well, I think that's it. You'd better go and pay off your fox." He laughed gently. "Clever fox," he said. In the 2.5 months Marty had been at the sanctuary, Whitehead had been an iceberg. Now he had to think about revising that description. Today he'd glimpsed another man altogether. Inarticulate, alone, talking of God and prayer. Not just God. There had been that final question, the one he'd thrown away so carelessly. "And the devil? Did you ever pray to him?" Marty felt he'd been handed a pile of jigsaw pieces, none of which seemed to belong to the same portrait. Fragments of a dozen scenes. Whitehead resplendent among his acolytes, or sitting at a window watching the night. Whitehead the potentate, lord of all he surveyed, or betting like a drunken porter on the way a fox might run. This last fragment puzzled Marty the most. In it, he sensed, was a clue that could unite these disparate images. He had the strangest feeling that the bet on the fox had been fixed. Impossible, of course. And yet... Suppose Whitehead could put his finger on the wheel any time he wanted to, so that even the petty chance of a fox running to the right or left was available to him. Could he know the future before it happened? Was that why the chips tingled, and fingers too? Or was he shaping it? An earlier self would have rejected these subtleties out of hand, but Marty had changed. Being in the sanctuary had changed him. Charis ellipses had changed him. In 100 ways he was more complex than he'd been, and part of him longed for a return to the clarity of black and white, but he knew damned well that such simplicity was a lie. Experience was made up of endless ambiguities, of motive, of feeling, of cause and effect, and if he was to win under such circumstances, he had to understand how those ambiguities worked. No, not win. There was no winning and losing here, not in the way that he'd understood before. The fox had run to the left, and he had 1,000 pounds folded in his pocket, but he felt none of the exhilaration he had when he'd won on the horses or at the casino. Just black bleeding into white, and vice versa, until he scarcely knew right from wrong. 30. Toy had rung the estate in the middle of the afternoon, spoken to an irate Pearl, who was just about to make her exit, and left a message for Marty to call him at the Pimlico number. But Marty hadn't rung back. Toy wondered if Pearl had failed to pass the message along, or if Whitehead had somehow intercepted it and prevented a return call being made. Whatever the reason, he hadn't spoken to Marty, and he felt guilty about it. He'd promised to warn Strauss if events started to go badly awry. Now they were. Nothing observable, perhaps. The anxieties Toy was experiencing were born out of instinct rather than fact. But Yvonne had taught him to trust his heart, not his head. Things were going to fall down after all, and he hadn't warned Marty. Perhaps that was why he was having such bad dreams, and waking with memories of ugliness flitting in his head. Not everyone survived being young. Some died early, victims of their own hunger for life. Toy hadn't been such a victim, though he'd come perilously close. Not that he'd known it at the time. He'd been too dazzled by the new pools he was introduced into by Whitehead to see how lethal those waters could be. And he'd obeyed the great man's wishes with such unquestioning zeal, hadn't he? Never once had he balked at his duty, however criminal it might have seemed. Why should he be surprised, then, if, after all these years, these same crimes, so casually committed, were in silent pursuit of him? That was why he lay now in a clammy sweat, with Yvonne sleeping beside him, and one phrase circling his skull. "Mamoulian will come." That was the only clear notion he had. The rest, thoughts of Marty and Whitehead, was a potpourri of shames and accusations, but that plain phrase, "Mamoulian will come," stood out in the dross of uncertainty as a fixed point to which all his terrors adhered. No apology would suffice, no humiliation would curb the last European's anger, because Toy had been young and a brute, and he'd had a wicked way with him. Once upon a time, when he'd been too young to know better, he'd made Mamoulian suffer, and the remorse he felt now came too late. 20, 30 years too late. And after all, hadn't he lived on the profits of his brutality all these years? "Oh, Jesus," he said in the unsteady rhythm of his breath, "Jesus, help me." Afraid and ready to admit to being afraid, if it meant she'd comfort him, he turned over and reached for Yvonne. She wasn't there. Her side of the bed was cold. He sat up, momentarily disoriented. "Yvonne?" The bedroom door was ajar, and the dimmest of lights from downstairs described the room. It was chaos. They had been packing all evening, and the task had still not been finished, when at 1 in the morning they'd retired. Clothes were heaped on the chest of drawers, an open case yawned in the corner, his ties hung over the back of a chair like parched snakes, tongues to the floor. He heard a noise on the landing. He knew Yvonne's padding step well. She'd gone for a glass of apple juice or a biscuit, the way she so often did. She appeared at the door in silhouette. "Are you all right?" he asked her. She murmured something like yes. He put his head back on the pillow. "Hungry again," he said, letting his eyes close. "Always hungry." Cold air seeped into the bed as she raised the sheet to slip in beside him. "You left the light on downstairs," he chided, as sleep started to slide over him again. She didn't reply. Asleep already, probably. She was blessed with a facility for instant unconsciousness. He turned to look at her in the semi-darkness. She wasn't snoring yet, but nor was she entirely silent. He listened more carefully, his coiled innards jittery. It was a liquid sound she was making, as though breathing through mud. "Yvonne, are you all right?" She didn't answer. From her face, which was inches from his, the slushing sound went on. He reached for the switch of the lamp above the bed, keeping his eyes on the black mass of Yvonne's head as he did so. Best to do this fast, he reasoned, before my imagination gets the better of me. His fingers located the switch, fumbled with it, then pressed the light on. What was facing him on the pillow was not recognizably Yvonne. He jabbered her name as he scrambled backward out of bed, eyes fixed on the abomination beside him. How was it possible that she was alive enough to climb the stairs and get into bed, to murmur yes to him as she had? The profundity of her wounding had killed her, surely. Nobody could live, skinned and boned like that. She half-turned in the bed, eyes closed, as if rolling over in her sleep. Then, horribly, she said his name. Her mouth didn't work as it had. Blood greased the word on its way. He couldn't bear to look any more, or he'd scream, and that would bring them, whoever did this, bring them howling at him with their scalpels already wet. They were probably outside the door already. But nothing could induce him to stay in the same room, not with her performing slow gyrations on the bed, still saying his name as she pulled up her nightdress. He staggered out of the bedroom and onto the landing. To his surprise, they were not waiting for him there. At the top of the stairs he hesitated. He was not a brave man, nor was he foolish. Tomorrow he could mourn her, but for tonight she was simply gone from him, and there was nothing to be done but preserve himself from whoever'd done this. Whoever. Why didn't he admit the name to himself? Mamoulian was responsible. It had his signature. And he was not alone. The European would never have laid his purged hands on human flesh the way someone had done on Yvonne. His squeamishness was legendary. But it was he who'd given her that half-life to live after the murder was done. Only Mamoulian was capable of that service. And he would be waiting below now, wouldn't he? In the undersea world at the bottom of the stairs, waiting as he'd waited so long for Toy to traipse down to join him. "Go to hell," Toy whispered to the dark below, and walked. The urge was to run, but common sense counseled otherwise, along the landing toward the spare bedroom. With every step he anticipated some move from the enemy, but none came. Not until he reached the door of the bedroom, anyway. Then, as he turned the handle, he heard Yvonne's voice behind him. "Willie?" The word was better formed than before. For the briefest moment he felt his sanity in doubt. Was it possible that if he turned now, she would be standing at the bedroom door as disfigured as memory suggested? Or was that all a fever dream? "Where are you going?" she demanded to know. Downstairs somebody moved. "Come back to bed." Without turning to refuse her invitation, Toy pushed the door of the spare bedroom open, and as he did so he heard somebody start up the stairs behind him. The footsteps were heavy, their owner eager. There was no key in the lock to delay his pursuer, and no time to drag furniture in front of the door. Toy crossed the lightless bedroom in 3 strides, threw open the French windows, and stepped onto the small wrought-iron balcony. It grunted beneath his weight. He suspected it would not hold for long. Below him the garden was in darkness, but he had a fair idea of where the flower-beds lay, and where the paving-stones. Without hesitation, the footsteps loud at his back, he clambered over the balcony. His joints complained at this exertion, and more so when he lowered himself over the other side until he was hanging by his hands, suspended by a grip that was every second in danger of giving out. A din in the room he'd left drew his glance. His pursuer, a bloated thug with bloody hands and the eyes of something rabid, was in the room, was crossing now toward the windows, growling his displeasure. Toy rocked his body as best he could, praying to miss the paving he knew was directly beneath his bare feet and land on the soft earth of the herbaceous border. There was little chance to fine-tune the maneuver. He let go of the balustrade as the obesity reached the balcony, and for what seemed a long time fell backward through space, the window diminishing above him, until he landed, with no more injury than a bruising among the geraniums Yvonne had planted only the week before. He got to his feet, badly winded but intact, and ran down the moonlit garden to the back gate. It was padlocked, but he managed to climb over it with ease, adrenaline firing his muscles. There was no sound of further pursuit, and when he glanced back he could see the fat man was still at the French windows, watching his escape as though lacking the initiative to follow. Sick with a sudden excitement, he sprinted away down the narrow passage that led along the backs of all the gardens, caring only to put distance between himself and the house. It was only when he reached the street, its lamps starting to go out now as dawn edged up over the city, that he realized he was stark naked. 31. Marty had gone to bed a happy man, though there was still much here he didn't understand, much which the old man, despite his promises of explanations, seemed pleased to keep obscured. Finally, none of that was his business. If Papa chose to have secrets, so be it. Marty had been hired to look after him, and it appeared that he was fulfilling that obligation to his employer's satisfaction. The results were there in the intimacies the old man had shared with him, and in the £1,000 beneath his pillow. Euphoria prevented sleep. Marty's heart seemed to be beating at twice its usual rate. He got up, slipped on his bathrobe, and tried a selection of videos to take his mind off the day's events. But the boxing tapes depressed him, the pornography, too. He wandered downstairs to the library, found a dog-eared space opera, then slipped back to his room, making a detour to the kitchen for a beer. Karis was in his room when he got back, dressed in jeans and a sweater, barefoot. She looked frayed, older than her 19 years. The smile she offered him was too stage-managed to convince. "You don't mind?" she said. "Only I heard you walking about." "Don't you ever sleep?" "Not often." "Want some beer?" "No, thanks." "Sit down," he said, throwing a pile of clothes off the single chair for her. She deposited herself on the bed, however, leaving the chair for Marty. "I have to talk to you," she said. Marty laid down the book he'd chosen. On the cover, a naked woman, her skin a fluorescent green, emerged from an egg on a twin-sunned planet. Karis said, "Do you know what's going on?" "Going on? What do you mean?" "Haven't you felt anything odd in the house?" "Like what?" Her mouth had found its favorite shape, corners turned down in exasperation. "I don't know. It's difficult to describe." "Try." She hesitated, like a diver at the edge of a high board, then took the plunge. "Do you know what a sensitive is?" He shook his head. "It's someone who can pick up waves, thought waves." "Mind reading." "In a way." He gave her a noncommittal look. "Is it something you can do?" he said. "Not do. I don't do anything. It's more like it's done to me." Marty leaned back in the chair, flummoxed. "It's as though everything gets sticky. I can't shake it off. I hear people talking without them moving their lips. Most of it's meaningless, just rubbish." "And it's what they're thinking?" "Yes." He couldn't find much to say in response, except that he doubted her, and that wasn't what she wanted to hear. She'd come for reassurance, hadn't she? "That's not all," she said. "I see shapes sometimes, around people's bodies, vague shapes, like a kind of light." Marty thought of the man at the fence, of how he'd bled light, or seemed to. He didn't interrupt her, however. "The point is, I feel things other people don't. I don't think it's particularly clever of me, or anything like that. I just do it. And the last few weeks I felt something in the house. I get odd thoughts in my head, out of nowhere. I dream horrible things." She halted, aware that her description was getting vaguer, and she risked what little credibility this monologue had if she went on. "The lights you see?" Marty said, backtracking. Yes. I saw something like them. She leaned forward. When? The man who broke in. I thought I saw light coming from him. From his wounds, I suppose. And his eyes and his mouth. Even as he finished the sentence, he was shrugging it off as if fearful of contagion. I don't know, he said. I was drunk. But you saw something? Yes, he conceded without pleasure. She got up and crossed to the window. Like father, like daughter, he thought. Window freaks, both of them. As she stared out across the lawn, Marty never drew the curtains, he had ample opportunity to look at her. Something, she said. Something. The grace of her crooked leg, the displaced weight of her buttocks, her face reflected in the cold glass so intent on this mystery, all enthralled him. That's why he doesn't talk to me any longer, she said. Papa? He knows I can feel what he's thinking, and he's frightened. The observation was a cul-de-sac. She started tapping her foot with irritation, her breath ghosting the window intermittently. Then, out of the blue, she said, Did you know you had a breast fixation? What? You look at them all the time. Do I, hell? And you're a liar. He stood up, not knowing what he intended to do or say, until the words were out. At last, smothered in confusion, only the truth seemed appropriate. I like looking at you. He touched her shoulder. At this point, if they chose, the game could stop. Tenderness was a breath away. They could take the opportunity or let it be, resume the repartee or discard it. The moment lay between them, awaiting instructions. Babe, she said, don't shake. He moved a half-step closer and kissed the back of her neck. She turned and returned the kiss, her hand moving up his spine to cup the back of his head, as if to sense the weight of his skull. At last, she said, when they broke. I was beginning to think you were too much of a gentleman. They tumbled onto the bed, and she rolled over to straddle his hips. Without hesitation, she reached to fumble with the belt of his bathrobe. He was half hard beneath her, and uncomfortably trapped. Self-conscious, too. She pulled the bathrobe open and ran her palms across his chest. His body was solid without being heavy. Silk hair spread out from his sternum and down the central groove of his abdomen, coarsening as it descended. She sat up a little to release the robe from his groin. His cock, freed, flipped from 4 to noon. She stroked its underside. It responded in gulps. Pretty, she said. He was getting used to her approbation now. Her calm was infectious. He half sat up, perching on his elbows to get a better look at her, poised above him. She was intent on his erection, putting her index finger into her mouth and transferring a film of saliva to his cock, running fingertips up and down in fluid, lazy motions. He squirmed with pleasure. A rash of heat had appeared on his chest, further signal, if any were needed, of his arousal. His cheeks burned, too. "Kiss me," he asked. She leaned forward and met his mouth. They collapsed back onto the bed. His hands felt for the bottom of her sweater and started to ease it up, but she stopped him. "No," she murmured into his mouth. "Want to see you," he said. She sat back up. He was looking up at her, perplexed. "Not so fast," she said, and raised the sweater far enough to expose her belly and breasts to him, without taking the garment off. Marty took in her body like a blind man granted sight. The dusting of goose-flesh, the unexpected fullness of her. His hands toured where his eyes went, pressing her bright skin, describing spirals on her nipples, watching the weight of her breasts ride on her rib-cage. Mouth now followed eye and hand. He wanted to bathe her with his tongue. She pulled his head against her. Through the mesh of his hair his scalp gleamed a baby pink. She craned to kiss it, but couldn't reach, and slid her hand down instead to take hold of his cock. "Be careful," he murmured as she stroked. There was wetness in her palm. She relinquished her hold. Gently he coaxed her over, and they fell side by side across the bed. She pushed the robe off his neck, while his fingers worked at the button at the top of her jeans. She made no attempt to assist, liking the look of concentration he wore. It would be so good to be completely naked with him, skin to skin. But this wasn't the time to risk that. Suppose he saw the bruises and the needle marks, and rejected her. It would be unbearable. He had successfully undone the button and unzipped the fly, and now his hands were in her jeans, sliding under the top of her panties. There was urgency in him, and much as she loved to watch his intent, she aided the undressing now, raising her hips from the bed and sliding the jeans and panties down, exposing her body from nipples to knee. He moved over her, leaving a trail of saliva to mark his way, licking at her navel and lower now, face flushed, his tongue in her. Not expert exactly, but eager to learn, nuzzling out the places that pleased her by the sound of her sighs. He slid the jeans lower, and when she didn't resist, all the way off. Her panties followed, and she closed her eyes, blotting out everything but his exploration. In his eagerness he displayed the instincts of a cannibal. Nothing her body fed him would be rejected. He pressed as deep as anatomy allowed. Something itched at the back of her neck, but she ignored it, too concerned with this other sport. He looked up from her groin with doubt on his face. "Go on," she said. She wriggled up the bed, inviting him into her. The doubt on his face persisted. "What's wrong?" "No protection," he said. "Forget it." He needed no second invitation. Her position, not lying beneath him but half sitting, allowed her to watch his sweet display, pressing the root of his cock until the head darkened and glossed, before entering her slowly, almost reverentially. Now he relinquished hold of himself, and put his hands on the bed to either side of her, his back arched, a crescent within a crescent, as his body weight carried him in. His lips parted, and his tongue emerged to lap at her eyes. She moved to meet him, pressing her hips up to his. He sighed, frowned. "Oh, Jesus," she thought, "he's come." But his eyes opened again, still raging, and his strokes, after the initial threat of mistiming, were even and slow. Again her neck irritated her. It felt more than an itch. It was a bite, a drill hole. She tried to ignore it, but the sensation only intensified as her body gave way to the moment. Marty was too intent on their locked anatomies to register her discomfort. His breath was jagged, hot on her face. She tried to move, hoping the ache was just the tension of this position. "Marty," she breathed, "roll over." He wasn't sure of this maneuver at first, but once he was on his back and she sitting on him, he caught her rhythm easily. He began to climb again, dizzy with the height. The pain at her neck persisted, but she thrust it out of focus. She bent forward, her face 6 inches above Marty's, and let saliva fall from her mouth into his, a thread of bubbles that he received with an open grin, pushing up into her as deep as he could go, and holding himself there. Suddenly something moved in her. Not Marty. Something or somebody else, fluttering in her system. Her concentration faltered. Her heart, too. She lost focus on where she was and what she was. Another set of eyes seemed to look through hers. Momentarily she shared their owner's vision. She saw sex as depravity, a raw and bestial exchange. "No," she said, trying to cancel the nausea that had suddenly risen in her. Marty opened his eyes to slits, taking her no as a command to postpone the finish. "I'm trying, babe," he said, grinning. "Just don't move." She couldn't grasp what he meant at first. He was 1,000 miles from her, lying below in a foul sweat, wounding her against her wishes. "Okay," he breathed, holding on until it almost hurt. He seemed to swell in her. The sensation drove the double vision out of her head. The other viewer shrank away behind her eyes, revolted by the fullness and the fleshiness of this act, by its reality. Did the intruding mind feel Marty, too, she half thought, its cortex plumbed by a cockhead that was swelling to cream even now? "God," she said. With the other eyes in retreat, the joy came back. "Can't stop, babe," Marty said. "Go on," she said. "It's all right, it's all right." Flecks of her sweat hit him as she moved on top of him. "Go on, yes," she said again. It was an exclamation of pure delight, and it took him past the point of return. He tried to stave off eruption for a few more trembling seconds. The weight of her hips on him, the heat of her channel, the brightness of her breasts, filled his head. And then somebody spoke, a low, guttural voice. "Stop it!" Marty's eyes fluttered open, glancing to left and right. There was nobody else in the room. His head had invented the sound. He cancelled the illusion and looked back at Karis. "Go on," she said. "Please go on." She was dancing on him. The bones of her hips caught the light. The sweat on them ran and ran, glowing. "Yes, yes," he answered, the voice forgotten. She looked down at him as imminence infested his face, and through the intricacies of her own flaring sensations she felt the second mind again. It was a worm in her budding head, pushing forward, its sickness ready to stain her vision. She fought it. "Go away," she told it under her breath. "Go away." But it wanted to defeat her, to defeat them both. What had seemed like curiosity before was malice now. It wanted to spoil everything. "I love you," she told Marty, defying the presence in her. "I love you. I love you." The invader spasmed, furious with her, and more furious still that she didn't concede to its spoiling. Marty was rigid, on the threshold, blind and deaf to anything but pleasure. Then, with a groan, he began to spurt in her, and she was there too. Her sensations drove all thoughts of resistance out of her head. Somewhere far off she could hear Marty gasping. "Oh, Jesus," he was saying. "Babe, babe." But he was in another world. They weren't together even at this moment. She in her ecstasy, he in his, each running a private race to completion. A wayward spasm made Marty convulse. He opened his eyes. Karis had her hands glued over her face, fingers spread. "You all right, babe?" he said. When her eyes opened, he had to bite back a shout. It was for a moment not her who stared out between the bars. It was something dredged up from the bottom of the sea. Black eyes swiveling in a grey head. Some primeval genus that viewed him, he knew this to his marrow, with hatred in its bowels. The hallucination lasted 2 heartbeats only, but long enough for him to glance down her body and up again to meet the same vile gaze. "Karis?" Then her eyelids fluttered, and the fan of her fingers closed across her face. For a lunatic instant he flinched, awaiting the revelation. Her hands dropping from her head, the face transformed, a fish's head. But of course it was her, only her. Here she was now, smiling at him. "Are you all right?" he ventured. "What do you think?" "I love you, babe." She murmured something as she slumped on him. They lay there for several minutes, his cock diminishing in a cooling bath of mingled fluids. "Aren't you getting a cramp?" he asked her after a while, but she didn't reply. She was asleep. Gently he slid her sideways, slipping out of her with a wet sound. She lay on the bed beside him, her face impassive. He kissed her breasts, licked her fingers, and fell asleep beside her. 32. Mamoulian felt sick. She wasn't easy prey, this woman, despite his sentimental claim upon her psyche. But then her strength was to be expected. She was Whitehead's stock, peasant breed, thief breed, cunning and dirty. Though she couldn't know precisely what she was doing, she'd fought him with the very sensuality he most despised. But her weaknesses, and she had many, were exploitable. He'd used the heroin fugues at first, gaining access to her when she was pacified to the point of indifference. They warped her perception, which had made his invasion less noticeable, and through her eyes he'd seen the house, listened with her ears to the witless conversation of its occupants, shared with her, though it revolted him, the smell of their cologne and their flatulence. She was the perfect spy, living in the heart of the enemy's camp, and as the weeks had gone by he'd found it easier to slip in and out of her unnoticed. That had made him careless. It was carelessness not to have looked before he leaped, to commit himself to her head without first checking what she was doing. He hadn't even thought she might be with the bodyguard, and by the time he'd realized his error he was sharing her sensations, her ridiculous rapture. and it had left him trembling. He would not make such a mistake again. He sat in the bare room in the bare house he had bought for himself in Breer, and tried to forget the turbulence he'd experienced. The look in Strauss's eyes as he stared up at the girl. Had the thug glimpsed, perhaps, the face behind her face? The European guessed so. No matter. None of them would survive. It wouldn't just be the old man, the way he'd planned at first. All of them, his acolytes, his serfs, all, would go to the wall with their master. The memories of Strauss's assaults lingered in the European's entrails. He longed to evacuate them. The sensation shamed and disgusted him. Downstairs he heard Breer come in and go out, on his way to some atrocity or home from one. Mamoulian concentrated on the blank wall opposite him, but try as he might to exile the trauma, he still felt the intrusion, the spurting head, the heat of the act. "Forget," he said aloud. "Forget the brown fire off them. It's no risk to you. See only the emptiness, the promise of the void." His innards shook. Beneath his gaze, the paint on the wall seemed to blister. Venereal eruptions disfigured its emptiness. Illusions, but horribly real to him, nevertheless. Very well. If he couldn't dislodge the obscenities, he would transform them. It wasn't difficult to smudge sexuality into violence, turn sighs into screams, thrusts into convulsions. The grammar was the same, only the punctuation differed. Picturing the lovers in death together, the nausea he'd felt receded. In the face of that void, what was their substance? Transitory. Their promises? Pretension. He began to calm. The sores on the wall had started to heal, and he was left, after a few minutes, with an echo of the nothingness he had come to need so much. Life came and went, but absence, he knew, went on forever. 33. "Oh, by the way, there was a telephone call for you, from Bill Toy, day before yesterday." Marty looked up at Pearl from his plate of steak and pulled a face. "Why didn't you tell me?" She looked contrite. "It was the day I lost my wick with those damn people. I left a message for you." "I didn't get it." "On the pad beside the telephone." It was still there. "Call Toy," and a number. He dialed and waited a full minute before the phone was picked up at the other end. It wasn't Toy. The woman who repeated the number had a soft, lost voice, slurred as if by too much drink. "Can I speak to William Toy, please?" he asked. "He's gone," the woman replied. "Oh, I see." "He won't be coming back. Not ever." The quality of the voice was eerie. "Who is this?" it asked of him. "It doesn't matter," Marty replied. His instinct rebelled against giving his name. "Who is this?" she asked again. "I'm sorry to have bothered you." "Who is this?" He put the receiver down on the slushing insistence at the other end. Only when he had did he realize that his shirt was clinging to a cold sweat that had suddenly sprung from his chest and spine. In the Love Nest in Pimlico, Yvonne asked the vacated line, "Who is this?" for half an hour or more before letting the telephone drop. Then she went to sit down. The couch was damp. Large, sticky stains were spreading on it from the place where she always sat. She assumed it was something to do with her, but she couldn't work out how or why. Nor could she explain the flies that congregated all over her, in her hair and her clothes, whining away. "Who is this?" she asked again. The question remained perfectly pertinent, though she was no longer speaking to the stranger on the phone. The rotting skin of her hands, the blood she left in the tub after bathing, the horrid look the mirror gave her, all inspired the same hypnotic inquiry. "Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Who is this?" Chapter 6. The Tree. 34. Breer hated the house. It was cold, and the natives in this part of the city were inhospitable. He was regarded with suspicion as soon as he stepped out of the front door. There were, he had to concede, reasons for this. In recent weeks a smell had begun to linger around him, a sickly, syrupy smell that made him almost ashamed to get too close to the pretty ones along the schoolyard railing, for fear they would put their fingers to their noses, making a poo-poo sound, and run off calling him names. When they did that, it made him want to die. Though there was no heating in the house, and he had to bathe in cold water, he nevertheless washed from head to foot 3 or 4 times a day, hoping to dislodge the smell. When that didn't work, he bought perfume, sandalwood in particular, and doused his body with it after each ablution. Now the comments they called after him weren't about excreta, but about his sex life. He took the brunt of their remarks with equanimity. Nevertheless, dull resentments festered in him, not just about the way he was treated in the district. The European, after a courtship that had been polite, was more and more treating him with contempt, as a lackey rather than an ally. It irritated him, the way he was sent to this haunt or that, looking for toy, asked to comb a city of millions in search of a shriveled old man whom Breer had last seen scrambling over a wall stark naked, his scrawny buttocks white in the moonlight. The European was losing his sense of proportion. Whatever crimes this toy had committed against Mamoulian, they could scarcely be profound, and it made Breer weak with tiredness to contemplate another day wandering the streets. Despite his weariness, the capacity for sleep seemed to have deserted him almost entirely. Nothing, not even the fatigue that killed his nerves, could persuade his body to close down for more than a few eye-fluttering minutes, and even then his mind dreamed such things, such dreadful things, it was scarcely possible to call the slumber blissful. The only comfort remaining to him was his pretties. That was one of the few advantages in this house. It had a cellar, just a dry, cool space, which he was systematically clearing of the rubbish left by the previous owners. It was a long job, but he was gradually getting the place the way he wanted it, and though he had never much liked enclosed spaces, there was something about the darkness and the sense of being underground that answered an unarticulated need in him. Soon he would have it all scrubbed. He would put colored paper chains around the walls, and flowers and vases on the floor. A table, maybe, with a cloth on it, smelling of violets. Comfortable chairs for his guests. Then he could begin to entertain friends in the manner to which he hoped they would become accustomed. All his arrangements could be effected much more quickly if he weren't forever interrupted by the damned fool errands the European sent him on. But the time for such servitude, he decided, had come to an end. Today he would tell Mamoulian that he wouldn't be blackmailed or bullied into playing this game. He'd threaten to leave if it came to the worst. He'd go north. There were places north where the sun didn't come up for 5 months of the year. He'd read about such places, and that seemed fine to him. No sun, and deep caves to live in, holes where not even moonlight could stray. The time had come to lay his cards on the table. If the air in the house was cold, it was even colder in Mamoulian's room. The European seemed to exhale a breath that was mortuary-chilled. Breer stood in the doorway. He'd only been in this room once before, and he had a niggling fear of it. It was too plain. The European had asked Breer to nail boards across the windows. This he had done. Now, by the light of a single wick, burning in a dish of oil on the floor, the room looked bleak and gray. Everything in it seemed insubstantial, even the European. He sat in the dark wood chair that was the only furnishing, and looked at Breer with eyes so glazed he could have been blind. "I didn't call you up here," Mamoulian said. "I wanted to talk to you." "Close the door, then." Though this was against his better judgment, Breer obeyed. The lock clicked at his back. The room was now centered on that single flame, and the fitful luminosity it offered. Sluggishly, Breer looked around the room for some place to sit, or at least lean. But there was no comfort here. Its austerity would have shamed an ascetic. Just a few blankets on the bare boards in the corner, where the great man slept. Some books stacked against the wall, a pack of cards, a jug of water and a cup. Little else. The walls, except for the rosary that hung from a hook, were naked. "What do you want, Anthony?" All Breer could think was, "I hate this room." "Say what you have to say." "I want to go—" "Go?" "Away. The flies bother me. There are so many flies." "No more than there are in any other May. It is perhaps a little warmer than usual. All the signs are that the summer will be blistering." The thought of heat and light made Breer sick. And that was another thing, the way his belly revolted if he put food into it. The European had promised him a new world, health, wealth, and happiness, but he was suffering the torments of the damned. It was a cheat, all a cheat. "Why didn't you let me die?" he said, without thinking what he was saying. "I need you." "But I feel ill." "The work will soon be over." Breer looked straight at Mamoulian, something he very rarely mustered the courage to do. But desperation was a rod at his back. "You mean finding Toy?" he said. "We won't find him. It's impossible." "Oh, but we will, Anthony. That I insist upon." Breer sighed. "I wish I was dead," he said. "Don't say that. You've got all the freedom you want, haven't you? You feel no guilt now, do you?" "No." "Most people would happily suffer your minor discomforts to be guiltless, Anthony, to commit their heart's desire to flesh and never be called to regret it. Rest today. Tomorrow we're going to be busy, you and I." "Why?" "We're going to visit Mr. Whitehead." Mamoulian had told him about Whitehead and the house and the dogs. The damage they'd done to the European was conspicuous. Though his torn hand had healed quickly, the tissue damage was irreparable. A finger and a half missing. Ugly scars raking palm and face. A thumb that would no longer move properly. His facility with the cards was permanently spoiled. It was a long and sorry tale he'd told Breer the day he'd returned, bloodied from his encounter with the dogs. A history of promises broken and trust despised, of atrocities committed against friendship. The European had wept freely in the telling of it, and Breer had glimpsed the profundity of pain in him. They were both despised men, conspired against and spat upon. Remembering the European's confessional, the sense of injustice Breer had felt at the time was reawoken. And here was he, who owed the European so much, his life, his sanity, planning to turn his back on his savior. The razor-eater felt ashamed. "Please," he said, eager to make amends for his petty complaints, "let me go and kill this man for you." "No, Anthony." "I can," Breer insisted. "I'm not afraid of dogs. I feel no pain. Not now. Not since you came back. I can kill him in his bed." "I'm sure you could. And I will certainly need you to keep the dogs off me. I'll tear them apart." Mamoulian looked deeply pleased. "You do that, Anthony. I loathe the species, always have. You deal with them while I have words with Joseph." "Why bother with him? He's so old." "So am I," Mamoulian replied. "Older than I look, believe me. But a bargain is a bargain." "It's difficult," said Breer, his eyes wet with phlegmy tears. "What is?" "Being the last." "Oh, yes. Needing to do everything properly, so that the tribes remembered." Breer's voice broke. All the glories he'd missed, not being born into a great age, what must that dream time have been like, when the razor-eaters and the Europeans and all the other tribes held the world in their hands? There would never come such an age again. Mamoulian had said so. "You won't be forgotten," the European promised. "I think I will." The European stood up. He seemed bigger than Breer remembered him, and darker. "Have a little faith, Anthony. There is so much to look forward to." Breer felt a touch at the back of his neck. It seemed a moth had alighted there and was stroking his nape with its furred antennae. His head had begun to buzz, as though the flies that beset him had laid eggs in his ears, and they were suddenly hatching. He shook his head to try to dislocate the sensation. "It's all right," he heard the European say through the whirring of their wings. "Be calm." "I don't feel well," Breer protested meekly, hoping his weakness would make Mamoulian merciful. The room was fragmenting around him, the walls separating from the floor and ceiling, the 6 sides of this grey box coming apart at the seams and letting all kinds of nothingness in. Everything had disappeared into a fog. Furniture, blankets, even Mamoulian. "There's so much to look forward to," he heard the European repeat. Or was it an echo, coming back to him from some far-off cliff face? Breer was terrified. Though he could no longer even see his outstretched arm, he knew that this place went on forever, and he was lost in it. The tears came thicker, his nose ran, his guts knotted. Just as he thought he must scream or lose his mind, the European appeared out of the nothingness in front of him, and by the lightning flash of his eclipsed consciousness, Breer saw the man transformed. Here was the source of all flies, all blistering summers and killing winters, all loss, all fear, floating before him more naked than any man had right to be, naked to the point of not being. Now he spread his good hand toward Breer. In it were bone dice, carved with faces Breer almost recognized, and the last European was crouching and was tossing the dice, faces and all, into the void, while somewhere close by a thing with fire for a head wept and wept, until it seemed they would all drown in tears. 35. Whitehead took the vodka glass and the bottle and went down to the sauna. It had become a favorite retreat of his during the weeks of crisis. Now, though the danger was far from over, he had lost focus on the state of the empire. Large sectors of the corporation's European and Far Eastern operations had already been sold off to cut their losses. Receivers had been called in to a couple of smaller firms. There were mass redundancies planned for some of the chemical plants in Germany and Scandinavia. Last-ditch attempts to stave off closure or sale. Joe had other problems on his mind, however. Empires could be regained, life and sanity could not. He'd sent the financiers away, and the government think-tank men, sent them back to their banks and their report-lined offices in Whitehall. There was nothing they could tell him that he wanted to hear. No graphs, no computer displays, no predictions interested him. In the 5 weeks since the beginning of the crisis, he remembered with interest only one conversation, the debate he'd had with Strauss. He liked Strauss. More to the point, he trusted Strauss, and that was a commodity rarer than uranium in the bazaar Joe bartered in. Toy's instincts about Strauss had been correct. Bill had been a man with a nose for integrity in others. Sometimes, particularly when the vodka filled him with sentiment and remorse, he missed Toy badly. But he was damned if he'd mourn. That had never been his style, and he wasn't about to start now. He poured himself another glass of vodka and raised it. "To the fall," he said, and drank. He'd worked up a good head of steam in the white-tiled room, and sitting on the bench in the half-light, blotched and florid, he felt like some fleshy plant. He enjoyed the sensation of sweat in the folds of his belly, at his armpits and groin, simple physical stimuli that distracted him from bad thoughts. Maybe the European wouldn't come after all, he thought. Pray God. Somewhere in the benighted house a door opened and closed, but the drink and the steam made him feel quite aloof from events elsewhere. The sauna was another planet, his and his alone. He put the drained glass down on the tiles and closed his eyes, hoping to drowse. Breer went to the gate. There was a hum of electricity off it, and the sour smell of power in the air. "You're strong," the European said. "You told me so. Open the gate." Breer put his hand on the wire. The boasts were true. He felt only the slightest tremor. There was just a cooking smell and the sound of his teeth chattering as he started to tear the gate apart. He was stronger than he'd imagined. There was no fear in him, and its absence made him Herculean. No, the dogs had started to bark along the fence, but he just thought, let them come. He wasn't going to die. Perhaps he would never die. Laughing like a loon, he ripped the gate open. The hum stopped as the circuit was broken. The air was tinged with blue smoke. "That's good," said the European. Breer tried to drop the section of wire he was holding, but some of it had welded itself into his palm. He had to tear it out with his other hand. He looked down incredulously at his seared flesh. It was blackened and smelled appetizing. Soon, surely, it must begin to hurt a little. No man, not even a man like him, guiltless and sublimely strong, could receive a wound like this and not suffer. But there was no sensation. Suddenly, out of the dark, a dog. Mamoulian backed off, fear convulsing him, but Breer was its intended victim. A few paces from its target the dog leaped, and its bulk struck Breer's center chest. The impact toppled him over onto his back, and the dog was swiftly on top of him, jaws snapping at his throat. Breer was armed with a long-bladed kitchen knife, but he seemed uninterested in the weapon, though it was within easy reach. His fat face broke into a laugh as the dog scrabbled to get access to the man's neck. Breer simply took hold of the dog's lower jaw. The animal snapped down, clamping Breer's hand in its mouth. Almost immediately it realized its error. Breer reached around the back of the dog's head with his free hand, grabbed a fistful of fur and muscle, and jerked neck and head in opposite directions. There was a grinding sound. The dog roared in its throat, still unwilling to let go of its executioner's hand, even as blood sprang from between its clenched teeth. Breer gave the dog another lethal wrench. Its eyes showed white, and its limbs stiffened. It slumped down onto Breer's chest, dead. Other dogs barked in the distance, responding to the death yelp they'd heard. The European looked nervously to right and left along the fence. "Get up! Quickly!" Breer loosed his hand from the dog's maw and shrugged the corpse off. He was still laughing. "Easy," he said. "There's more. Take me to them. Maybe too many for you to take on all at once." "Was this the one?" Breer asked, kicking the dead dog over so that the European could see it better. "The one? That took off your fingers." "I don't know," the European replied, avoiding Breer's blood-spattered face as it grinned at him, eyes sparkling like an adolescent's in love. "The kennels?" he suggested. "Finish them off there." "Why not?" The European led off from the fence in the direction of the kennels. Thanks to Karras, the layout of the sanctuary was as familiar to him as the palm of his own hand. Breer kept pace with him, stinking of blood already, a spring in his heavy step. He had seldom felt so alive. Life was so good, wasn't it? So very good. The dogs barked. In her room, Karras pulled the pillow over her head to shut out the din. Tomorrow she'd pluck up her courage and tell Lillian that she resented being kept awake half the night by hysterical hounds. If she was ever going to be healthy, she'd have to start learning the rhythms of a normal life. That meant going about her business while the sun shone and sleeping at night. As she turned over to find a portion of the bed that was still cool, an image flashed into her head. It was gone again before she could entirely grasp it, but she caught enough to wake her with a start. She saw a man, faceless but familiar, crossing a tract of grass. At his heels a tide of filth. It crept close behind him, in blind adoration, its waves sibilant as snakes. She didn't have time to see what the waves contained, and perhaps that was a good thing. She turned over a third time, and ordered herself to forget these nonsenses. Curiously, the dogs had stopped barking. And what, after all, was the worst he could do? What was the very worst? Whitehead had tried on this particular question so often it felt like a familiar coat. The possible physical torments were endless, of course. Sometimes, in the clammy hug of a 3 a.m. sweat, he would deem himself worthy of them all. If a man could die 12, 24 times, because the crimes of power he had committed were not easily paid for. The things, oh, Jesus in heaven, the things he had done. But then, damn it, who would not have crimes to confess when the time came? Who would not have acted out of greed and envy, or grappled for station, and having gained it, been absolute in authority rather than relinquish it? He couldn't be held responsible for everything the corporation had done. If once in a decade a medical preparation that deformed fetuses had slipped onto the market, was he to blame because there'd been profit made? That kind of moral accounting was for the writers of revenge fiction. It didn't belong in the real world, where most crimes went punished only with wealth and influence, where the worm seldom turned, and when it did was immediately crushed, where the best a man could hope was that having risen to his ambition's height by wit, stealth, or violence, there was some smidgen of pleasure in the view. That was the real world, and the European was as familiar with its ironies as he was. Hadn't Mamoulian shown him so much of it himself? How, in all conscience, could the European turn around and punish his student for learning his lessons too well? I'll probably die in a warm bed, Whitehead thought, with curtains partially drawn against a yellow spring sky, and surrounded by admirers. There is nothing to fear, he said aloud. The steam billowed. The tiles, laid with an obsessive precision, sweated with him, but coldly where he was hot. Nothing to fear. 36. From the door of the doghouse, Mamoulian watched Breer at work. It was an efficient slaughter this time, not the trial of strength he'd had with the dog at the gate. The fat man simply opened the cages and then the throats of the dogs one by one, using his long-bladed knife. Cornered in their cells, the dogs were easy prey. All they could do was turn and turn, snapping uselessly at their assassin, somehow knowing the battle was lost before it was truly entered. They dropped turds as they slumped down, slashed necks and flanks spurting, brown eyes turned up to look at Breer like painted saints. He killed the pups, too, tearing them from their mother's lap and cracking their heads open in his hand. Bella fought back with more vehemence than the other dogs, determined to inflict as much damage as she could on the killer before she too was killed. He returned the favor, mutilating her body after he'd silenced her. Wounds in return for the wounds she'd given him. Once the clamor was over, and the only movement in the cages was the twitch of a leg or the splash of a bladder giving vent, Breer pronounced himself finished. They went together toward the house. There were 2 more dogs here, the last of them. The razor-eater made short work of them both. By now he looked more like an abattoir worker than a sometime librarian. The European thanked him. It had been easier than he'd expected. "I have business inside the house now," he told Breer. "Do you want me to come?" "No, but you could open the door for me if you would." Breer went to the back door and punched out the glass, then reached through and unlocked it, letting Mamoulian into the kitchen. "Thank you. Wait here for me." The European disappeared into the blue gloom of the interior. Breer watched him go, and once his master was out of sight, entered the sanctuary after him, blood and smiles wreathing his face. Though the pall of steam muffled the sound, Whitehead had the impression that somebody was moving around in the house. Strauss, probably. The man had become restless recently. Whitehead let his eyes drift closed again. Somewhere close by he heard a door opening and closing, the door of the antechamber beyond the steam room. He stood up and quizzed the gloom. "Marty?" There was no answer from Marty or anybody else. The certainty of having heard a door at all faltered. It wasn't always easy to judge sound here, nor vision. The steam had thickened considerably. He could no longer see across to the other side of the room. "Is there somebody there?" he asked. The steam was a dead gray wall in front of his eyes. He cursed himself for letting it get so heavy. "Martin," he said again. Though there was neither sight nor sound to confirm his suspicions, he knew he wasn't alone. Somebody was very close, and yet not answering. When he spoke, he reached, inch by tremulous inch, across the tiles to the towel folded at his side. His fingers investigated the fold, while his eyes stayed fixed on the steam wall. In the towel was a gun. His grateful fingers located it. This time, more quietly, he addressed the invisible visitor. The gun gave him confidence. "I know you're there. Show yourself, you bastard. I won't be terrorized." Something moved in the steam. Eddies began and multiplied. Whitehead could hear the double thump of his heart in his ears. Whoever it was, let it not be him. Oh, Christ, let it not be him. He was ready. And then, without warning, the steam divided, killed by a sudden cold. The old man raised the gun. If it was Marty out there, and he was playing some sick joke, he was going to regret it. The hand that held the gun had begun to tremble. And now, finally, there was a figure in front of him. It was still indecipherable in the mist. At least it was, until a voice he'd heard 100 times in his vodka-sodden dreams said, "Pilgrim?" The steam shrank back. The European was there, standing in front of him. His face had scarcely conceded the 17 years since last they'd met. The domed brow, the eyes set so deep in their orbits they glinted like water at the bottom of a well. He had changed so little, as though time, in awe of him, had passed him by. "Sit down," he said. Whitehead didn't move. The gun was still pointed directly at the European. "Please, Joseph, sit down." Might it be better if he sat? Might the death blows be avoided by a feigned meekness? Or was it melodrama to think that this man would stoop to blows? "What kind of dream have I been living in?" Whitehead chided himself. "To think he'd come here to bruise me, to bleed me. Such eyes have more than bruising on their mind." He sat down. He was aware of his nakedness, but he didn't care much. Mamoulian wasn't seeing his flesh. He looked deeper than fat and bone. Whitehead could feel the stare in him now. It stroked his heart. How else was he to explain the relief he felt, seeing the European at last? "It's so long," was all he could say. A limping banality. Did he sound like a hopeful lover, longing for a reconciliation? Perhaps that wasn't so far from the truth. The singularity of their mutual hatred had the purity of love. The European studied him. "Pilgrim," he murmured reproachfully, glancing at the gun, "there's no need, or use." Whitehead smiled and laid the gun down on the towel beside him. "I was afraid of you coming," he said, by way of explanation. "That's why I bought the dogs. You know how I loathe dogs, but I knew you loathed them more." Mamoulian put his finger to his lips to hush Whitehead's talk. "I forgive the dogs," he said. Whom was he forgiving, the animals or the man who'd used them against him? "Why did you have to come back?" Whitehead said. "You must have known I wouldn't welcome you." "You know why I came." "No, I don't. Really, I don't." "Joseph," Mamoulian sighed, "don't treat me like one of your politicians. I'm not to be paid off in promises, then thrown away when your fortunes change. You can't treat me like that." "I didn't." "No lies, please. Not now. Not with so little time left to us. This time, this last time, let us be honest with each other. Let us spill our hearts. There won't be any more opportunities." "Why not? Why can't we start again?" "We're old and tired." "I'm not." "Why haven't you fought for your empire, then, if not because of fatigue?" "That was your doing?" Whitehead asked, already certain of the reply. Mamoulian nodded. "You're not the only man I've helped to fortune. I've got friends in the highest circles, all like you, students of Providence. They could buy and sell half the world if I asked them to. They owe me that. But none of them were ever quite like you, Joseph. You were the hungriest, and the ablest. Only with you did I see a chance of—" "Go on," Whitehead prompted. "Chance of what?" "Salvation," Mamoulian replied, then laughed the thought off. "Of all things," he said quietly. Whitehead had never imagined it would be like this. A hushed debate in a white-tiled room, two old men exchanging hurts, turning the memories over like stones, and watching the lice scuttle away. It was so much more gentle and so much more painful. Nothing scourged like loss. "I made mistakes," he said, "and I'm genuinely sorry for them." "Tell me the truth," Mamoulian scolded. "That is the truth, damn it. I'm sorry. What more do you want? Land? Companies? What do you want?" You amaze me, Joseph. Even now, in extremis, you try to make bargains. What a loss you are. What a terrible loss. I could have made you great. I am great. You know better than that, Pilgrim, he said gently. What would you have been without me? With your glib tongue and your fancy suits, an actor, a car salesman, a thief? Whitehead flinched, not just at the taunts. The steam had become uneasy behind Mamoulian, as if ghosts had begun to move in it. You were nothing. At least have the good grace to admit that. I took you on, Whitehead pointed out. Oh, yes, said Mamoulian. You had appetite, I grant you. You had that in abundance. You needed me, Whitehead retorted. The European had wounded him. Now, despite his better judgment, he wanted to wound in return. This was his world, after all. The European was a trespasser here, unarmed, unaided, and he had asked for the truth to be told. Well, he'd hear it, ghosts or no ghosts. Why would I need you? Mamoulian asked. There was sudden contempt in his tone. What are you worth? Whitehead held off answering for a moment, and then he was spilling the words, careless of the consequences. To live for you, because you were too bloodless to do it for yourself. That was why you picked me up, to taste it all through me, the women, the power, all of it. No. You're looking sick, Mamoulian. He called the European by his name. See that? God, the ease of it. He called the bastard by his name, and he didn't look away when those eyes glinted, because he was telling the truth here, wasn't he? They both knew it. Mamoulian was pale, almost insipid, drained of the will to live. Suddenly Whitehead began to know he could win this confrontation if he was clever. Don't try to fight, Mamoulian said. I will have my due. Which is? You, your death, your soul, for want of a better word. You had all I owed you and more years ago. That wasn't the bargain, Pilgrim. We all make deals and then change the rules. That's not playing the game. There is only one game. You taught me that. As long as I win that one, the rest don't matter. I will have what's mine, Mamoulian said with quiet determination. It's a foregone conclusion. Why not just have me killed? You know me, Joseph. I want this to finish cleanly. I'm granting you time to organize your affairs, to close the books, clean the slates, give the land back to those you stole it from. I didn't take you for a communist. I'm not here to debate politics. I came to tell you my terms. So, Whitehead thought, the execution date is a while away. He quickly put all thoughts of escape out of his head, for fear the European sniffed them out. Mamoulian had reached into his jacket pocket. The mutilated hand brought out a large envelope, folded on itself. You will dispose of your assets in strict accordance with these directions. All to friends of yours, presumably. I have no friends. It's fine by me, Whitehead shrugged. I'm glad to be rid of it. Didn't I warn you it would become burdensome? I'll give it all away. Become a saint, if you like. Will you be satisfied, then? As long as you die, Pilgrim, the European said. No. You and I together. I'll die in my time, Whitehead said, not in yours. You won't want to go alone. Behind the European, the ghosts were getting restless. The steam simmered with them. I'm not going anywhere, Whitehead said. He thought he glimpsed faces in the billows. Perhaps defiance wasn't wise, he decided. Where's the harm? He muttered, half-standing to ward off whatever the steam contained. The sauna lights were dimming. Mamoulian's eyes shone in the deepening murk, and there was illumination spilling up from his throat, too, staining the air. The ghosts were taking substance from it, growing more palpable by the second. Stop, Whitehead begged. But it was a vain hope. The sauna had vanished. The steam was discharging its passengers. Whitehead could feel their pricking gaze on him. Only now did he feel naked. He bent for the towel, and when he stood upright again, Mamoulian had gone. He clutched the towel to his groin. He could feel how the ghosts in the darkness smirked at his breasts, at his shrunken pudenda. at the sheer absurdity of his old flesh. They had known him in rarer times, when the chest had been broad, the pudenda arrogant, the flesh impressive, whether naked or dressed. "Mamoulian," he murmured, hoping the European might yet undo this misery before it got out of control. But nobody answered his appeal. He took a faltering step across the slippery tiles toward the door. If the European had gone, then he could simply walk out of the place, find Strauss and a room where he could hide. But the ghosts weren't finished with him yet. The steam, which had darkened to a bruise, lifted a little, and in its depths something shimmered. He couldn't make sense of it at first, the uncertain whiteness, the fluttering, as of snowflakes. Then from nowhere a breeze. It belonged to the past, and smelled of it, of ash and brick dust, of the dirt on bodies unwashed for decades, of burning hair, of anger. But there was another smell that wove between these, and when he breathed it, the significance of that shimmering air came clear, and he forsook the towel and covered his eyes, tears and pleas coming and coming. But the ghosts pressed in, nevertheless, carrying the scent of petals with them. 37. Kara stood on the small landing outside Marty's room and listened. From inside there came the sound of steady sleep. She hesitated a moment, unsure of whether or not to go in, then slipped down the stairs again, leaving him unwoken. It was too convenient to slide into bed beside him, to weep into the crook of his neck where his pulse ticked, to unburden herself of all her fretting and beg him to be strong for her. Convenient and dangerous. It wasn't real safety there in his bed. She'd find that by herself and in herself, nowhere else. Halfway down the second flight of stairs she stopped. There was a curious tingle in the darkened hallway, a chill of night air, and more. She waited, shadow-thin on the stairs, until her eyes accustomed themselves to the dark. Perhaps she should just go back upstairs, lock her bedroom door behind her, and find a few pills to while away the hours until the sun came up. It would be so much easier than living as she was, with every nerve electric. Along the hall toward the kitchen she caught a movement. A black bulk was framed against the doorway, and then gone. "It's just the dark," she told herself, "playing tricks." She smoothed her hand over the wall, feeling the design of the wallpaper ripple under her fingertips, until she found the light switch. She flipped it on. The corridor was empty. The stairway at her back was empty. The landing was empty. She muttered, "Stupid," to herself, and padded down the last 3 stairs and along the corridor to the kitchen. Before she got there, her suspicions about the chill were confirmed. The back door was in direct line with the kitchen door, and both were open. It was odd, almost shocking, in fact, to see the house, which was usually hermetically sealed, exposed to the night. The open door was like a wound in its flank. She stepped through from the carpeted hallway onto the cool linoleum of the kitchen, and was halfway to closing the door when she caught the glass glinting on the floor. The door had not been left open accidentally. Somebody had forced his way in. A smell, sandalwood, was pricking her nostrils. It was sickly, but what it covered was sicklier still. She had to inform Marty. That was the first priority. No need to go back upstairs. There was a phone on the kitchen wall. Her mind divided. Part of her coolly assessed the problem and its solutions. Where the phone was, what she must say to Marty when he answered it. Another part, the part that embraced H, that was always frightened, dissolved in panic. "There's somebody close, sandalwood," it said. "Somebody lethal in the dark, rotting in the dark." The cooler self kept control. She walked, glad now to be barefoot because she made scarcely a sound, across to the phone. She picked up the receiver and dialed 19, the number of Marty's bedroom. It rang once, then again. She willed him to wake quickly. Her reserves of control were, she knew, strictly limited. Come on, she breathed. Then there was a sound behind her. Heavy feet crunched the glass into smaller pieces. She turned to see who it was, and there was a nightmare standing in the doorway with a knife in his hand and a dogskin slung over one shoulder. The phone slipped from her fingers, and the part of her that had advised panic all along took the reins. "Told you so," it shouted. "Told you so." A phone rang in Marty's dreams. He dreamed he woke, put it to his ear, and spoke to Death on the other end of the line. But the ringing went on, even though he'd picked the phone up, and he surfaced from sleep to find the receiver in his hand and no one on the line. He put it back in its cradle. Had it rung at all? He thought not. Still, the dream wasn't worth going back to. His conversation with Death had been gobbledygook. Swinging his legs out of bed, he pulled on his jeans and was at the door, bleary-eyed, when from downstairs there came the crash of breaking glass. The butcher had lurched toward her, throwing off the dog's skin to make an embrace easier. She ducked him once, twice. He was ponderous, but she knew if he once got his hands on her, that was the end. He was between her and the exit into the house now. She was obliged to maneuver her way toward the back door. "I wouldn't go out there," he advised, his voice like his smell, mixing sweetness and rot. "It's not safe." His warning was the best recommendation she'd heard. She slipped around the kitchen table and out through the open door, trying to skip across the glass shards. She contrived to pull the door closed behind her. More glass fell and shattered, and then she was away from the house. Behind her, she heard the door pulled open so roughly it might have been wrenched off its hinges. Now she heard the dog-killer's footsteps, thunder in the ground, coming after her. The brute was slow. She was nimble. He was heavy. She was light to the point of invisibility. Instead of clinging to the walls of the house, which would only take her around to the front eventually, where the lawn was illuminated, she struck out away from the building and hoped to God the beast couldn't see in the dark. Marty stumbled down the stairs, still shaking sleep from his head. The cold in the hall slapped him fully awake. He followed the draft to the kitchen. He only had a few seconds to take in the glass and the blood on the floor before Karis started screaming. From some unimaginable place, someone cried out. Whitehead heard the voice, a girl's voice, but lost as he was in a wilderness, he couldn't fix the cry. He had no idea how long he'd been weeping here, watching the damned come and go. It seemed an age. His head swam with hyperventilation. His throat was hoarse with sobs. "Mamoulian," he pleaded again, "don't leave me here." The European had been right. He didn't want to go alone into this nowhere. Though he had begged to be saved from it 100 times without result, now, at last, the illusion began to relent. The tiles, like shy white crabs, scuttled back into place at his feet. The smell of his own stale sweat reassaulted him, more welcome than any scent he'd ever smelled. And now the European was here in front of him, as if he had never moved. "Shall we talk, Pilgrim?" he asked. Whitehead was shivering despite the heat. His teeth chattered. "Yes," he said, quietly, with dignity and politeness. Again, "Yes." "You didn't like what you saw?" Whitehead ran his fingers across his pasty face, his thumb and forefinger digging into the pits at the bridge of his nose, as if to push the sights out. "No, damn you," he said. "The images would not be dislodged. Not now, not ever." "Perhaps we could talk somewhere else," the European suggested. "Don't you have a room we could retire to?" "I heard Karis. She screamed." Mamoulian closed his eyes for a moment, fetching a thought from the girl. "She's quite all right," he said. "Don't hurt her, please. She's all I've got." "There's no harm done. She simply found a piece of my friend's handiwork." Breer had not only skinned the dog, he'd disemboweled it. Karis had slipped in the muck of its innards, and the scream had escaped before she could stop herself. When its reverberations died, she listened for the butcher's footsteps. Somebody was running in her direction. "Karis!" It was Marty's voice. "I'm over here." He found her staring down at the dog's skinned head. "Who the fuck did this?" he snapped. "He's here," she said. "He followed me out." He touched her face. "Are you all right?" "It's only a dead dog," she said. "It was just a shock." As they returned to the house, she remembered the dream she'd woken from. There had been a faceless man crossing this very lawn. Were they treading in his footsteps now, with a surf of shit at his heels? "There's somebody else here," she said with absolute certainty. "Besides the dog killer." "Sure." She nodded, face stony, then took Marty's arm. "This one's worse, babe." "I've got a gun. It's in my room." They'd come to the kitchen door. The dog's skin still lay discarded beside it. "Do you know who they are?" he asked her. She shook her head. "He's fat," was all she could say. "Stupid-looking." "And the other one, you know him?" The other. Of course she knew him. He was as familiar as her own face. She had thought of him 1,000 times a day in the last weeks. Something told her she had always known him. He was the architect who paraded in her sleep, who dabbled his fingers at her neck, who had come now to unleash the flood of filth that had followed him across the lawn. Was there ever a time when she hadn't lived in his shadow? "What are you thinking?" He was giving her such a sweet look, trying to put a heroic face on his confusion. "I'll tell you sometime," she said. "Now we should get that damned gun." They threaded their way through the house. It was absolutely still. No bloody footsteps, no cries. He fetched the gun from his room. "Now for Papa," he said. "Check that he's all right." With the dog-killer still loose, the search was stealthy, and therefore slow. Whitehead wasn't in any of the bedrooms, or his dressing-rooms. The bathrooms, the library, the study, and the lounges were similarly deserted. It was Karras who suggested the sauna. Marty flung the door of the steam-room open. A wall of humid heat met his face, and steam curled out into the hallway. The place had certainly been used recently, but the steam-room, the jacuzzi, and solarium were all empty. When he'd made a quick search of the rooms, he came back to find Karras leaning unsteadily on the door-jamb. "I suddenly feel sick," she said. "It just came over me." Marty supported her as her legs gave. "Sit down for a minute." He guided her across to a bench. There was a gun on it, sweating. "I'm all right," she insisted. "You go and find Papa. I'll stay here." "You look bloody awful." "Thank you," she said. "Now will you please go? I'd prefer to throw up with nobody watching, if you don't mind." "You sure?" "Go on, damn you! Leave me be. I'll be fine." "Lock the door after me," he stressed. "Yes, sir," she said, throwing him a queasy look. He left her in the steam-room, and waited until he heard the bolt drawn across. It didn't completely reassure him, but it was better than nothing. He cautiously made his way back into the vestibule, and decided to take a quick look around the front of the house. The lawn lights were on, and if the old man were there, he'd soon be picked out. That made Marty an easy target, too, of course, but at least he was armed. He unlocked the front door and stepped out onto the gravel. The floodlights poured unflinching illumination down. It was whiter than sunlight, but curiously dead. He scanned the lawn to right and left. There was no sign of the old man. Behind him, in the hallway, Breer watched the hero stride out in search of his master. Only when he was well out of sight did the razor-eater slouch out of hiding and lope, bloody-handed, toward his heart's desire. 38. Having bolted the door, Karras returned groggily to the bench and concentrated on controlling her mutinous system. She wasn't certain what had brought the nausea on, but she was determined to get the better of it. When she had, she'd go after Marty and help him search for Papa. The old man had been here recently, that much was apparent. That he'd left without his gun did not augur well. An insinuating voice stirred her from her meditation, and she looked up. There was a smudge in the steam in front of her, a paleness projected onto the air. She squinted to try to make sense of it. It seemed to have the texture of white dots. She stood up, and, far from vanishing, the illusion strengthened. Filaments were spreading to connect one dot to the next, and she almost laughed with recognition as all at once the puzzle came clear. It was blossom she was looking at, brilliant white heads of it, caught in sun or starlight. Twitched by some sourceless wind, the branches threw down flurries of petals. They seemed to graze her face. though when she put her fingers to the places there was nothing there. In the years of addiction to H, she'd never dreamed an image that was so superficially benign and yet so charged with threat. It wasn't hers, this tree. She hadn't made it from her own head. It belonged to someone who'd been here before her. The architect, no doubt. He'd shown this spectacle to Papa, and its echoes lingered. She tried to look away, around to the door, but her eyes were glued to the tree. She couldn't seem to unfix them. She had the impression that the blossom was swelling, as if more buds were coming into bloom. The blankness of the tree, its horrid purity, was filling her eyes, the whiteness congealing and fattening. And then somewhere beneath these swaying, laden branches, a figure moved. A woman with burning eyes lifted her broken head in Karis's direction. Her presence brought the nausea back. Karis felt faint. This wasn't the time to lose consciousness, not with the blossom still bursting, and the woman beneath the tree moving out of hiding toward her. She had been beautiful, this one, and used to admiration. But chance had intervened. The body had been cruelly maimed, the beauty spoiled. When finally she emerged from hiding, Karis knew her as her own. "Mama!" Evangeline Whitehead opened her arms and offered her daughter an embrace she had never offered while alive. In death had she discovered the capacity to love as well as be loved? No, never. The open arms were a trap, Karis knew it. If she fell into them, the tree and its maker would have her forever. Her head thundering, she forced herself to look away. Her limbs were like jelly. She wondered if she had the strength to move. Unsteadily, she craned her head toward the door. To her shock, she saw that it was wide open. The bolt had been wrenched off as the door was beaten open. "Marty," she said. "No." She turned again, this time to her left, and the dog-killer was standing no more than 2 yards from her. He had washed his hands and face of bloodstains, and he smelled strongly of perfume. "You're safe with me," he said. She glanced back at the tree. It was dissolving, its illusory life dispersed by the brute's interruption. Karis's mother, arms still outstretched, was growing thin and wretched. At the last instant before she disappeared, she opened her mouth and vomited a stream of black blood toward her daughter. Then the tree and its horrors were gone. There was only the steam, and the tiles, and the man with dog's blood under his fingernails standing beside her. She'd heard nothing of his forced entry. The reverie at the tree had muted the outside world. "You shouted," he explained. "I heard you shout." She didn't remember doing so. "I want Marty," she told him. "No," he replied politely. "Where is he?" she demanded, and made a move, albeit weakly, toward the open door. "I said no." He stepped in her path. He didn't need to touch her. His very proximity was sufficient to halt her. She contemplated trying to slip by him, and out into the hallway. But how far could she get before he caught her? There were 2 basic rules when dealing with mad dogs and psychotics. The first, don't run. The second, show no fear. When he reached out toward her, she tried not to recoil. "I won't let anybody hurt you," he said. He ran the ball of his thumb across the back of her hand, finding a speck of sweat there, and brushing it away. His stroke was feather-light and ice-cold. "Will you let me look after you, pretty?" he asked. She said nothing. His touch appalled her. Not for the first time tonight she wished she weren't as sensitive. She'd never felt such distress at another human's touch. "I would like to make you comfortable," he was saying. "Share—" He stopped as though the words escaped him. "Your secrets." She looked up into his face. The muscles of his jaw fluttered as he made his proposals, nervous as an adolescent. "And in return," he proposed, "I'll show you my secrets. You want to see?" He didn't wait for an answer. His hand had plunged into the pocket of his stained jacket and was taking out a clutch of razors. Their edges glinted. It was too absurd. Like a fairground sideshow, but played without the razzmatazz. This clown, smelling of sandalwood, was about to eat razors to win her love. He put out his dry tongue and laid the first blade on it. She didn't like this one bit. Razors made her nervous, and always had. "Don't," she said. "It's all right," he told her, swallowing hard. "I'm the last of the tribe. See?" He opened his mouth and put out his tongue. "All gone." "Extraordinary," she said. It was. Revolting, but extraordinary. "That's not all," he said, pleased by her response. It was best to let him go on with this bizarre display, she reasoned. The longer he took showing her these perversities, the more chance there was of Marty coming back. "What else can you do?" she asked. He let go of her hand and started to unbuckle his belt. "I'll show you," he replied, unbuttoning. Oh, Christ, she thought. Stupid, stupid, stupid. His arousal at this exhibition was absolutely plain, even before he had his trousers down. "I'm past pain now," he explained courteously. "No pain, whatever I do to myself. The razor-eater feels nothing." He was naked beneath his trousers. "See?" he said proudly. She saw. His groin was completely shaved, and the region sported an array of self-inflicted adornments, hooks and rings transfixing the fat of his lower belly and his genitals. His testicles bristled with needles. "Touch me," he invited. "No, thank you," she said. He frowned. His upper lip curled to expose teeth that in his pale flesh looked bright yellow. "I want you to touch me," he said, and reached for her. "Breer." The razor-eater stood absolutely still. Only his eyes flickered. "Let her alone." She knew the voice too well. It was the architect, of course. Her dream guide. "I didn't hurt her," Breer mumbled. "Did I? Tell him I didn't hurt you." "Cover yourself up," the European said. Breer hoisted up his trousers like a boy caught masturbating and moved away from Karis, throwing her a conspiratorial glance. Only now did the speaker come into the steam room. He was taller than she'd dreamed he'd be, and more doleful. "I'm sorry," he said. His tone was that of the perfect maitre d', apologizing for a gauche waiter. "She was sick," Breer said. "That's why I broke in." "Sick?" "Talking to the wall," he blustered. "Calling after her mother." The architect understood the observation immediately. He looked at Karis keenly. "So you saw?" he said. "What was it?" "Nothing you need ever suffer again," he replied. "My mother was there, Evangeline." "Forget it all," he said. "That horror's for others, not for you." Listening to his calm voice was mesmeric. She found it difficult to recall her nightmares of nullity. His presence cancelled memory. "I think perhaps you should come with me," he said. "Why?" "Your father's going to die, Karis." "Oh?" she said. She felt utterly removed from herself. Fears were a thing of the past in his courteous presence. "If you stay here, you'll only suffer with him, and there's no need for that." It was a seductive offer. Never to live under the old man's thumb again. Never to endure his kisses that tasted so old. Karis glanced at Breer. "Don't be afraid of him," the architect reassured her, laying a hand on the back of her neck. "He is nothing and no one. You're safe with me." "She could run away," Breer protested when the European had let Karis go off to her room to gather up her belongings. "She will never leave me," Mamoulian replied. "I mean her no harm, and she knows it. I rocked her once in these arms." "Naked, was she?" "A tiny thing. So vulnerable." His voice dropped to a near whisper. "She deserved better than him." Breer said nothing, simply lolled insolently against the wall, peeling dried blood from under his nails with a razor. He was deteriorating faster than the European had anticipated. He'd hoped Breer would survive until all of this chaos was over, but knowing the old man, he'd wheedle and prevaricate, and what should have taken days would occupy weeks, by which time the razor-eater's condition would be poor indeed. The European felt weary. Finding and controlling a substitute for Breer would be a drain on his already depleted energies. Presently, Karras came downstairs. In some ways he regretted losing his spy in the enemy camp, but there were too many variables remaining if he didn't take her. For one, she had knowledge of him, deeper knowledge than she was perhaps aware of. She knew instinctively his terrors of the flesh, witnessed the way she had driven him out when she and Strauss had been together. She knew, too, his weariness, his dwindling faith. But there was another reason to take her. Whitehead had said that she was his only comfort. If they took her now, the pilgrim would be alone, and that would be agony. Mamoulian trusted it would prove unendurable. 39. After searching as much of the grounds as was lit by the floodlights, and finding no sign of Whitehead, Marty went back upstairs. It was time to break Whitehead's commandment and look for the old man in forbidden territory. The door to the room at the end of the top corridor, beyond Karras and Whitehead's bedrooms, was closed. Heart and mouth, Marty approached and tapped on it. "Sir?" At first there was no sound from within. Then came Whitehead's voice, vague, as if woken from sleep. "Who is it?" "Strauss, sir." "Come in." Marty pushed the door gently, and it swung open. When he had imagined the interior of this room, it had always been a treasure house. But the truth was quite the reverse. The room was Spartan, its white walls and its spare furnishings a chilly spectacle. It did boast one treasure. An altarpiece stood against one of the bare walls, its richness quite out of place in such an austere setting. Its central panel was a crucifixion of sublime sadism, all gold and blood. Its owner sat, dressed in an opulent dressing-gown, at the far end of the room, behind a large table. He looked at Marty with neither welcome nor accusation on his face, his body slumped in the chair like a sack. "Don't stand in the doorway, man. Come in." Marty closed the door behind him. "I know what you told me, sir, about never coming up here, but I was afraid something had happened to you." "I'm alive," Whitehead said, spreading his hands. "All's well." "The dogs are dead, I know. Sit." He gestured to the empty chair opposite him across the table. "Shouldn't I call the police?" "There's no need. They could still be on the premises." Whitehead shook his head. "They've gone. Sit down, Martin. Pour yourself a glass of wine. You look as if you've been running hard." Marty pulled out the chair that had been neatly placed under the table and sat down. The unadorned bulb that burned in the middle of the room threw an unflattering light on everything, heavy shadows, ghastly highlights. A ghost show. "Put down the gun. You won't be needing it." He laid the weapon down on the table beside the plate, on which there were still several wafer-thin slices of meat. Beyond the plate, a bowl of strawberries, partially devoured, and a glass of water. The frugality of the meal matched the environment. The meat, sliced to the point of transparency, rare and moist. The casual arrangement of cups and strawberry bowl. An arbitrary precision invested everything, an eerie sense of chance beauty. Between Marty and Whitehead, a mote of dust turned in the air, fluctuating between the light bulb and table, its direction influenced by the merest exhalation. "Try the meat, Martin." "I'm not hungry." "It's superb. My guest brought it." "You know who they are, then?" "Yes, of course. Now eat." Reluctantly, Marty cut a piece of the slice in front of him and tasted it. The texture dissolved on the tongue, delicate and appetizing. "Finish it off," Whitehead said. Marty did as the old man had invited. The night's exertions had given him an appetite. A glass of red wine was poured for him. He drank it down. "Your head's full of questions, no doubt," Whitehead said. "Please ask away. I'll do my best to answer." "Who are they?" he asked. "Friends. They broke in like assassins. Is it not possible that friends, with time, can become assassins?" Marty hadn't been prepared for that particular paradox. "One of them sat where you're sitting now." "How can I be your bodyguard if I don't know your friends from your enemies?" Whitehead paused and looked hard at Marty. "Do you care?" he asked after a beat. "You've been good to me," Marty replied, insulted by the inquiry. "What kind of cold-hearted bastard do you take me for?" "My God!" Whitehead shook his head. "Marty, explain to me. I want to help." "Explain what? How you can invite a man who wants to kill you to eat dinner with you?" Whitehead watched the dust mote turning between them. He either thought the question beneath contempt or had no answer for it. "You want to help me?" he said eventually. "Then bury the dogs." "Is that all I'm good for?" "The time may come—" "So you keep telling me," Marty said, standing up. He wasn't going to get any answers, that much was apparent. Just meat and good wine. Tonight that wasn't enough. "Can I go now?" he asked, and without waiting for a reply, turned his back on the old man and went to the door. As he opened it, Whitehead said, "Forgive me," very quietly. So quietly, in fact, that Marty wasn't sure whether the words were intended for him or not. He closed the door behind him and went back through the house to check that the intruders had indeed gone. They had. The steam room was empty. Caris had obviously returned to her room. Feeling insolent, he slipped into the study and poured himself a treble whiskey from the decanter, and then sat in Whitehead's chair by the window, sipping and thinking. The alcohol did nothing for the clarity of his mind. It simply dulled the ache of frustration he felt. He slipped away to bed, before dawn described the ragged bundles of fur on the lawn too distinctly. Chapter 7. No Limits. 40. It was no morning for burying dead dogs. The sky was too high and promising. Jets trailing vapor crossed to America. The woods budded and winged with life. Still, the work had to be done, however inappropriate. Only by the uncompromising light of day was it possible to see the full extent of the slaughter. In addition to killing the dogs around the house, the intruders had broken into the kennels and systematically murdered all its occupants, including Bella and her offspring. When Marty arrived at the kennels, Lillian was already there. She looked as though she had been weeping for days. In her hand she cradled one of the pups. Its head had been crushed, as if in a vice. "Look," she said, proffering the corpse. Marty hadn't managed to eat anything for breakfast. The thought of the job ahead had taken the edge off his appetite. Now he wished he'd forced something down. His empty belly echoed on itself. He felt almost light-headed. "If only I'd been here," she said. "You probably would have ended up dead yourself," he told her. It was the simple truth. She laid the pup back on the straw and stroked the matted fur of Bella's body. Marty was more fastidious than she. Even wearing a pair of thick leather gloves, he didn't want to touch the corpses. But whatever he lacked in respect he made up for in efficiency, using his disgust as a spur to hurry the work along. Lillian, though she had insisted on being there to help, was useless in the face of the fact. All she could do was watch while Marty wrapped the bodies in black plastic refuse bags, loaded the forlorn parcels into the back of the jeep, and then drove this makeshift hearse across to a clearing he'd chosen in the woods. It was here that they were to be buried, at Whitehead's request, out of sight of the house. He'd brought 2 spades, hoping that Lillian would assist, but she was clearly incapable. He was left to do it single-handed, while she stood, hands thrust into the pockets of her filthy anorak, staring at the leaking bundles. It was difficult work. The soil was a network of roots crisscrossing from tree to tree, and Marty soon worked up a sweat, hacking at the roots with the blade of his spade. Once he dug a shallow grave, He rolled the bodies into it and began to shovel the earth back on top of them. It rattled on their plastic shrouds, a dry rain. When the filling was done, he patted the soil into a rough mound. "I'm going back to the house for a beer," he told Lillian. "You coming?" She shook her head. "Last respect," she muttered. He left her among the trees and headed back across the lawn to the house. As he walked, he thought of Karis. She must be awake by now, surely, though the curtains at the window were still drawn. How fine to be a bird, he thought, to peer through a gap in the curtains and spy on her stretching naked on the bed, sloth that she was, her arms thrown up above her head, fur at her armpits, fur where her legs met. He walked into the house wearing a smile and an erection. He found Pearl in the kitchen, told her he was hungry, and went upstairs to shower. When he came down again, she had a cold spread laid out for him. Beef, bread, tomatoes. He dug in with a will. "Seen Karis this morning?" he asked, mouth crammed. "No," she replied. She was at her most uncommunicative today, her face pinched up with some fermenting grievance. He wondered, watching her move around the kitchen, what she was like in bed. For some reason he was full of dirty thoughts today, as if his mind, refusing to be depressed by the burial, was eager for uplifting sport. Chewing on a mouthful of salted beef, he said, "Was it veal you fed the old man last night?" Pearl didn't look up from her labors as she said, "He didn't eat last night. I left fish for him, but he didn't touch it." "But he had meat," Marty said. "I finished it off for him, and strawberries." "He must have come down and got those for himself. Always strawberries," she said. "He'll choke on them one of these days." Now Marty came to think of it. Whitehead had said something about his guest providing the meat. "It was good, whatever it was," he said. "None of my doing," Pearl said, offended as a wife discovering her husband's adultery. Marty put the conversation to rest. It was no use trying to raise her spirits when she was in this kind of mood. The meal finished, he went up to Karis' room. The house was pin-drop still. After the lethal farce of the previous night, it had regained its composure. The pictures that lined the staircase, the carpets underfoot, all conspired against any rumor of distress. Chaos here was as unthinkable as a riot in an art gallery. All precedent forbade it. He knocked on Karis' door lightly. There was no answer, so he knocked again, more loudly this time. "Karis?" Perhaps she didn't want to speak to him. He'd never been able to predict from one day to the next whether they were lovers or enemies. Her ambiguities no longer distressed him, however. It was her way of testing him, he guessed, and it was fine by him as long as she finally admitted that she loved him more than any other fucker on the face of the earth. He tried the handle. The door wasn't locked. The room beyond was empty. Not only did it not contain Karis, it contained no trace of her existence there. Her books, her toiletries, her clothes, her ornaments, everything that marked out the room as hers, had been removed. The sheets had been stripped from the bed, the pillowcases from the pillow. The bare mattress looked desolate. Marty closed the door and started downstairs. He'd asked for explanations more than once, and he'd been granted precious few, but this was too much. He wished to God Toy was still around. At least he'd treated Marty as a thinking animal. Luther was back in the kitchen, his feet up on the table among a clutter of unwashed dishes. Pearl had clearly left her province to the barbarians. "Where's Karis?" was Marty's first question. "You never quit, do you?" Luther said. He stubbed out his cigarette on Marty's lunch plate and turned a page of his magazine. Marty felt detonation approaching. He'd never liked Luther, but he'd taken months of sly remarks from the bastard because the system forbade the kind of response he really wanted to give. Now that system was crumbling rapidly. Toy gone, dogs dead, heels on the kitchen table. Who the hell cared any longer if he beat Luther to pulp? "I want to know where Karis is." "No lady by that name here." Marty took a step toward the table. Luther seemed to sense that his repartee had gone sour. He slung down the magazine. The smile disappeared. "Don't get edgy, man. Where is she?" He smoothed the page in front of him, palm down across the sleek nude. "She's gone," he said. "Where?" "Gone, man, that's all. You deaf, stupid, or both?" Marty crossed the kitchen in 1 second flat and hauled Luther out of his chair. Like most spontaneous violence, there was no grace in it. The ragged attack threw them both off balance. Luther half fell back, an outflung arm catching a coffee cup, which leaped and smashed as they staggered across the kitchen. Finding his balance first, Luther brought his knee up into Marty's groin. "Jesus! You get your fucking hands off me, man!" Luther yelled, panicked by the outburst. "I don't want no fight with you, right?" The demands became a plea for sanity. "Come on, man! Calm down!" Marty replied by launching himself at the other man, fists flying. A blow, more chance than intention, connected with Luther's face, and Marty followed through with 3 or 4 punches to stomach and chest. Luther, stepping back to avoid this assault, slid in cold coffee and fell. Breathless and bloodied, he stayed down on the floor where he was safe, while Marty, eyes streaming from the blow to his balls, rubbed his aching hands. "Just tell me where she is," he gasped. Luther spat out a wad of blood-tinted phlegm before speaking. "You're out of your fucking mind, man, you know that? I don't know where she's gone. Ask the big white father. He's the one who feeds her fucking heroin." Of course. In that revelation lay the answer to 6 mysteries. It explained her reluctance to leave the old man. It explained her lassitude, too. That inability to see beyond the next day, the next fix. "And you supply the stuff, is that it?" "Maybe I do. But I never addicted her, man. I never did that. That was him. All along it was him. He did it to keep her. To fucking keep her. Bastard." It was spoken with genuine contempt. "What kind of father does that? I tell you, that fucker could teach us both a few lessons in dirty tricks." He paused to finger the inside of his mouth. He clearly had no intention of standing up again until Marty's bloodlust had subsided. "I don't ask no questions," he said. "All I know is I had to clear out her room this morning. Where's her stuff gone?" He didn't answer for several seconds. "Burned, most of it," he said finally. "In God's name, why?" "Old man's orders. You finished?" Marty nodded. "I finished." "You and I," Luther said, "we never liked each other from the start. You know why?" "Why?" "We're both shit," he said grimly. "Worthless shit. Except I know what I am. I can even live with it. But you poor bastard. You think if you brown-nose around long enough, one of these days someone's going to forgive you your trespasses." Marty snorted mucus into his hand and wiped it on his jeans. "Truth hurt?" Luther jibed. "All right," Marty came back. "If you're so good with the truth, maybe you can tell me what's going on around here." "I told you, I don't ask questions." "You never wondered?" "Of course I fucking wondered. I wondered every day I brought the kid dope, or saw the old man sweat when it started to get dark. But why should there be any sense to it? He's a lunatic. That's your answer. He lost his marbles when his wife went. Too sudden. He couldn't take it. He's been out of his mind ever since." "And that's enough to explain everything that's going on?" Luther wiped a spot of bloody spittle off his chin with the back of his hand. "Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil," he said. "I'm no monkey," Marty replied. 41. It wasn't until the middle of the evening that the old man would consent to see Marty. By that time the edge had been taken off his anger, which was presumably the intention of the delay. Whitehead had forsaken the study and the chair by the window tonight. He sat in the library instead. The only lamp that burned in the room had been placed a little way behind his chair. As a consequence, it was almost impossible to see his face, and his voice was so drained of color that no clue to his mood could be caught from it. But Marty had half expected the theatrics, and was prepared for them. There were questions to be asked, and he wasn't about to be intimidated into silence. "Where's Caris?" he demanded. The head moved a little in the cove of the chair. The hands closed a book on his lap and placed it on the table, one of the science fiction paperbacks. Light reading for a dark night. "What business is it of yours?" Whitehead wanted to know. Marty thought he'd predicted all the responses, bribery, prevarication, but this question, throwing the onus of inquiry back onto him, he hadn't expected. It begged other questions. Did Whitehead know about his relationship with Caris, for instance? He'd tortured himself all afternoon with the idea that she'd told him everything, gone to the old man after that first night, and the subsequent nights, to report his every clumsiness, every naivete. "I need to know," he said. "Well, I see no reason why you shouldn't be told," the dead voice replied, "though God knows it's a private hurt. Still, there are very few people I have left to confide in." Marty tried to locate Whitehead's eyes, but the light behind the chair dazzled him. All he could do was listen to the even modulation of the voice and try to dig out the implications beneath the flow. "She's been taken away, Marty, at my request, somewhere where her problems can be dealt with in a proper manner." "The drugs?" "You must have realized her addiction has worsened considerably in the last few weeks. I had hoped to contain it by giving her enough to keep her content while slowly reducing her supply. It was working, too, until recently." He sighed. A hand went up to his face. "I've been stupid. I should have conceded defeat a long time ago and sent her to a clinic, but I didn't want to have her taken from me. It was as simple as that. Then last night, our visitors, the slaughter of the dogs, I realized how selfish I was, subjecting her to such pressures. It's too late in the day for possessiveness or pride. If people find out my daughter's a junkie, then so be it." "I see." "You were fond of her." "Yes. She's a beautiful girl, and you're lonely. She spoke warmly of you. In time we'll have her back amongst us, I'm sure." "I'd like to visit her." "Again, in time. I'm told they demand isolation in the first few weeks of treatment. But rest assured she's in good hands." It was all so persuasive. But lies. Surely lies. Caris' room had been stripped. Was that an anticipation of her being amongst them again in a few weeks? This was all another fiction. Before Marty could protest, however, Whitehead was speaking again, a measured cadence. "You're so close to me now, Marty, the way Bill used to be. In fact, I really think you should be welcomed into the inner circle, don't you? I'm having a dinner party next Sunday. I'd like you to be there. Our guest of honor." This was fine, flattering talk. Effortlessly, the old man had gained the upper hand. "In the week, I think you should go down to London and buy yourself something decent to wear. I'm afraid my dinner parties are rather formal." He reached for the paperback again and opened it. "Here's a check." It lay in the fold of the book, already signed, ready for Marty. "It should cover the price of a good suit, shirts, shoes, whatever else you want to treat yourself to." The check was proffered between fore and middle finger. "Take it, please." Marty stepped forward and took the check. "Thank you. It can be cashed at my bank in the Strand. They'll be expecting you. Whatever you don't spend, I want you to gamble." "Sir?" Marty wasn't certain he was hearing the invitation properly. "I insist you gamble it, Marty. Horses, cards, whatever you like. Enjoy it. Would you do that for me? And when you come back, you can make an old man envious with tales of your adventures." So it was bribery, after all. The fact of the check made Marty more certain than ever that the old man was lying about Caris, but he lacked the courage to press the issue. It wasn't just cowardice, however, that made him hold back. It was burgeoning excitement. He had been bribed twice, once with the money, again with the invitation to gamble it. It was years since he'd had a chance like this. Money in abundance, and time on his hands. The day might come when he'd hate Papa for working the virus in his system. But before then, a fortune could be won and lost and won again. He stood in front of the old man with the fever already on him. "You're a good man, Strauss." Whitehead's words rose from the shadowed chair like a prophet's from a cleft rock. Though he couldn't see the potentate's face, Marty knew he was smiling. 42. Despite her years on the Sunshine Island, Caris had a healthy sense of reality, or had, until they took her to that cold, bare house on Caliban Street. There nothing was certain any more. It was Mamoulian's doing. That, perhaps, was the only thing that was certain. Houses weren't haunted, only human minds. Whatever moved in the air there, or flitted along the bare boards with the dust bowls and the cockroaches, whatever scintillated like light on water at the corners of her eyes, it was all of Mamoulian's manufacture. For 3 days after her arrival at the new house, she had refused even to speak to her host or captor, whichever he was. She couldn't recall why she'd come, but she knew he'd conned her into it, his mind breathing at her neck, and she'd resented his manipulations. Breer, the fat one, had brought her food, and on the second day dope, too, but she wouldn't eat or say a word. The room they'd locked her in was quite comfortable. She had books, and a television, too, but the atmosphere was too unstable for her to be at ease. She couldn't read, nor could she watch the inanities on the box. Sometimes she found it difficult to remember her own name. It was as if his constant proximity was wiping her clean. Perhaps he could do that. After all, he'd got into her head, hadn't he? Surreptitiously wormed his way into her psyche, God knows how many times. He'd been in her, for Christ's sake, and she'd never known. "Don't be frightened." It was 3 a.m. on the 4th day, and another sleepless night. He had come into her room so silently she'd looked down to see if his feet were making contact with the floor. "I hate this place," she informed him. "Would you like to explore, rather than being locked up in here?" "It's haunted," she said, expecting him to laugh at her. He didn't, however, so she went on. "Are you the ghost?" "What I am is a mystery," he replied, "even to myself." His voice was softened by introspection. "But I'm no ghost. You may be certain of that. Don't fear me, Caris. Anything you feel I share in some measure." She remembered acutely this man's revulsion at the sex act. What a pale, sickly thing he was, for all his powers. She couldn't bring herself to hate him, though she had reason enough. "I don't like to be used," she said. "I did you no harm. I do you no harm now, do I? I want to see Marty." Mamoulian had started to try to clench his mutilated hand. "I'm afraid that's not possible," he said. The scar tissue of his hand, pulled tight, shone, but the mishealed anatomy wouldn't give. "Why not? Why won't you let me see him?" "You'll have everything you need. Ample supplies of food, of heroin." It suddenly crossed her mind that Marty might be on the Europeans' execution list, might, in fact, already be dead. "Please don't harm him," she said. "Thieves come and thieves go," he replied. "I can't be responsible for what happens to him." "I'll never forgive you," she said. "Yes, you will," he replied, his voice so soft now it was practically illusory. "I'm your protector now, Caris. Had I been allowed, I would have nurtured you from childhood, and you would have been spared the humiliations he's made you suffer. But it's too late. All I can do is shelter you from further corruption." He gave up trying to make a fist. She saw how the wounded hand disgusted him. He would cut it off if he could, she thought. It's not just sex he loathes, it's flesh. "No more," he said, apropos of the hand, or debate, or nothing at all. When he left her to sleep, he didn't lock the door behind him. The next day she began her exploration of the house. There was nothing very remarkable about the place. It was simply a large, empty, 3-story house. In the street beyond the dirty windows, ordinary people passed by, too locked in their heads even to glance around. Though her first instinct was to knock on the glass, to mouth some appeal to them, the urge was easily conquered by reason. If she slipped away, what would she be escaping from, or to? She had safety here, of a kind, and drugs. Though at first she resisted them, they were too attractive to flush away down the toilet. And after a few days of the pills, she gave in to the heroin, too. It came in steady supply, never too much, never too little, and always good stuff. Only Breer, the fat one, upset her. He would come some days and watch her, his eyes sloppy in his head like partially poached eggs. She told Mamoulian about him, and the next day he didn't linger, just brought the pills and hurried away. And the days flowed into one another, and sometimes she didn't remember where she was, or how she'd got here. Sometimes she remembered her name, sometimes not. Once, maybe twice, she tried to think her way to Marty, but he was too far from her. Either that or the house subdued her powers. Whichever, her thoughts lost their way a few miles from Caliban Street, and she returned there sweating and afraid. She had been in the house almost a week when things took a turn for the worse. "I'd like you to do something for me," the European said. "What?" "I'd like you to find Mr. Toy. Do you remember Mr. Toy?" Of course she remembered. Not well, but she remembered. His broken nose, those cautious eyes that had always looked at her so sadly. "Do you think you could locate him?" "I don't know how to." "Let your mind go to him. You know the way, Caris." "Why can't you do it?" "Because he'll be expecting me. He'll have defenses, and I'm too tired to fight with him at the moment." "Is he afraid of you?" "Probably." "Why?" "You were a babe in arms when Mr. Toy and I last met. He and I parted as enemies. He presumes we are still enemies." "You're going to harm him," she said. "That's my business, Caris." She stood sliding up the wall against which she'd been slumped. "I don't think I want to find him for you." "Aren't we friends?" "No," she said. "No, never." "Come now." He stepped toward her. The broken hand touched her. The contact was feather-light. "I think you are a ghost," she said. She left him standing in the corridor and went up to the bathroom to think this through, locking the door behind her. She knew without a shadow of a doubt that he'd harm Toy if she led him to the man. "Caris," he said quietly. He was outside the bathroom door. His proximity made her scalp creep. "You can't make me," she said. "Don't tempt me." Suddenly the European's face loomed in her head. He spoke again. "I knew you before you could walk, Caris. I've held you in my arms often. You've sucked on my thumb." He was speaking with his lips close to the door. His low voice reverberated in the wood she had her back against. "It's no fault of yours or mine that we were parted. Believe me, I'm glad you carry your father's gifts, because he never used them. He never once understood the wisdom there was to be found with them. He squandered it all, for fame, for wealth. But you, I could teach you, Caris, such things." The voice was so seductive it seemed to reach through the door and enfold her, the way his arms had so many years ago. She was suddenly minute in his grasp. He cooed at her, made foolish faces to bring a cherubic smile to bloom. "Just find Toy for me. Is it so much to ask for all my favors to you?" She found herself rocking with the rhythm of his cradling. "Toy never loved you," he was saying. "Nobody has ever loved you." That was a lie, and a tactical error. The words were cold water on her sleepy face. She was loved. Marty loved her. The runner, her runner. Mamoulian sensed his miscalculation. "Don't defy me," he said. The cooing had gone from his voice. "Go to hell," she replied. "As you wish." There was a falling note in his words, as though the issue was closed and done with. He didn't leave his station by the door, however. She felt him close. Was he waiting for her to tire and come out? She wondered. Persuasion by physical violence wasn't his style, surely. Unless he was going to use Breer. She hardened herself against the possibility. She'd claw his watery eyes out. Minutes passed, and she was sure the European was still outside, though she could hear neither movement or breath. And then the pipes began to rumble. Somewhere in the system a tide was moving. The sink made a sucking sound. The water in the toilet bowl splashed. The toilet lid flapped open and slammed closed again as a gust of fetid air was discharged from below. This was his doing somehow, though it seemed a vacuous exercise. The toilet farted again. The smell was noxious. "What's happening?" she asked under her breath. A gruel of filth had started to seep over the lip of the toilet and dribble onto the floor. Wormy shapes moved in it. She shut her eyes. This was a fabrication conjured up by the European to subdue her mutiny. She would ignore it. But even with cancelled sight, the illusion persisted. The water splashed more loudly as the flood rose, and in the stream she heard wet, heavy things flopping onto the bathroom floor. "Well?" said Mamoulian. She cursed the illusions and their charmer in one vitriolic breath. Something skittered across her bare foot. She was damned if she was going to open her eyes and give him another sense to assault. But curiosity forced them open. The dribbles from the toilet had become a stream, as if the sewers had backed up and were discharging their contents at her feet. Not simply excrement and water. The soup of hot dirt had bred monsters. Creatures that could be found in no sane zoology. Things that had been fish once, crabs once. Fetuses flushed down clinic drains before their mothers could wake to scream. Beasts that fed on excrement, whose bodies were a pun on what they devoured. Everywhere in the silt, forsaken stuff, offal and dregs, raised itself on queasy limbs and flapped and paddled toward her. "Make them go away," she said. They had no intention of retreat. The scummy tide still edged forward. The fauna the toilet was vomiting up were getting larger. "Fine toy," the voice on the other side of the door bargained. Her sweaty hand slid on the handle, but the door refused to open. There was no hint of a reprieve. "Let me out!" "Just say yes." She flattened herself against the door. The toilet lid flew open in the strongest gust yet, and this time stayed open. The flood thickened, and the pipes creaked as something that was almost too large for them began to force its way toward the light. She heard its claws rake the sides of the pipes. She heard the chatter of its teeth. "Say yes." "No." A glistening arm was thrown up from the belching bowl, and flailed around until its digits fixed on the sink. Then it began to haul itself up, its water-rotted bones rubbery. "Please!" she screamed. "Just say yes." "Yes, yes, anything, yes!" As she spat out the words, the handle of the door moved. She turned her back on the emerging horror and put her weight down on the handle at the same time as her other hand fumbled with the key. Behind her she heard the sound of a body contorting itself to fetch itself free. She turned the key the wrong way, and then the right. Muck splashed on her shin. It was almost at her heels. As she opened the door, sodden fingers snatched at her ankle, but she threw herself out of the bathroom before it could catch her, and onto the landing, slamming the door behind her. Mamoulian, his victory won, had gone. After that, she couldn't bring herself to go back into the bathroom. At her request, the razor-eater supplied a bucket for her to use, which he brought and took away again with reverence. The European never spoke of the incident again. There was no need. That night she did as he had asked her. She opened up her head and went to look for Bill Toy, and within a matter of minutes she found him. So soon after did the last European. 43. Not since the halcyon days of his big wins at the casinos had Marty possessed so much money as he did now. £2,000 was no fortune to Whitehead, but it raised Marty to blind heights. Perhaps the old man's story about Caris had been a lie. If so, he'd wheedle the truth out of him in time. Slowy, slowy, catchy monkey, as Fever used to say. What would Fever say to see Marty now, with money lapping at his feet? He left the car near Euston and caught a cab to the Strand to cash the cheque. Then he went in search of a good evening suit. Whitehead had suggested an outfitter off Regent Street. The fitters treated him with some brusqueness at first, but once he showed them the color of his money, the tune changed to sycophancy. Curbing his smiles, Marty played the fastidious buyer. They fawned and fussed. He let them. Only after 3/4 of an hour of their fey attentions did he alight on something he liked. A conservative choice, but immaculately styled. The suit and the accompanying wardrobe, shoes, shirts, a selection of ties, bit more deeply into the cash than he'd anticipated, but he let it go like water through his fingers. The suit and one set of accoutrements he took with him. The rest he had sent to the sanctuary. It was lunchtime when he emerged, and he wandered around looking for somewhere to eat. There had been a Chinese restaurant on Gerrard Street that he and Charmaine had frequented whenever funds allowed. He returned there now. Though its facade had been modernized to accommodate a large neon sign, the interior was much the same. The food was as good as he remembered. He sat in splendid isolation and ate and drank his way through the menu, happy to play the rich man to the hilt. He ordered 6 cigars after the meal, downed several brandies, and tipped like a millionaire. Papa would be proud of me, he thought. When he was full, drunk, and satisfied, he headed out into the balmy afternoon. It was time he followed the rest of Whitehead's instructions. He made his way through Soho, wandering for a few minutes until he found a betting office. As he entered the smoky interior, guilt assailed him, but he told his spoiled sport conscience to go hang. He was obeying orders in coming here. There were races at Newmarket, Kempton Park, and Doncaster. Each name evoked some bittersweet association, and he bet freely on every one on the board. Soon the old enthusiasm had killed the last smidgen of guilt. It was like living, this game, but it tasted stronger. It dramatized with its promised gains, its too-easy losses, the sense he had had as a child of what adult life must be like, of how, once one grew out of the boredom and into the secret, bearded, erectile world of manhood, every word would be loaded with risk and promise, every breath taken, won in the face of extraordinary odds. At first the money dribbled away from him. He didn't bet heavily, but the frequency of the losses began to dwindle his reserves. Then, 3/4 of an hour into the session, things took a turn for the better. Horses he plucked from thin air romped home at ridiculous odds, one after the other. In one race he made back what he'd lost in the previous 2, and more. The enthusiasm turned to euphoria. This was the very feeling he'd tried so hard to describe to Whitehead, of being in charge of chance. Finally, the wins began to bore him. Pocketing his winnings without taking any proper account of them, he left. The money in his jacket was a thick wedge. It ached to be spent. On instinct, he sauntered through the crowds to Oxford Street, selected an expensive shop, and bought a £900 fur coat for Charmaine, then hailed a cab to take it to her. It was a slow journey. The wage slaves were beginning to make their escape, and the roads were snarled, but his mood forbade irritation. He had the taxi drop him off at the corner of the street because he wanted to walk the length of it. Things had changed since he'd last been here, 2.5 months before. Early spring was now early summer. Now, at almost 6 in the evening, the warmth of the day hadn't dissipated. There was growing time in it still. Nor, he thought, was it just the season that had advanced, become riper. He had, too. He felt real. God in heaven, that was it. At last he was able to operate in the world again, affect it, shape it. Charmaine came to the door looking flustered. She looked more flustered still when Marty stepped in, kissed her, and put the coat box in her arms. "Here, I bought you something." She frowned. "What is it, Marty?" "Take a look. It's for you." "No," she said. "I can't." The front door was still open. She was ushering him back toward it, or at least attempting to, but he wouldn't go. There was something beneath the look of embarrassment on her face. Anger. Panic, even. She pressed the box back at him, unopened. "Please go," she said. "It's a surprise," he told her, determined not to be repelled. "I don't want any surprises. Just go. Ring me tomorrow." He wouldn't take the proffered box, and it fell between them, breaking open. The sumptuous gleam of the coat spilled out. She couldn't help but stoop to pick it up. "Oh, Marty," she whispered. As he looked down at her gleaming hair, someone appeared at the top of the stairs. "What's the problem?" Marty looked up. Flynn was standing on the half-landing, dressed only in underwear and socks. He was unshaven. For a few seconds he said nothing, juggling the options. Then the smile, his panacea, swarmed across his face. "Marty!" he exclaimed. "What's buzzing?" Marty looked at Charmaine, who was looking at the floor. She had the coat in her arms, bundled up like a dead animal. "I see," Marty said. Flynn descended a few stairs. His eyes were bloodshot. "It's not what you think. Really it isn't," he said, stopping halfway down, waiting to see which way Marty would jump. "It's exactly what you think, Marty," Charmaine said quietly. "I'm sorry you had to find out like this, but you never rang. I said ring before you come round." "How long?" Marty murmured. 2 years, more or less." Marty glanced up at Flynn. They'd played together with that black girl. Ursula, was it? Only a few weeks past. And when the milk was spilt, Flynn had slid away. He'd come back here to Charmaine. Had he washed, Marty wondered, before he'd joined Charmaine in their double bed? Probably not. Why him? He found himself asking. Why him, for Christ's sake? Couldn't you have improved on that? Flynn said nothing in his own defense. "I think you should leave, Marty," Charmaine said, clumsily attempting to rebox the coat. "He's such a shit," Marty said. "Can't you see what a shit he is?" "He was there," she retorted bitterly. "You weren't." "He's a fucking pimp, for Christ's sake." "Yes," she said, letting the box lie and standing up at last, eyes furious, to spit all the truth out. "Yes, that's right. Why do you think I took up with him?" "No, hard times, Marty. Nothing to live on but fresh air and love letters." She'd whored for him. The fucker had made her whore. On the stairs, Flynn had gone a sickly color. "Hold up, Marty," he said. "No way did I make her do a damn thing she didn't want to do." Marty moved to the bottom of the stairs. "Isn't that right?" Flynn appealed to Charmaine. "Tell him, woman. Did I make you do a thing you didn't want to do?" "Don't," Charmaine said. But Marty was already starting up the stairs. Flynn stood his ground for 2 steps only, then retreated backward. "Hey, come on!" Palms up to keep the blows at bay. "You made my wife a whore?" "Would I do that? You made my wife a fucking whore?" Flynn turned and made a bid for the landing. Marty stumbled up the stairs after him. "Bastard!" The escape ploy worked. Flynn was safely behind the door and wedging a chair against it before Marty could get to the landing. All he could do was beat on the panels, demanding uselessly that Flynn let him in. But it took only a small interruption to spoil his anger. By the time Charmaine got to the top of the stairs, he'd left off haranguing the door and was leaning back on the wall, eyes stinging. She said nothing. She had neither the means nor the desire to cross the chasm between them. "Him," was all he could say. "Of all people." "He's been very good to me," she replied. She had no intention of pleading their case. Marty was the intruder here. She owed him no apology. "It wasn't as if I walked out. It was your doing, Marty. You lost for both of us. I never got a say in the matter." She was trembling, he saw, with fury, not with sorrow. "You gambled everything we had, every damn thing, and lost it for us both." "We're not dead." "I'm 32. I feel twice that." "He makes you tired. You're so stupid," she said without feeling. Her cool contempt withered him. "You never saw how fragile everything was. You just went on being the way it suited you to be, stupid and selfish." Marty bit at his upper lip, watching her mouth as it spoke the truth at him. He wanted to hit her, but that wouldn't make her any less right, just bruised and right. Shaking his head, he stepped past her and thundered down the stairs. She was silent above. He passed the box, the discarded fur. They could fuck on it, he thought. Flynn would like that. He picked up the bag containing his suit and left. The glass in the window rattled. He slammed the door so hard. "You can come out now," Charmaine said to the closed bedroom door. "The shooting's over." 44. Marty couldn't get one particular thought out of his head. That she'd told Flynn all about him, spilling the secrets of their life together. He pictured Flynn lying on the bed with his socks on, stroking her and laughing as she poured out all the dirt. How Marty had spent all the money on horses and poker. How he'd never had a winning streak in his life that lasted more than 5 minutes. "You should have seen me today," he wanted to tell her. "Things are different now. I'm shit-hot now." How he was only good in bed on the infrequent occasions that he'd won, and uninterested the rest of the time. How he'd first lost the car to McNamara, then the television, then the best of the furniture, and still owed a small fortune. How he'd then gone out and tried to steal his way out of debt. Even that had failed miserably. He lived the pursuit again, sharp as ever. The car smelling of the shotgun Nygaard was nursing, the sweat on Marty's face pricking in his pores as it cooled in the draught from the open window, fluttering up into his face like petals. It was all so clear, it might have happened yesterday. Everything since then, almost a decade of his life, pivoted on those few minutes. It made him almost physically sick to think of it. Waste. All waste. It was time to get drunk. The money he had left in his pocket, still well into 4 figures, was burning a hole, demanding to be spent or gambled. He wandered down to the commercial road and hailed another cab, not entirely certain of what to do next. It was barely 7. The night ahead needed careful planning. What would Papa do, he thought. Betrayed and shat on, what would the great man do? Whatever his heart desired, came the answer. Whatever his fucking heart desired. He went to Euston Station and spent half an hour in the bathroom there, washing and changing into the new shirt and new suit, emerging transformed. The clothes he had been wearing he gave to the attendant, along with a 10-pound note. Some of the old mellowness had crept back into his system by the time he'd changed. He liked what the mirror told him. The evening might turn out to be a winner yet, as long as he didn't whip it too hard. He drank in Covent Garden, enough to lace his blood and breath with spirits, then had a meal in an Italian restaurant. When he came out, the theaters were emptying. He garnered a clutch of appreciative glances, mostly from middle-aged women and well-coiffured young men. I probably look like a gigolo, he thought. There was a disparity between his dress and his face that signaled a man playing a role. The thought pleased him. From now on he would play Marty Strauss, man of the world, with all the bravura he could muster. Being himself had not got him very far. Perhaps a fiction would improve his rate of advancement. He idled down Charing Cross Road and into the tangle of traffic and pedestrians at Trafalgar Square. There'd been a fight on the steps of St. Martin's in the Field. 2 men were exchanging curses and accusations while their wives looked on. Off the square, at the back of the mall, the traffic quietened. It took him several minutes to orient himself. He knew where he was going, and had thought he knew how to get there, but now he wasn't so certain. It was a long time since he'd been in the area, and when he eventually hit the small mews that contained the Academy, Bill Toy's club, it was more by chance than design. His heart beat a little faster as he sauntered up the steps. Ahead lay a major piece of play-acting, which, if it failed, would ruin the evening. He paused a moment to light a cigar, then entered. In his time he'd frequented a number of high-class casinos. This one had the same slightly passé grandeur as others he'd been in, dark wood paneling, damson carpeting, portraits of forgotten luminaries on the walls. Hand in trouser pocket, jacket unbuttoned to reveal the gloss of the lining, he crossed the mosaic foyer to the desk. Security would be tight. The moneyed expected safety. He wasn't a member, nor could expect to become one on the spot, not without sponsors and references. The only way he'd get a good night's gaming was by bluffing his way through. The English Rose at the desk smiled promisingly. "Good evening, sir." "How are you tonight?" Her smile didn't falter for a moment, even though she couldn't possibly know who he was. "Well, and you?" "Lovely night. Is Bill here yet?" "I'm sorry, sir." "Mr. Toy, has he arrived yet?" "Mr. Toy." She consulted the guest book, running a lacquered finger down the list of tonight's gamblers. "I don't think he's—" "He won't have signed in," Marty said. "He's a member, for God's sake." The slight irritation in his voice took the girl off balance. "Oh, I see. I don't think I know him." "Well, no matter. I'll just go straight up. Tell him I'm at the tables, will you?" "Wait, sir, I haven't—" She reached out as if to tug at his sleeve, but thought better of it. He flashed her a disarming smile as he started up the stairs. "Who shall I say?" "Mr. Strauss," he said, affecting a tiny barb of exasperation. "Yes, of course." An artificial recognition flooded her face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Strauss. It's just that—" "No problem," he replied benignly as he left her below, staring up at him. It took him only a few minutes to acquaint himself with the layout of the rooms. Roulette, poker, blackjack, all and more were available. The atmosphere was serious. Frivolity was not welcome where money could be won or lost on such a scale. If the men and few women who haunted these hushed enclaves were here to enjoy themselves, they showed no sign of it. This was work, hard, serious work. There were some quiet exchanges on the stairs and in the corridors, and, of course, calls from the tables. Otherwise the interior was almost reverentially subdued. He sauntered from room to room, standing on the fringe of one game then another, familiarizing himself with the etiquette of the place. Nobody gave him more than a glance. He fitted into this obsessive's paradise too well. Anticipation of the moment when he eventually sat down to join a game exhilarated him. He indulged it a while longer. He had all night to enjoy, after all, and he knew only too well that the money in his pocket would disappear in minutes if he wasn't careful. He went into the bar, ordered a whiskey and water, and scanned his fellow drinkers. They were all here for the same reason, to pit their wits against chance. Most drank alone, psyching themselves up for the games ahead. Later, when fortunes had been won, there might be dancing on the tables, an impromptu striptease from a drunken mistress. But it was early yet. The waiter appeared, a young man, 20 at most, with a moustache that looked drawn on. He'd already achieved that mixture of obsequiousness and superiority that marked his profession. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. Marty's stomach lurched. Was somebody going to call his bluff? "Yes?" "Scotch or bourbon, sir?" "Oh, Scotch." "Very well, sir." "Bring it to the table. Where will you be, sir?" "Roulette." The waiter withdrew. Marty went to the cashier and bought 800 pounds of chips, then went into the roulette room. He'd never been much of a card player. It required techniques that he'd always been too bored to learn, and much as he admired the skill of great players, that very skill blurred the essential confrontation. A good card player used luck. A great one rode it. But roulette, though it too had its systems and its techniques, was a purer game. Nothing had the glamour of the spinning wheel, its numbers blurring, the ball rattling as it lodged and jumped again. He sat down at the table between a highly perfumed Arab who spoke only French and an American. Neither said a word to him. There were no welcomes or farewells here. All the niceties of human intercourse were sacrificed to the matter at hand. It was an odd disease. Its symptoms were like infatuation, palpitations, sleeplessness. Its only certain cure, death. On one or two occasions he'd caught sight of himself in a casino bar mirror or in the glass of the cashier's booth, and met a haunted, hungry look. But nothing, not self-disgust, not the disparagement of friends, nothing had ever quite rooted out the appetite. The waiter brought the drink to his elbow, its ice clinking. Marty tipped him heavily. There was a spin of the wheel, though Marty had joined the table too late to place money. All eyes were fixed on the circling numbers. It was an hour or more before Marty left the table, and then only to relieve his bladder before returning to his seat. Players came and went. The American, indulging the aquiline youth who accompanied him, had left the decisions to his companion, and lost a small fortune before retiring. Marty's reserves were running low. He'd won and lost, and won, then lost and lost and lost. The defeats didn't distress him overmuch. It wasn't his money, and as Whitehead had often observed, there was plenty more where that came from. With enough chips left for one more bet of any consequence, he withdrew from the table for a breather. He'd sometimes found that he could change his luck by retiring from the field for a few minutes and returning with new focus. As he got up from his seat, his eyes full of numbers, somebody walked past the door of the roulette room and glanced in before moving on to another game. Fleeting seconds were enough for recognition. When Marty had last met that face, it had been ill-shaven and waxen with pain, lit by the floods along the sanctuary fence. Now Mamoulian was transformed. No longer the derelict, cornered and anguished. Marty found himself walking toward the door like a man hypnotized. The waiter was at his side. "Another drink, sir?" But the inquiry went ignored as Marty stepped out of the roulette room and into the corridor. Contrary feelings ran in him. He was half afraid to confirm his sighting of the man, yet curiously excited that the man was here. It was no coincidence, surely. Perhaps Toy was with him. Perhaps the whole mystery would unravel here and now. He caught sight of Mamoulian walking into the baccarat room. A particularly fierce match was going on there, and spectators had drifted in to watch its closing stages. The room was full. Players from other tables had deserted their own games to enjoy the battle at hand. Even the waiters were lingering on the periphery, trying to catch a glimpse. Mamoulian threaded his way through the crowd to get a better view, his thin gray figure parting the throng. Having found himself a vantage point, he stood, light shining up from the baize onto his pale face. The wounded hand was lodged in his jacket pocket, out of sight. The wide brow was clear of the least expression. Marty watched him for upward of 5 minutes. Not once did the European's eyes flicker from the game in front of him. He was like a piece of porcelain, a glazed facade onto which a nonchalant artisan had scrawled a few lines. The eyes pressed into the clay were incapable, it seemed, of anything but that relentless stare. Yet there was power in the man. It was uncanny to see how people kept clear of him, cramming themselves into knots rather than press too close to him at the table-side. Across the room, Marty caught sight of the pen-mustached waiter. He pushed his way between the spectators to where the young man stood. "A word," he whispered. "Yes, sir?" "That man in the gray suit." The waiter glanced toward the table, then back to Marty. "Mr. Mamoulian." "Yes. What do you know about him?" The waiter gave Marty a reproving look. "I'm sorry, sir, we're not at liberty to discuss members." He turned on his heel and went into the corridor. Marty followed. It was empty. Downstairs, the girl on the desk, not the same he'd spoken with, was giggling with the coat-check clerk. "Wait a moment." When the waiter looked back, Marty was producing his wallet, still amply enough filled to present a decent bribe. The other man stared at the notes with undisguised greed. "I just want to ask a few questions. I don't need the number of his bank account." "I don't know it, anyway." The waiter smirked. "Are you police?" "I'm just interested in Mr. Mamoulian," Marty said, proffering £50 in tens. "Some bare essentials." The waiter snatched the money and pocketed it with the speed of a practiced bribee. "Ask away," he said. "Is he a regular here?" "A couple of times a month." "To play?" The waiter frowned. "Now you mention it, I don't think I've ever seen him actually play." "Just to watch, then?" "Well, I can't be sure, but I think if he did play, I'd have seen him by now. Strange. Still, we have a few members who do that." "And does he have any friends? People he arrives with, leaves with?" "Not that I remember. He used to be quite pally with a Greek woman who used to come in, always won a fortune, never failed." That was the gambler's equivalent to the fisherman's tale, the story of the player with a system so flawless it never faltered. Marty had heard it 100 times. Always the friend of a friend, a mythical somebody whom you never got to meet face to face. And yet, when he thought of Mamoulian's face, so calculating in its supreme indifference, he could almost imagine the fiction real. "Why are you so interested in him?" the waiter asked. "I have an odd feeling about him." "You're not the only one." "What do you mean?" "He's never said or done anything to me, you understand," the waiter explained. "He always tips well, though God knows all he ever drinks is distilled water. But we had one fellow came here. This is a couple of years ago now. He was American, over from Boston. He saw Mamoulian, and let me tell you, he freaked out. Seems he'd played with a guy who was his spitting image. This is in the 1920s. That caused quite a buzz. I mean, he doesn't look like the type to have a father, does he?" The waiter had something there. It was impossible to imagine this Mamoulian as a child or a pimply adolescent. Had he suffered infatuation, the death of pets, of parents? It seemed so unlikely as to be laughable. "That's all I know, really." "Thank you," said Marty. It was enough. The waiter walked away, leaving Marty with an armful of possibilities, apocryphal tales most likely, the Greek with the system, the panicking American. A man like Mamoulian was bound to collect rumors. His air of lost aristocracy invited invented histories, like an onion unwrapped and unwrapped and unwrapped again, each skin giving way not to the core but to another skin. Tired and dizzy with too much drink and too little sleep, Marty decided to call it a night. He'd used the 100 or so left in his wallet to bribe a taxi driver to drive him back to the estate and leave the car to be picked up another day. He was too drunk to drive. He glanced one final time into the baccarat room. The game was still going on. Mamoulian had not moved from his station. Marty went downstairs to the bathroom. It was a few degrees colder than the interior of the club, its rococo plasterwork facetious in the face of its lowly function. He glanced at his weariness in the mirror, then went to relieve himself at the urinal. In one of the stalls somebody had begun to sob, very quietly, as if attempting to stifle the sound. Despite his aching bladder, Marty found he was unable to piss. The anonymous grief distressed him too much. It was coming from behind the locked door of the stalls. Probably some optimist who'd lost his shirt on a roll of the dice, and was now contemplating the consequences. Marty left him to it. There was nothing he could say or do. He knew that from bitter experience. Out in the foyer, the woman on the desk called after him, "Mr. Strauss?" It was the English Rose. She showed no sign of wilting, despite the hour. "Did you find Mr. Toy?" "No, I didn't." "Oh, that's odd. He was here." "Are you sure?" "Yes, he came with Mr. Mamoulian. I told him you were here, and that you'd asked after him." "And what did he say?" "Nothing," the girl replied. "Not a word." She dropped her voice. "Is he well? I mean, he looked really terrible, if you don't mind me saying so. Awful color." Marty glanced up the stairs, scanned the landing. "Is he still here?" "Well, I haven't been on the desk all evening, but I didn't see him leave." Marty took the stairs 2 at a time. He wanted to see Toy so much. There were questions to ask, confidences to exchange. He scoured the rooms, looking for that worn leather face. But though Mamoulian was still there, sipping his water, Toy was not with him. Nor was he to be found in any of the bars. He had clearly come and gone. Disappointed, Marty went back downstairs, thanked the girl for her help, tipped her well, and left. It was only when he had put a good distance between himself and the academy, walking in the middle of the road to waylay the first available taxi, that he remembered the sobbing in the bathroom. His pace slowed. Eventually he stopped in the street, his head echoing the thump of his heart. Was it just hindsight? Or had that ragged voice sounded familiar, as it chewed on its grief? Had it been Toy sitting there in the questionable privacy of a toilet stall, crying like a lost child? Dreamily, Marty glanced back the way he'd come. If he suspected Toy was still at the club, shouldn't he go back and find out? But his head was making unpleasant connections. the woman at the Pimlico number whose voice was too horrid to listen to, the desk girl's question, "Is he well?" The profundity of despair he had heard from behind the locked door. No, he couldn't go back. Nothing, not even the promise of a faultless system to beat every table in the house, would induce him to return. There was, after all, such a thing as reasonable doubt, and on occasion it could be a balm without equal. Chapter 8. Raising Cain. 45. The day of the Last Supper, as he was to come to think of it, Marty shaved 3 times, once in the morning and twice in the afternoon. The initial flattery of the invitation had long since faded. Now all he prayed for was some convenient get-out clause, a means by which he could politely escape what he was certain would be an excruciating evening. He had no place in Whitehead's entourage. Their values were not his. Their world was one in which he was no more than a functionary. There could be nothing about him that would give them more than a moment's entertainment. It wasn't until he put on the evening jacket again that he began to feel more courageous. In this world of appearances, why shouldn't he carry off the illusion as well as the next man? After all, he'd succeeded at the academy. The trick was to get the superficies right, the proper dress code, the correct direction in which to pass the port. He began to view the evening ahead as a test of his wits, and his competitive spirit began to rise to the challenge. He would play them at their own game, among the clinking glasses and the chatter of opera and high finance. Triply shaved, dressed, and cologned, he went down to the kitchen. Oddly, Pearl wasn't in the house. Luther had been left in charge of the night's gormandizing. He was opening bottles of wine. The room was fragrant with the mingled bouquets. Though Marty had understood the gathering to be small, several dozen bottles were assembled on the table. The labels on many were dirtied to illegibility. It looked as though the cellar were being stripped of its finest vintages. Luther looked Marty up and down. "Who'd you steal the suit off?" Marty picked up one of the open bottles and sniffed it, ignoring the remark. Tonight he wasn't going to be needled. Tonight he had things figured out, and he'd let no one burst the bubble. "I said, where'd you—" "I heard you the first time. I bought it." "What with?" Marty put the bottle down heavily. Glasses on the table clinked together. "Why don't you shut up?" Luther shrugged. "Old man give it to you?" "I told you, shove it." "Seems to me you're getting in deep, man. You know you're guest of honor at this shindig?" "I'm going along to meet some of the old man's friends, that's all." "You mean Dwoskin and those fuckheads? Aren't you the lucky one?" "And what are you tonight, the wine boy?" Luther grimaced as he pulled the cork on another bottle. "They don't have no waiters at their special parties. They're very private." "What do you mean?" "What do I know?" Luther said, shrugging. "I'm a monkey, right?" Between 8 and 8:30 the cars started to arrive at the sanctuary. Marty waited in his room for a summons to join the rest of the guests. He heard Kurtzinger's voice, and those of women. There was laughter, some of it shrill. He wondered if it was just the wives they'd brought, or their daughters, too. The phone rang. "Marty!" It was Whitehead. "Sir?" "Why not come up and join us? We're waiting for you." "Right. We're in the White Room." Another surprise. That bare room with its ugly altarpiece seemed an unlikely venue for a dinner party. Evening was drawing on outside, and before going on up to the room, Marty switched the lawn floods on. They blazed, their illumination echoing through the house. His earlier trepidation had been entirely replaced by a mixture of defiance and fatalism. As long as he didn't spit in the soup, he told himself, he'd get through. "Come on in, Marty." The atmosphere inside the White Room was already chokingly thick with cigar and cigarette smoke. No attempt had been made to prettify the place. The only decoration was the triptych, its crucifixion as vicious as Marty remembered it. Whitehead stood as Marty entered, and extended his hand in welcome, an almost garish smile on his face. "Close the door, will you? Come on in and sit down." There was a single empty place at the table. Marty went to it. "You know Felix, of course?" Ottaway, the fan-dancing lawyer, nodded. The bare bulb threw light on his pate and exposed the line of his toupee. And Lawrence? Dwoskin, the lean and trollish, was in the middle of a sip of wine. He murmured a greeting. And James? "Hello," said Kurtzinger. "How nice to see you again." The cigar he held was just about the largest Marty had ever set eyes on. The familiar faces accounted for, Whitehead introduced the three women who sat between the men. "Our guests for tonight," he said. "Hello. This is my sometime bodyguard, Martin Strauss." "Martin?" Oriana, a woman in her mid-30s, gave him a slightly crooked smile. "Pleased to meet you." Whitehead used no second name, which left Marty wondering if this was the wife of one of the men, or just a friend. She was a good deal younger than either Ottaway or Kurtzinger, between whom she sat. Perhaps she was a mistress. The thought tantalized. "This is Stephanie." Stephanie, the first woman senior by a good 10 years, graced Marty with a look that seemed to strip him naked from head to foot. It was disconcertingly plain, and he wondered if anyone else around the table had caught it. "We've heard so much about you," she said, laying a caressing hand on Dwoskin's. "Haven't we?" Dwoskin smirked. Marty's distaste for the man was as thoroughgoing as ever. It was difficult to imagine how or why any human would want to touch him. "And finally, Emily." Marty turned to greet the third new face at the table. As he did so, Emily knocked over a glass of red wine. "Oh, Jesus," she said. "Doesn't matter," Kurtzinger said, grinning. He was already drunk, Marty now registered. The grin was too lavish for sobriety. "Couldn't matter less, sweet. Really it couldn't." Emily looked up at Marty. She, too, had already drunk too much, to judge by her flushed complexion. She was by far the youngest of the three women, and almost winsomely pretty. Sit down, Whitehead said. "Never mind the wine, for God's sake." Marty took his place beside Kurtzinger. The wine Emily had spilled dribbled off the edge of the table unarrested. "We were just saying," Dwoskin chimed in, "what a pity Willie couldn't have been here." Marty shot a glance at the old man to see if the mention of Toy, the sound of weeping came back as he thought of him, had brought any response. There was none. He, too, Marty now saw, was the worse for drink. The bottles that Luther had been opening, the clarets, the burgundies, forested the table. The atmosphere was more that of an ad hoc picnic than a dinner party. There was none of the ceremony he had anticipated, no meticulous ordering of courses, no cutlery in regiments. What food there was, tins of caviar, with spoons thrust into them, cheeses, thin biscuits, took a poor second place to the wine. Though Marty knew little about wine, his suspicions about the old man emptying his cellar were confirmed by the babble around the table. They had come together tonight to drink the sanctuary dry of its finest, its most celebrated vintages. "Drink," Kurtzinger said. "It's the best stuff you'll ever swallow, believe me." He fumbled for a specific bottle among the throng. "Where's the Latour? We haven't finished it, have we? Stephanie, are you hiding it, darling?" Stephanie looked up from her cups. Marty doubted if she even knew what Kurtzinger was talking about. These women weren't wives, he was certain of it. He doubted if they were even mistresses. "Here." Kurtzinger sloppily filled a glass for Marty. "See what you make of that." Marty had never much liked wine. It was a drink to be sipped and swilled around the mouth, and he had no patience with it. But the bouquet off the glass spoke quality, even to his uneducated nose. It had a richness that made him salivate before he'd downed a mouthful, and the taste didn't disappoint. It was superb. "Good, eh?" "Tasty." "Tasty!" Kurtzinger bellowed to the table in mock outrage. "The boy pronounces it tasty." "Better pass it back over before he downs the lot," Ottaway remarked. "It's all got to go," Whitehead said. "Tonight." "All of it?" said Emily, glancing over at the 24 other bottles that stood against the wall, liqueurs and cognacs among the wines. "Yes, everything. One blowout to finish the best of the stuff." What was this about? They were like a retreating army raising a place rather than leaving anything for those who followed to occupy. "What are you going to drink next week?" Oriana asked, a heaping spoonful of caviar hovering above her cleavage. "Next week?" Whitehead said. "No parties next week. I'm joining a monastery." He looked across at Marty. "Marty knows what a troubled man I am." "Troubled?" said Dwoskin. "Concerned for my immortal soul," said Whitehead, not taking his eyes off Marty. This earned a spluttered guffaw from Ottaway, who was rapidly losing control of himself. Dwoskin leaned across and refilled Marty's glass. "Drink up," he said. "We've got a lot to get through." There was no slow savoring of the wine going on around the table. The glasses were being filled, guzzled, and refilled, as though the tipple were water. There seemed something desperate in their appetite, but he should have known Whitehead did nothing by halves. Not to be outdone, Marty downed his second glass in 2 gulps, and filled it to brimming again immediately. "Like it?" Dwoskin asked. "Willie would not approve," said Ottaway. "What, of Mr. Strauss?" Oriana said. The caviar had still not found her mouth. "Not of Martin. Of this indiscriminate consumption." He was barely able to get his tongue around the last 2 words. There was some pleasure in seeing the lawyer tongue-twisted, no more the fan-dancer. "Toy can go fuck himself," Dwoskin said. Marty wanted to say something in Bill's defense, but the drink had slowed his responses, and before he could speak, Whitehead had lifted his glass. "A toast," he announced. Dwoskin stumbled to his feet, knocking over an empty bottle, which in turn felled another 3. Wine gurgled out of one of the spilled bottles, weaving across the table and splashing onto the floor. "To Willie," Whitehead said, "wherever he is." Glasses raised and tapped together, even Dwoskin's. A chorus of voices offered up, "To Willie," and the glasses were noisily drained. Marty's glass was filled up by Ottaway. "Drink, man, drink!" The drink on Marty's empty stomach was causing ructions. He felt dislocated from events in the room, from the women, the fan-dancer, the crucifixion on the wall. His initial shock, seeing the men like this, wine on their bibs and chins, mouthing obscenities, had long since faded. Their behavior didn't matter. Getting more of these vintages down his throat did. He exchanged a baleful look with Christ. "Fuck you," he said under his breath. Kurtzinger caught the comment. "My very words," he whispered back. "Where is Willie?" Emily was asking. "I thought he'd be here." She offered the question to the table, but nobody seemed willing to take it up. "He's gone," Whitehead replied eventually. "He's such a nice man," the girl said. She dug Dwoskin in the ribs. "Didn't you think he was a nice man?" Dwoskin was irritated by the interruptions. He had taken to fumbling at the zipper on the back of Stephanie's dress. She made no objection to this public advance. The glass he held in the other hand was spilling wine into his lap. He either didn't notice or didn't care. Whitehead caught Marty's eye. "Entertaining you, are we?" he said. Marty wiped the nascent smile off his face. "Don't you approve?" Ottaway asked Marty. "Not up to me. I always got the impression the criminal classes were quite puritanical at heart. Is that right?" Marty looked down from the fan-dancer's drink-puffed features and shook his head. The jibe was beneath contempt, as was the jiber. "If I were you, Marty," Whitehead said from the other end of the table, "I'd break his neck." Marty shrugged. "Why bother?" he said. "Seems to me you're not so dangerous after all," Ottaway went on. "Who said I was dangerous?" The smirk the lawyer wore deepened. "I mean, we were expecting an animal act, you know." Ottaway moved a bottle to get a better look at Marty. "We were promised—" The conversation around the table had ground to a halt, but Ottaway didn't seem to notice. "Still, nothing's quite as advertised, is it?" he said. "I mean, you ask any one of these God-forsaken gentlemen." The table was a still life. Ottaway's arm swept around to include everyone in his tirade. "We know, don't we? We know how disappointing life can be." "Shut up," Kurtzinger snapped. He stared woozily at Ottaway. "We don't want to hear." "We may not get another chance, my dear James," Otway replied, his courtesy contemptuous. "Don't you think we should all admit the truth? We are in extremis. Oh, yes, my friends, we should all get down on our knees and confess." "Yes, yes," said Stephanie. She was trying to stand, but her legs were of another mind. Her dress, the back unzipped, threatened to slip. "Let's all confess," she said. Dwoskin pulled her back into her chair. "We'll be here all night," he said. Emily giggled. Otway, undeterred, was still talking. "Seems to me," he said, "he's probably the only innocent one amongst us." Otway pointed at Marty. "I mean, look at him. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about." The remarks were beginning to irritate Marty, but there'd be precious little satisfaction in threatening the lawyer. In his present state, Otway would crumble under one blow. His bleary eyes didn't look far from unconsciousness. "You disappoint me," Otway murmured, with genuine regret in his voice. "I thought we'd end better than this." Dwoskin stood up. "I've got a toast," he announced. "I want to toast the women." "Now there's an idea," Kurtzinger said. "But we'll need a fire." Oriana thought this the funniest remark she'd heard all night. "The women!" Dwoskin declared, raising his glass, but nobody was listening. Emily, who had been lamb-like so far, had suddenly taken it into her head to strip off. She'd pushed her chair back and was now unbuttoning her blouse. She wore nothing beneath. Her nipples looked rouged, as if in preparation for this unveiling. Kurtzinger applauded. Otway and Whitehead joined in with a chorus of encouraging remarks. "What do you think?" Kurtzinger asked Marty. "Your type, is she? And they're all her own, aren't they, sweetheart?" "You want to feel?" Emily offered. She'd discarded her blouse. She was now naked from the waist up. "Come on," she said, taking hold of Marty's hand and pressing it against her breast, working it around and around. "Oh, yes," said Kurtzinger, leering at Marty. "He likes that. I can tell he likes that." "Of course he does," Marty heard Whitehead say. His gaze, not too focused, slid in the old man's direction. Whitehead met it head-on. The hooded eyes were devoid of humor or arousal. "Go on," he said. "She's all yours. That's what she's here for." Marty heard the words but couldn't make proper sense of them. He pulled his hand off the girl's flesh as if scalded. "Go to hell," he said. Kurtzinger had stood up. "Now, don't be a spoil sport," he rebuked Marty. "We only want to see what you're made of." Down the table, Oriana had started to laugh again. Marty wasn't sure at what. Dwoskin was banging his hand, palm down, on the table. The bottles jumped in rhythm. "Go on," Whitehead told Marty. They were all looking at him. He turned to face Emily. She was standing a yard away from him, attempting the catch of her skirt. There was something undeniably erotic about her exhibitionism. Marty's trousers felt tight. His head, too. Kurtzinger had his hands on Marty's shoulders and was trying to slip off his jacket. The tattoo Dwoskin was beating on the table, which Otway had now taken up, made Marty's head dance. Emily had succeeded with the catch, and her skirt was at her feet. Now, without prompting, she pulled off her panties and stood in front of the assembled company, wearing only pearls and high-heeled shoes. Naked, she looked young enough to be jail-bait, 14, 15 at most. Her skin was creamy. Somebody's hand, Oriana's, he thought, was massaging Marty's erection. He half-turned. It wasn't her at all, but Kurtzinger. He pushed the hand away. Emily had stepped toward him and was unbuttoning his shirt from the bottom up. He tried to stand, to say something to Whitehead. The words weren't there yet, but he badly wanted to find them, wanted to tell the old man what a cheat he was. More than a cheat. He was scum, dirty-minded scum. This was why he'd been invited up here, plied with wine and dirty talk. The old man had wanted to see him naked and rutting. Marty pushed Kurtzinger's hand away a second time. The touch was horribly expert. He looked along the table to Whitehead, who was pouring himself another glass of wine. Dwoskin's gaze was fixed on Emily's nakedness. Otway's on Marty. Both had given up slapping the table. The lawyer's stare said everything. He was sickly pale, sweaty anticipation on his face. "Go on," he said, his breath ragged. "Go on, take her. Give us a show to remember. Or haven't you got anything worth displaying?" Marty heard the sense too late to reply. The naked child was pressing herself against him, and somebody, Kurtzinger, was trying to unbutton the top of his trousers. He made one last ungainly lunge at equilibrium. "Stop this," he murmured, looking at the old man. "What's the problem?" Whitehead asked lightly. "Joke over," Marty said. There was a hand in his trousers, reaching for his erection. "Get the fuck off me!" He shoved Kurtzinger back with more force than he'd planned. The big man stumbled and fell against the wall. "What's wrong with you people?" Emily took a step back from him to avoid Marty's flailing arm. The wine was boiling up in his belly and throat. His trousers jutted. He looked, he knew, absurd. Oriana was still laughing. Not just her, Dwoskin too, and Stephanie. Ottaway just stared. "You never seen a fucking hard-on before?" He spat at them all. "Where's your sense of humor?" Ottaway said. "We just want a floor show. Where's the harm?" Marty jabbed a finger in Whitehead's direction. "I trusted you," he said. It was all he could find to shape his hurt. "That was an error, then, wasn't it?" Dwoskin commented. He spoke as if to an imbecile. "You fucking shut up!" Fighting back the urge to break somebody's face, anybody's would do, Marty pulled on his jacket and with one back sweep of his hand cleared a dozen bottles, most of them full, off the table. Emily screamed as they shattered around her feet, but Marty didn't wait to see how much damage he'd done. He backed off from the table and stumbled toward the door. The key was in the lock. He opened it and stepped into the hallway. Behind him, Emily had begun to bawl like a baby just woken from a nightmare. He could hear her all the way down the darkened corridor. He hoped to God his jittering limbs would bear him up. He wanted out, into the air, into the night. He lurched down the back staircase, hand outstretched against the wall for support, the steps receding beneath his feet. He reached the kitchen, having fallen only once, and opened the back door. The night was waiting. Nothing to see him, nothing to know him. He breathed in cold black air, and it burned in his nostrils and lungs. He staggered across the lawn, almost blind, not knowing which direction he was going in, until he thought of the woods. Taking a moment to reorient himself, he ran toward them, begging their discretion. 46. He ran, the undergrowth dragging at his legs, until he was so deep in the stand of trees he could see neither the house nor its lights. Only then did he stop, his whole body thumping like one vast heart. His head felt loose on his neck. Bile gurgled at the back of his throat. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus! For a moment his gyrating head lost control. His ears whined, his eyes blurred. He was suddenly certain of nothing, not even his physical existence. Panic crawled up from his bowels, raking the tissue of his gut and his stomach as it came. "Get down," he told it. Only once before had he felt so close to losing his mind, to throwing back his head and screaming, and that had been the first night at Wandsworth, the first of many years of nights, locked in a cell 12 by 8. He'd sat on the edge of the mattress and felt what he was feeling now, the blind beast ascending, squeezing adrenaline from his spleen. He'd mastered the terror then, and he could do it again. Brutally he stuck his fingers as far down his throat as he could, and was rewarded with a surge of nausea. The reflux begun, he let his body do the rest, throwing up a system full of undigested wine. It was a filthy, cleansing experience, and he made no effort to control the spasms until there was nothing left to vomit. His stomach muscles aching from the contractions, he uprooted some ferns and wiped his mouth and chin, then washed his hands in the damp soil and stood up. The rough treatment had done its job. There was a marked improvement in his condition. He turned his back on his spilled stomach and wandered further away from the house. Though the thatch of leaves and branches was heavy above, some starlight trickled down, enough illumination to give a tenuous solidity to trunk and brush. Walking in the ghost wood enchanted him. He let the gentle spectacle of light and leaf shade heal his wounded vanity. He saw how all his dreams of finding a permanent and trusted place in Whitehead's world had been pretension, He was, and always would be, a marked man. He walked quietly here, where the trees thickened and the undergrowth, light-starved, thinned. Small animals scuttled ahead of him. Night insects whirred in the grass. He stood still to hear the nocturne better. As he did so, he caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. He looked toward it, seeking focus through the receding corridor of trunks. It was no trick. There was somebody, gray as the trees, standing 30 or so yards from him. Now still, now moving again. Concentrating, he fixed the figure in the matrix of shadow and deeper shadow. It was a ghost, surely. So quiet, so casual. He watched it as a deer might watch a hunter, not certain if he had been seen, but unwilling to break cover. Fear ran in his scalp. Not of an open blade. He'd long ago faced those terrors and mastered them. This was the prickly heat fear of childhood, the essential fear. And, paradoxically, it made him whole. It didn't matter if he were 4 or 34. He was the same creature at heart. He'd dreamed of such woods, of such encompassing night. He touched his terror reverently, frozen to the spot, while the gray figure, too taken with its own business to notice him, watched the earth between the trees. They stood in that relation, ghost and he, for what seemed like several minutes. Certainly a good time passed before he heard a noise that was neither owl nor rodent filtering between the trees. It had been there all along. He had just failed to interpret it for what it was. The sound of digging. The rattle of tiny stones, the fall of earth. The child in him said, "Bad. Leave it be. Leave it all be." But he was too curious to ignore it. He took 2 experimental steps toward the ghost. It made no sign of seeing or hearing him. Taking courage, he advanced a few more steps, attempting to keep as close to a tree as possible, so that should the ghost look his way, he could find cover quickly. In this way he advanced 10 yards toward his quarry, close enough to see the host and enough detail for recognition. It was Mamoulian. The European was still staring down at the earth at his feet. Marty slid into hiding behind a trunk and flattened himself there, his back to the scene. There was obviously somebody digging at Mamoulian's feet. He conceivably had other cohorts in the vicinity. The only safety was in lying doggo and hoping to God no one had been spying on him as he had spied on the European. At length the digging stopped, and so, as if on an unspoken cue, did the nocturne. It was bizarre. The whole assembly, insect and animal alike, seemed to hold its breath, aghast. Marty slid down the trunk into crawling position, his ears straining for every clue as to what was going on. He chanced to look. Mamoulian was moving off in what Marty guessed to be the direction of the house. Undergrowth obscured his view. He could see nothing of the digger, or the other disciples who were accompanying the European. He heard their passage, however, the brush of their dragging steps. Let them go, he thought. He was past protecting Whitehead. That bargain was defunct. He sat, knees hugged against his chest, and waited until Mamoulian had woven between the trees and disappeared. Then he counted to 20 and stood up. Pins and needles pricked at his lower legs, and he had to rub the circulation back into them. Only then did he start toward the spot where Mamoulian had lingered. Even as he approached, he recognized the glade, though he had previously come to it from the direction of the house. His late-evening walk had taken him in a semicircle. He was standing now in the place he'd buried the dogs. The grave was open and empty. The black plastic shrouds had been torn apart, their contents unceremoniously removed. Marty stared into the hole, not quite comprehending the joke. What use were dead dogs? There was a movement in the grave. Something shifted beneath the plastic sheets. He stepped back from the edge, his gorge too susceptible for this. A nest of maggots, presumably, or perhaps a worm the size of his arm, grown fat on dog meat. Who knew what hid in the earth? Turning his back on the hole, he walked toward the house, following the trail Mamoulian had taken, until the trees thinned and the starlight brightened. There, on the borderland between wood and lawn, he stayed, until the sounds of the night re-established themselves around him. 47. Stephanie excused herself from the table and went out to the bathroom, leaving the hysteria behind her. As she closed the door, one of the men, Ottaway, she thought, suggested she come back in and piss in a bottle for him. She didn't grace the remark with a reply. However well they paid, she wasn't going to get involved in that kind of activity. It wasn't clean. The hallway was in semi-darkness. The sheen of vases, the richness of the carpet underfoot, all of it spoke wealth, and on previous visits she had enjoyed the extravagance of the place. But tonight they were so uneasy. Ottaway, Dwoskin, the old man himself. There was an air of desperation in their drinking and their innuendo, and it took any pleasure out of being here. On the other nights they'd all got pleasantly drunk, and then there'd been the usual performances, sometimes developing into something more serious, with one or two of them. Just as often they were content to watch, and at the end of the night there'd been generous payment. But tonight was different. There was cruelty in it, which she disliked. Money or no money, she wouldn't come here again. It was time she retired anyway. Leave it to younger girls, who at least looked less rattled than she did. She bent close to the bathroom mirror and tried to reapply her eyeliner, but her hand was shaky with drink, and it slipped. She cursed and dug in her purse for a tissue to clean off the error. As she did so, there was a scuffling sound in the hallway. Dwoskin, she guessed. She didn't want the gargoyle touching her again, at least not until she was too paralytic with drink to care. She tiptoed to the door and locked it. The sounds outside had stopped. She went back to the sink and turned on the tap, cold water to splash on her tired face. Dwoskin had gone out after Stephanie. He intended to suggest something outrageous for her to perform on him, something gross for this night of nights. "Where are you going?" somebody asked him as he traipsed the hall, or did he just imagine the words? He'd taken a few pills before the party. That always loosened him up, but it tended to put voices in his head, mostly his mother's. Whether somebody had asked the question or not, he chose not to answer. He just wandered down the corridor, calling for Stephanie. The woman was extraordinary, or so his drugged libido had decided. She had superb buttocks. He wanted to be smothered by those cheeks, to die under them. "Stephanie!" he demanded. She didn't reappear. "Come on," he reassured her. "It's only me." There was a smell in the corridor, just a hint of sewer. He inhaled it. "Foul," he announced, not unappreciatively. The smell was getting stronger, as though its source was close by, and approaching. "Lights," he told himself, and peered along the wall looking for a switch. A few yards down the corridor, something started to move toward him. The light was too dim to see properly by, but it was a man, and the man was not alone. There were other shapes, knee-high, mustering in the darkness. The smell was becoming overpowering. Dwoskin's head had started to dance with color. Disgraceful images flickered in the air to accompany the smell. It took him a moment to grasp that this air graffiti was not his doing. It was coming from the man ahead of him. Dashes and dots of light flared and whirled away into the air. "Who are you?" Dwoskin demanded. In answer, the graffiti ignited into a full-blown literature. Not certain if any sound was coming out, the Troll King began to screech. Stephanie dropped the eyeliner into the sink as the scream reached her. She didn't recognize the voice. It was high enough to be a woman's, but it was neither Emily nor Oriana. The shake suddenly worsened. She held on to the edge of the sink to steady herself as the noises multiplied. Howls now, and running feet. Somebody was shouting. All but incoherent orders. It was Ottaway, she thought. But she wasn't going out to check. Whatever was going on beyond the door, pursuit, capture, murder even, she needed none of it. She turned off the light in the bathroom in case it spilled under the door. Somebody ran by, calling on God. Now there was desperation. Feet thudded down the stairs. Somebody fell. Doors slammed. Screams mounted. She backed away from the door and sat on the edge of the bath. There in the darkness she started to sing "Abide with Me," or what little she could remember of it, very quietly. Marty heard the screams, too, though he didn't want to. Even at such a distance they carried a freight of blind panic that made him clammy. He knelt down in the dirt between the trees and stopped his ears. The earth smelled ripe beneath him, and his mind seethed with unwelcome thoughts of lying face up in the ground, dead perhaps, but anticipating resurrection, like a sleeper on the verge of waking, nervous of the day. After a while the din became intermittent. Soon, he told himself, he must open his eyes, stand up, and go back to the house to see the hows and the whys of all this commotion. Soon, but not yet. When the noise in the hallway and on the stairs had long stopped, Stephanie crept to the bathroom door, unlocked it, and peered out. The corridor was in complete darkness now. The lamps had either been turned off or shattered, but her eyes, accustomed to the blackness of the bathroom, soon pierced the feeble light from the stairwell. The gallery was empty in both directions. There was just a smell in the air, like a bad butcher's shop on a hot day. She slipped off her shoes and started to the top of the stairs. The contents of a handbag were scattered down the steps, and there was something wet underfoot. She looked down. The carpet was stained, either wine or blood. She hurried on down into the hallway. It was chilly. Both front and vestibule doors were wide open. Again there was no sign of life. The cars had gone from the driveway. The downstairs rooms, library, reception rooms, kitchen, all were forsaken. She rushed back upstairs to collect her belongings from the white room and leave. As she retraced her steps along the gallery, she heard a soft padding behind her. She turned. There was a dog at the top of the stairs. It had presumably followed her up. She could scarcely make it out in the bad light, but she wasn't afraid. "Good boy," she said, glad of its living presence in the abandoned house. It didn't growl, nor did it wag its tail. It simply hobbled towards her. Only then did she realize her error in welcoming it. The butcher's shop was here, on all fours. She backed off. "No," she said. "I don't— Oh, Christ, leave me alone." Still it came, and with every step it took toward her she saw more of its condition. The innards that looped from its underside, the decayed face, all teeth and putrescence. She headed toward the white room, but it covered the distance between them in 3 strides. Her hands slid on its body as it leaped at her, and to her disgust fur and flesh separated, her grasp skinning the creature's flanks. She fell back. It advanced, head rocking uneasily on its scrappy neck, its jaws closing around her throat and shaking her. She couldn't scream. It was devouring her voice. But her arm thrust up into the cold body and found its spine. Instinct made her grasp the column, muscle dividing in slimy threads, and the beast let her go, arching back as her grip snapped one vertebrae from the next. It let out a prolonged hiss as she dragged her arm out. Her other hand cupped her throat. Blood was hitting the carpet with thudding sounds. She must get help or bleed to death. She started to crawl back toward the top of the stairs. Miles away from her, somebody opened a door. Light fell across her. Too numb to feel pain, she looked around. Whitehead was silhouetted in a distant doorway. Between them stood the dog. Somehow it had got up, or rather its front portion had, and it was dragging itself across the shining carpet toward her, most of its bulk useless now, its head barely raised from the ground, but still moving, as it would move until its resurrector granted it rest. She raised her arm to signal her presence to Whitehead. If he saw her in the gloom, he made no sign. She had reached the top of the stairs. She had no strength left in her. Death was coming quickly. "Enough," her body said, "enough." Her will conceded, and she slumped down, the blood, loosed from her wounded neck, flowing down the stairs as her darkening eyes watched. 1 step, 2 steps. Counting games were a perfect cure for insomnia. 3 steps. 4. She didn't see the 5th step, or any other in the creeping descent. Marty was loath to go back into the house, but whatever had happened there was surely over, and he was getting chilly where he knelt. His expense-account suit was dirtied beyond reclamation. His shirt was stained and torn. His immaculate shoes clay-caked. He looked like a derelict. The thought almost pleased him. He meandered back across the lawn. He could see the lights of the house somewhere ahead. They burned reassuringly, though he knew such reassurance was delusion. Not every house was a refuge. Sometimes it was safer to be out in the world, under the sky, where no one could come knocking and looking for you, where no roof could fall on your trusting head. Halfway between house and trees, a jet growled overhead. High up, its lights twin stars. He stood and watched it pass over him at its zenith. Perhaps it was one of the monitoring planes that he'd read passed perpetually over Europe, one American, one Russian, their electric eyes scanning the sleeping cities, judgmental twins upon whose benevolence the lives of millions depended. The sound of the jet diminished to a murmur and then to silence. Gone to spy on other heads. The sins of England would not prove fatal tonight, it seemed. He began to walk toward the house with fresh resolution, taking a route that would lead him around to the front and into the false day of the floodlights. As he crossed the stage toward the front door, the European stepped out of the house. There was no way to avoid being seen. Marty stood, rooted to the spot, while Breer emerged, and the two unlikely companions moved away from the house. Whatever job they'd come to do was clearly completed. A few steps across the gravel, Mamoulian glanced around. His eyes found Marty immediately. For a long moment the European simply stared across the expanse of bright grass. Then he nodded, a short, sharp nod that was simply acknowledgment. "I see you," it said, "and look. I do you no harm." Then he turned and walked away, until he and the gravedigger were obscured by the cypresses that lined the drive.